Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure to welcome you back to Warsaw for the 2023 edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. It is an immense pleasure to see so many of you come back. For those who don't know me, my name is Federica D'Alessandra, and I will have the immense and distinct pleasure of serving as the Master of Ceremony for the Defense Tract, both today and tomorrow as well. This year, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum, which the Kazimierz Polański Foundation and partners launched in 2013 as a direct response to the rapidly changing security environment caused by the 2014 Russia annexation of Crimea. 10 years later, and almost 20 months after the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the regional security environment has hardly improved. And the discussion we will hold today on this anniversary edition could not be more relevant. I know today will be a terrific discussion. For those online, please do join us by using the hashtag WSF 2023. And for those of you here in the audience, you'll have an opportunity to participate to the discussion as well. You will be instructed by the moderators of panel discussions how and when to participate. Of course, for those of you who need it, there is also simultaneous translation available. It should be on your chairs. And now, without further ado, it is my immense pleasure to welcome to the stage our host of today, Zbigniew Pisarski, founder of the Warsaw Security Forum and president of the Kazimierz Polański Foundation, to give you welcoming remarks. Zbigniew, please do join me on stage.
Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day we have ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, ambassadors, generals, members of parliament, and armed forces, honorable guests, friends. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum. A decade ago, just when we started, Ukrainians went to the streets, hanging European flags, to exclaim where they see their future. It was the beginning of the revolution of dignity. Today they pay the highest price for making their dreams come true. They are also fighting for our freedom and security. This sacrifice, I'm sure, will not be forgotten. More than ever, the Euro-Atlantic community embraces Ukrainian effort and helps it to sustain, thrive, and hopefully win. The Warsaw Security Forum, on this special anniversary occasion, wants to bring us closer to creative and courageous solutions that we all need in devising the future. We are fully aware that the Russian war in Ukraine will transform our continent and the very notion of the West in the 21st century. Ukraine is an essential part of that transformation, but we have to be ready for the long term. And we have to do this strategic thinking to be present in all of our policies. Rome was not built in a day, the old saying goes. In Poland we say, nie od razu Kraków zbudowano. And here is the place where strategic thinking is particularly needed. What happens in Poland is significant not only for Poles, but also for the region and for the transatlantic community. The Warsaw Security Forum used to serve this thinking, and it will continue to do so even more than in the past. We want to be the primary forum for Europe, where decision makers, intellectuals, and experts come to make a case for a better and more peaceful world. The 10th anniversary edition of the forum is focused particularly on the near and mid-term strategic challenges that we must deal with and confront. Ukraine's path to the Euro-Atlantic structures, its recovery and rebuild, the shaping of transatlantic cooperation, the future of Russia, the place of the Central and Eastern Europe and the Northern Europe in the security architecture of the continent. And last but not least, the relationship with the United Kingdom. We do not omit defense, climate, and energy, which all have separate tracks during the forum. We uphold the tradition of having a partner country every year. In 2023, it is the United Kingdom's government, which we are very grateful for taking over. We appreciate the enormous role played by the United Kingdom in helping Ukraine, which shows how desirable is the UK's strong partnership with the EU on our continent and beyond. We also want to thank our strategic partners, the National Security Bureau, which aids the President of Poland, and the NATO headquarters for their contribution to making this event happen. Thanks to our numerous partners, sponsors, first-class distinguished speakers, and a great audience, which we have every year, we hope to bring you here in Warsaw for 2 impactful days. Ladies and gentlemen, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is courage to continue that counts, Winston Churchill once said. Throughout our intellectual journey during 2023 Warsaw Security Forum, let us continue for the 10th time to have the courage to be positive thinkers. And positive thinker again, in the words of Churchill, sees the invisible, feels the intangible, and achieves the impossible. Let me wish you a wonderful time at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you very much, and let's start. Thank you.
Thank you to our host. Frankly, I could have not said it better myself. It is now my distinct honor to invite to the stage General Ben Hodges to introduce our panel and have a conversation on how NATO can further strengthen our collective defense while the war rages in Ukraine. General, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is, I think, my 4th or 5th Warsaw Security Forum, and it feels like the biggest and best one yet. I'm going to quickly introduce our panel members, and then we'll get right to some sharp questions, and then I think we'll have a few minutes left over for questions from the audience as well. Starting at the far right, Admiral Bauer, Chairman of NATO's Military Committee, recently just I think was extended in his job an additional 6 months. Congratulations, or else you're being held over to finally get it right, one or the other. Then Mr. James Heapy, Minister for Armed Forces of UK, Minister. Minister of Defense of the Republic of North Macedonia, Ms. Slavianka Petrovska. And then Minister of Defense from Slovenia, Mr. Marjan Saric. Excellent. What goes on in the green room, of course, is practicing pronunciation of names. Admiral Bauer, I'd like to start with you. Here in the aftermath of a very important, historic almost, Vilnius summit, could you talk about the progress that's been made on implementation of plans, the things that were agreed in Madrid and then Vilnius?
Yeah, Ben, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Basically, what happened since 2008, the work started in the military to change our thinking back towards collective defense. And that was necessary because of the behavior of Russia, which has been a partner of NATO for more than 15 years. So that was Georgia, 2008, Ukraine, 2014 and 2022. And the biggest change for NATO was to be ready for a more and more aggressive adversary. And therefore we started thinking and changing our military strategy. That was in 2019, which led to further more detailed plans that were agreed in Vilnius. And the plans basically make sure that we are ready, because crisis response operations is a choice. You have time to plan, but if you are attacked, then you basically have to be ready, because otherwise the adversary will win. So we need more readier forces, we need more capabilities, we need more stocks, we need more exercising. That's what we needed. So the regional plans that were developed by the Joint Force commanders under the Supreme Allied Commander Europe is basically about how do you deter and defend against the two threats NATO is facing, and that is Russia and the terror groups. And these plans were developed and agreed by the leaders in Vilnius. And before that, in Madrid, we decided to prepare ourselves better to have more battle groups along the eastern flank. We had 4 in the north, the 3 Baltic states and Poland. That was enhanced forward presence. In 2016-17, they were set up. But basically, as a result of what happened in Ukraine, we decided to create 4 more in the south, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. That was the first sort of move before the invasion to actually prepare ourselves for that, based on these plans that were developed in 2019 and before the regional plans. So that is to be readier with enabled battalions, that we are able to beef up to brigades if necessary based on intelligence. And that was decided in Madrid, to have these 8 battle groups in 2022. And then basically in the last year we tried this mechanism of beefing the battle groups up to a brigade for 4 of the 8, and the 5th is coming in Bulgaria. So that is the mechanism, and that is ensuring that people understand that what NATO has set up is actually working. That is very important. So the decisions in Vilnius were about the further work on the regional plans. So the plans is about what do you have to be able to do to deter and defend the two adversaries, or two threats. Out of that come basically a whole set of capabilities that you require to be able to do that. That's all the forces on land, in the air, in maritime, cyberspace. And that's what we call the force structure. And then you need to work on the command and control structure of NATO to improve that based on the new realities. So that's all the decisions. And then there's the new force model, which is basically the manning of all that what I was talking about. And that means that, as I said, we need more readier forces. So we have decided to beef the numbers up to 300,000 in the first 30 days. And if you sort of understand that there's about 300,000 forces in Ukraine on the Russian side and about 200,000 in Ukraine, then the 300,000 is probably about right when it comes to the start of a large conflict with Russia. And that were the decisions. So in Oslo, we came together with the chiefs of defense. And we were talking about executability, because it is a fantastic, phenomenal set of plans. It's 4,500 pages of plans, which is impressive. But that's only paperwork. And we now have to make sure that together with the increase in the budgets, the 2%, that the nations now do what they have agreed. Because NATO is command and control, is exercises and standardization. All the forces come from the nations. So it's now up to the nations to provide more readier forces, to buy the capabilities that we don't have, and to train the forces against these plans. Not fictitious scenarios, but the real plans. So we now have been talking amongst the CHODs, the Chiefs of Defense, how is that work going? What do we need to do? It's an enormous task. And we have to understand that many armed forces have been neglected for decades. So the huge investments that are now coming is great, but it will take time to find people, to train them, to buy capabilities in a market where the industry is not beefing up the production capacity fast enough. That is a huge problem.
So if I could follow up then, the development of plans, which leads to requirements. How can ministers of defense use that to encourage growth in the defense industry?
Yeah, so mid-October, the Minister of Defense will come to Brussels for a Minister of Defense meeting. And I will report, and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe will report on what we discussed in Oslo with the Chiefs of Defense. And basically, we need the continued support from the political level, because it's not only the money, it is also the actions in the nations that lead to more readier forces and the capabilities we need. And if you actually see that in the 7 years before the war, the budgets went up already, but the industry did not increase the production capacity. And that has led to higher prices already before the war. And that actually has exacerbated by the fact that we now give away weapon systems to Ukraine, which is great, and ammunition, but not from full warehouses. We started to give away from half full or lower warehouses in Europe. And therefore the bottom of the barrel is now visible. And we need the industry to ramp up production in a much higher tempo. And we need large volumes. And the just-in-time, just-enough economy that we built together in 30 years in our liberal economies is fine for a lot of things, but not for the armed forces when there is a war ongoing, where you have peak demand signals like we saw in the pandemic with medical equipment.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to you on the next round on enablement specifically. Minister Heapy, the UK has been in the lead on providing capabilities to Ukraine. I mean, you were the first to provide Western-made tank Challenger, and then, of course, the Storm Shadow. I won't ask you to comment on why my country, the U.S. or Germany, have been reluctant to provide ATACMS or Taurus, but why has UK been a leader? Why were you willing to do that?
Well, good morning. I think it just felt like a very natural thing for the UK to do. Possibly the foundations were laid with the clarity of the intelligence that was available to the UK and US in the months before the war, meant perhaps that we had a head start on getting ourselves around conceptually what might need to be done. But even then, it's not been with any grand strategic design. It's been very iterative. You know, my visits to Kyiv with our Director Special Forces 3 weeks before the war was to say, here are 6,500 NLAW and what we think you might need in order to fight a resistance campaign. That was the initial visit. And then once the NLAW was used not as a resistance campaign, but to repel the advance on Kyiv, then you start to look, well, what's the next threshold and the next threshold and the next threshold? And it's something I'm enormously proud of, that the UK has played that role. But it is every bit as important that whether you get there first, second, third, or last, the fact that you get there is what matters. And people beat up on the United States and Germany. Actually, the United States has given more than everybody else put together. It is a remarkable contribution to Ukrainian freedom and sovereignty. And if you look at the journey that Germany has been on, that is incredibly worthy of credit too. So it's a kind softball question, you know, why have the UK done so well? But actually what the UK has done is played a role within a donor community that spans the globe and has, I think, surprised us all with our capacity to give. And, you know, the Admiral is right. You know, it has been at the expense of stockpiles that were already on the back of 20 years of very deliberate campaigning against counterinsurgencies, where the tour cycles and the ferocity of the campaign was relatively predictable. That allowed us to pivot away from the systems that we had during the Cold War that were highly resilient, you know, enormous stockpiles, overdone with logistics and enablement, to a position now where everything is a kind of just-in-time model that would be recognized by the big corporates, but definitely does not work when you need to be ready for the fight tomorrow. And crucially, your capacity to fight that fight tomorrow is part of the deterrence. So I think we have to be really careful. This is my final point for now. We can't stop giving just because our stockpiles are looking a bit thin. We have to keep Ukraine in the fight tonight and tomorrow and the day after and the day after. And if we stop, that doesn't automatically mean that Putin stops. It may well mean that Putin takes the opportunity to break through and achieves the aims that he had in the first place. So continuing to give day in, day out, and rebuilding our own stockpiles, and looking ahead to the medium term to a stronger, more secure, prosperous, peacetime Ukraine, all three have to be done concurrently. You can't do one but not the other.
So our defense industries are not charities, of course. I mean, they have thousands of employees, complex supply chains. We're all competing over certain things like gunpowder. How is your government working with British industry and others to actually increase production?
Well, in placing contracts, but crucially, I think the mistake that we had made over the last, it's not a mistake, I think that would be unfair on the governments that took those decisions. Over the last 20 or 30 years, you've been able to say, look, we're going to buy a capability, and if we buy 5,000 of those highly advanced missiles, that should be enough to see us through. If we've got 30,000 rounds of ammunition, artillery ammunition, a bunker, that should see us through. If the Russians are listening, those are hypothetical numbers, not real numbers. But what that ignores that there's any prospect of actually consuming them. And so actually having contracts that aren't about a single run of a block of missiles or artillery shells that once they're delivered, it's done, having a sort of constant drumbeat of manufacturing, that leaves an industry that is more scalable at time of war. But even then, I think there's a really interesting conversation for sort of largely post-industrial economies like the UK about if there was a big war that required the national mobilization of our industry. Where are the locomotive factories that you repurpose to tank factories? Where are the civilian aircraft factories that you repurpose to military aircraft manufacturing? We actually don't have a lot of that stuff anymore. And I think that leads to some really interesting questions about where is near to the UK with defendable sea and air lines of communication, where we can have an offshore manufacturing base that is more resilient and more reachable for the UK than where we manufacture now.
Thank you, sir. So, Minister Petrovska, Republic of North Macedonia, we've been talking industry and plans. What are some of North Macedonia's modernization priorities? What are you doing to modernize your forces?
Well, this is a very, I will say, huge project, which contains several smaller ones. But of course, the modernization of the Army of North Macedonia is one of the most top priorities, of course, for me as a Minister of Defense, especially because I'm pretty much aware, even probably I will be among the youngest here in this room. I'm aware that the defense system of a country cannot be built in one day or even in 1 year. It takes a lot of time and, of course, a lot of energy. So what is a good news in North Macedonia is that we are increasing all year by year the defense budget. So for the next year, we will reach the 2%. But which is even more important, that we don't have just the 2% for the defense, but it's a way how we are spending those money. And more than 30% of that budget will be spent in the modernization of the army. So our first priority, of course, is building the capabilities of the Light Infantry Battalion Group, which is our NATO capability target, and of course reaching all the other NATO capability targets. But it's also very important because we have recently very good discussions, positive discussions in Macedonia regarding to this, is that every investment that we are making in the defense is not the investment that we are making just because we are a country who is member state of NATO. But first of all, we are making to increase our national defense system and of course also to contribute to the collective defense system in NATO. Because being a NATO country is not that we should be safe and secure because we are part of that collective system of defense, but also is a way how we are contributing to that system. We are happy from the political point of view. I'm happy that North Macedonia is no longer the latest country who has joined NATO. We are welcoming every enlargement of NATO, of course, based on the rules and the procedure, because in these very important circumstances that the world is facing with, the conventional war on the European soil, but also all the other kinds of wars, like hybrid threats and everything that we are facing as countries, is very important that we are sending a very strong message that NATO alliance is even more stronger and more bigger. And I think that this is the direction that we are going in.
So Russian influence in the region, of course, is pervasive. What is North Macedonia doing to strengthen its resilience in society as a part of defense?
Yes, that's a very important one, and I will say that it's top on the priority of my agenda as a Minister of Defense, because I was speaking previously, answering your question about the conventional way of building the capacities of the defense system. But speaking of the defense these days is not just speaking about the weapons, it's more than that. So the Ministry of Defense, starting from the last year, was actually when the invasion in Ukraine started, was one of the targets as institution of the Russian provocations and disinformation war in North Macedonia, and the aim was to undermine the authority of the Ministry of Defense and, of course, personally me as a Minister of Defense. And then I made a decision that the best way to fight with the disinformation or any kind of malign influence in the country is to be transparent. So to answer more questions are asked to the ministry or to me, and to explain everything in details about what is happening in the ministry. And I will give you several examples how the Russian malign influence is working, unfortunately, in North Macedonia, although we are working on a lot of mechanisms how to strengthen the capacities and the resilience, not only of the institutions, but also of the society, which is even more important. When the invasion started, North Macedonia had a very clear position from the first moment. And of course, we started with delivering the different kind of ammunition and weapons as a donation to Ukraine. Then immediately were released several headlines in the media in North Macedonia that the army of North Macedonia is the weakest in the world. So the aim of those was actually to undermine the institution and for the people, for the public in North Macedonia, to have this impression that we are giving away the weapon that we need on the one side, and that we are weakening our own capacities. So of course, this takes a lot of time to explain to the public, to the journalists, but we win that fight. You were asked the question how we should build our resilience. The first thing is to be aware where the Russian influence in North Macedonia is coming from. And we are pretty much aware of that. Secondly, what is needed is to have a very clear political dedication that we want to fight with this Russian malign influence. And we have that in North Macedonia. And third, of course, to take certain measures and activities. And we do that. In the past several years, we have declared more than 20 persons, like persona non grata in North Macedonia, which were part officially from the staff of the Russian embassy, but actually they were interfering with negative impact, of course, in the domestic affairs and the work of the institutions. So I think that if we are continuing to send these clear messages and clear actions, that we will win the fight with the Russian malign influence, which of course I will underline that Russia, as well as all countries, are aware what are the weaknesses of North Macedonia, but also of the countries from the region, Western Balkan. But likely the countries who are the Western democracies, I will call, they're trying to help us to overcome those weaknesses. Russia is using them, unfortunately, as a way how to deepen even more the problems and create in a certain moment when it's not needed a crisis in the region.
Thank you. Minister Škarec, speaking of Western Balkans, tough neighborhood. What's your assessment of what's happening in Kosovo and Serbia? Is this going to escalate, and how does that affect Slovenia?
Well, Slovenia is an expert for Western Balkans because we were part of former Yugoslavia once, and we know all the countries in this area. And previous week we were discussing it with my colleague and friend Slavjanka. I visited Northern Macedonia, and of course we are all very worried about it because NATO membership of Northern Macedonia and Montenegro is excellent, but we should combine it with membership within the European Union, because if European Union won't be present in the Western Balkans, I think it's the best cure for all the tensions in Western Balkans, and we should the countries of the Western Balkans should join as soon as possible to European Union, because this is the only solution in Slovenia's and my opinion. And Serbia and Kosovo is an issue which will last for a long time. I think it's not solvable during the night. And of course, another issue is that, as my friend Slavljanka said, Russia is very active, and also China. And if we won't be present there, somebody else will. And Slovenia is also threatened by hybrid threats, by cyber threats. We are dealing with constant attacks. So far, we were very successful, but you never know. And we also arrested some spies, and they had Argentina citizenship, but they were living in Slovenia as sleeping agents. So Slovenia was among the first who helped Ukraine. We donated on armored brigade level of equipment, and we are very aware if Putin won't be stopped in Ukraine, he will spread. And Putin gave us wake-up call, because he is actually the one who unifies us and who says to us that we must be active and that NATO alliance is needed more than ever. So I'm very glad that Finland has joined us. I hope that Sweden will be soon among us. And of course, I hope that they won't be the last, because open door policy is very important, especially for Western Balkans. I think that Western Balkans should not be forget. It's a very important issue, not only for us in the neighborhood, but for the whole Europe, because Balkan always has produced more history that he could consume. So it's known for 100 and more years, and we must be all aware of it. So countries as Slovenia are, as I said, experts for this area. We need to be active. We are present there. We are increasing our presence in Kosovo in K4, because K4 is very important for the peace and stability in that region. And I hope that the tensions in northern Kosovo will settle down, but actually I'm not very optimistic without membership in European Union.
So one of the things that the Admiral Bauer talked about at the beginning, these plans that NATO is developing, obviously that would require the ability for NATO forces to move quickly into and across Europe. Slovenia is home for one of the most important ports in that part of Europe, in Koper. How important is that to you, and what is Slovenia doing to develop the potential of that port?
Well, Port of Koper is very important for military mobility, because Slovenia is the gate into Europe, and we are modernizing the railroad there. for cargo purposes, but also for possibility to increase mobility of NATO forces. That's one issue. And the other issue is that Slovenia is developing now, we are establishing medium battalion group and reconnaissance battalion. We are a little late with this. We should be establishing it long time ago, but we are doing it now because like all the other countries, we've lived in illusion that history of war is history of mankind is history of peace, not of war, but it's the opposite. So we are increasing this, and then we are increasing spendings for research and development. That's the most important issue. We put a tender for military industry. We have a cluster of military industry in Slovenia. We invited them to this tender, and the most important thing is that Admiral Bauer was speaking about is industry, to produce modern equipment, but also standard equipment, and we are very aware of this.
Thank you, sir. We've got 7 minutes left. I'd like to make sure I get one more question to each of our four panelists, so shorter questions and answers. Admiral Bauer, sir, air and missile defense. The Russians have demonstrated they'll use multi-million-dollar precision weapons against civilian targets. What are we doing to improve overall integrated air and missile defense in the alliance?
Yeah, so I was talking about the force structure. That is the outcome of that is the capabilities we need to be able to execute the plans I was talking about. And integrated air and missile defense is part of the capabilities that we require. And we will see, as a result of the war in Ukraine, that there is a higher demand for these capabilities. Because for a very long time, we thought that we would not need as much of those as we now believe we need. So we will see huge investments, I think, in the next 10 years in most of the nations increasing their air defense capabilities. But it's not only the systems, it's also the sensors, it's also the command and control, it is also making sure that you can store these weapons. I mean, in many nations, all sorts of ammunition facilities have been sold basically because it wasn't used anymore. And in our zero-risk societies at the moment, to bring back an ammunition facility in a neighborhood is probably will find a lot of resistance for understandable reasons. I mean, a war is about managing risks and is about, basically understanding that it is not without risk. And so this whole discussion on building up the armed forces, building integrated air and missile defense, but also making sure that you can kill the systems in Russia. So that is deep precision strike, because you can do two things in air defense. You can wait for the missiles to come to you and then shoot them down. That will require a lot of missiles, as we see in Ukraine. And it's not only missiles, but it's also the drones, increasingly, that are the targets. Or you use missiles on our own side and other systems to kill the systems with which the Russians are shooting those missiles at you, which is pretty effective because then they don't have anything to shoot with. So it's the combination of the two that we will see in terms of investments. But it is very important that everybody understands this is not a project of a year, 2 years. This is a project of 5 to 10 years. I don't think the norm will return, the normal. I don't think it will return very soon, because this is going to change our lives for a longer time. Sure. And everybody has to understand it will have an impact in our societies.
Thank you. Mr. Heapy, you accused me of giving you a softball question up front. So in 1 minute, can you explain the balancing that you're having to do in UK for land forces versus maritime air forces and others? The British Army is legendary for quality, but it seems it's getting continually smaller. Can you meet all of your land requirements on the current plan?
Well, it's balancing land, sea, air, cyber, space, information maneuver, and investing in sort of national resilience as well. I mean, there's a load of balancing to be done, all concurrent to the renewal of our nuclear deterrence, the only nuclear deterrence to be fully declared to NATO. So it's quite a hard job. But I think that we're confident that we're on the right track. The investment that we're making in the British Army over the next decade is incredible. By the middle of the next decade, new main battle tank, new armored fighting vehicle, new artillery systems, new signals system, huge investment in logistics and enablers. So the investment is coming. It is definitely true that the investment in the Navy and Air Force has come beforehand, but I think we're on the right track.
Fair enough.
63 seconds.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, what is North Macedonia doing to support Ukraine? I think, by the way, you were recently awarded by President Zelensky for what North Macedonia is doing. So, in a minute, what are you guys doing to help Ukraine?
Well, as I started to answer the previous question, from this very first moment, North Macedonia condemned the unprovoked and unjustified invasion to Ukraine. But not only with words. So it was clear that when your friend is in a war and he needs help, but then we need to make certain decisions. So from the very beginning, we started with different kind of donations of different kind of ammunition and weapons, and this was made on the basis on the requests which were made by the Ukrainian side, of course. So for the past year and this several months from this year, North Macedonia delivered more than 10 decisions for donation of different kind of ammunition and weapon. Or in numbers, I will say that the total amount of the donation that we gave to Ukraine, it's around 16% of the defense budget of North Macedonia per year. And of course, this is not the final, because we are ready to continue with this kind of support and every kind of other support which is needed to Ukraine as long as is needed. Because we are aware that Ukraine is fighting a war which is important for all of us. They are fighting for their right to live in sovereign and independent countries, which they are. So they deserve our support in any possible term.
Thank you. We're in our last 45 seconds, Minister. I need you to solve immigration for me.
45 seconds, it's a very harsh thing to do. But I would like to say at the end that we all must be very aware that we only together we can prevail, only together we can be successful. And I'm very glad that NATO is not brain dead anymore.
Well said. What a panel.
Thank you, General Hodges, and thank you to our panelists for getting us off to such a terrific, substantive start. I think of the many points that were raised during the panel discussion, one that struck with me particularly is the emphasis on resilience, both of course military, but as well as the civilian infrastructure and civilian societies as a way to counter Russia's attempts to maliciously interfere with NATO's countries and partners. And now, without further ado, it is my immense privilege to welcome back to the stage His Excellency James Hippie, His Majesty's Government's Minister for Defense Forces to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of this year's partner country for the Warsaw Security Forum, which I'm very proud to say is the United Kingdom. Minister, please, the stage is all yours.
Well, good morning. I've done my level best to avoid using up the things that I was hoping to speak about in my remarks during the panel discussion that we've just had. It's great to be at the Warsaw Security Forum, an important event in which all of the right conversations are happening. Now, the norm, I think, in these speeches at these conferences is to give remarks that are framed around threat, around an adversary, around a challenge. And I want to break with that, if I may, and instead reflect briefly on 5 partnerships. The first of which is a bit self-indulgent for the many of you in the room that are neither British nor Polish, but I want to reflect briefly on the growing partnership between the UK and Poland. Now, Ben in the panel just now complimented the UK on its leadership, and it is true that there are many capability thresholds that we've gone through first in donating to the Ukrainians, but I think that few have made the emotional case better than Poland. And it is to Poland's enormous credit that it has sought to lead in the moral argument for why the international community must rally around their Ukrainian neighbours. The UK and Poland are working ever more closely together. There are UK Typhoon in the country now, so too Sky Sabre, and over the last couple of years, UK infantry and cavalry have been in the country as part of an enhanced forward presence battle group. And the UK and Poland is working together on air defence, helicopters and warships, which will be a great symbol of our mutual approach to defence over the decades ahead. The second partnership that I want to reflect on is NATO. It's the partnership, I think, that matters beyond all others. It's the cornerstone of our collective security and is the thing in which we vest our effort to deter our adversaries. The regional plans that have come out of Madrid and Vilnius must be resourced for that deterrence to work. There is no more trading space for time. We have seen what an occupying Russian army does in those horrendous pictures from Bucha and Irpin and too many other Ukrainian towns and cities to mention. So the eastern frontier of NATO is now a stop line, and the deterrence must be the certainty that the moment that any aggressor crosses that frontier, they are met with overwhelming opposition that they cannot possibly win, and that not 1 inch of NATO territory will be taken. The UK also sees what is going on in the Western Balkans with grave concern, and that is why 2 days ago my Secretary of State, Grant Shapps, announced that an entire battalion will now be transferred to the authority of SACEUR within KFOR. That's the biggest commitment that the UK have had in the region for a decade, and it goes alongside the work that we're doing with our great friends in Sarajevo. NATO has also found a new lease of life, I think, over the last couple of years as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. Finland has already joined. Sweden will come soon. The alliance has recovered its raison d'etre, its mojo, its juiced. And I think that that is arguably one of the greatest failings that Putin will reflect on in the decades after the war. That the thing that he has achieved more quickly than anything else is an organization that only a few years ago was being called brain dead, an organization that risks being undermined by arguments over European strategic autonomy, and instead NATO is now stronger and bigger than ever. But of course, the elephant in the room is that not everybody in the alliance is yet spending 2% of their GDP on defense. That must be the floor for our defence spending, not the ceiling. And I simply ask that if it's not the time when there is a war in Europe to spend 2% on defence, then when is? And that brings me to the third partnership that I wanted to mention, and that's our partnership with the United States. Now, the United States is obviously within NATO, and I think their commitment to the alliance is steadfast, but the US is increasingly looking east and west, and I think justifiably our colleagues in Congress need to see that European powers are spending their 2% to resource NATO equitably, and that more than that, in return for US continued investment in the Euro-Atlantic, we are ready to play our role on the global stage, standing up for a rules-based international order enshrined in the current Charter of the United Nations alongside the US. If they see European nations in the Indo-Pacific, it makes it an easier argument for them to be here in Europe too. The fourth partnership is with Ukraine. Now, the progress in Ukraine over the last few months has been slow. Nobody can pretend otherwise. But anybody who thinks that there is no progress at all is simply wrong. The Ukrainians did what they needed to do in conserving combat power as they got themselves through that enormous defensive belt and minefields, and now that they are on the main position, they are making progress slowly but surely every single day. And if we have seen one thing of the Ukrainian armed forces over the last 24 months, it is that they do not give up. They just keep going. But more than that, this time last year, we could point at a successful ground offensive in the Kharkiv Oblast that had broken through and was recovering hundreds of kilometers per week. That was an easy thing to point to as a measure of success for the Ukrainians. This autumn, arguably on land, it is harder to find, but that diminishes the importance of what has happened in the Black Sea over the last couple of weeks, where a Russian submarine and a Russian ship have been put out of action, and the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet has been put out of action too. The functional defeat of the Black Sea Fleet, and I would argue that is what it is, because it has been forced to disperse to ports from which it cannot have an effect on Ukraine, is an enormous credit and every bit as important, every bit as much progress as what was happening in the Kharkiv Oblast last year. My final point, with only a few seconds to run, is our partnership with the rest of the world. I've been to 75 countries in the last 4 years, most of which have been in what I think we lazily term the global south. It is inescapably the case that what we take for read, what we take for granted as the just cause of our support for Ukraine, as the just cause of standing up for a rules-based international order, is not necessarily instinctively shared the world over. Now, we've got two choices. We can fall back on dogma and say, that is the way it is. You must. What Russia has done is illegal. We must support Ukraine. The rules-based international order is something that we must preserve. Or we engage in a spirit of partnership, a spirit that is between equals, and we recognize that their view of the world is every bit as valid as ours, and that really what we're trying to do is to maintain an international order in which we all exist peacefully alongside one another underneath international structures that work. And so that rather than lecturing and hectoring and insisting that the perfect be the enemy of the good and we hold them to impossible standards that we hardly meet ourselves, instead we engage in a measure and in a spirit of pragmatism, one that relies on friendship. And nothing would juxtapose more strongly than that spirit of friendship and partnership from the West with a spirit of autocracy and demand from our enemies and competitors elsewhere. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you, Minister, for highlighting the importance of partnerships, both bilateral, multilateral, and of course at the inter-allied level within NATO, to sustain support of Ukraine and to solve global challenges such as ensuring the security of food supply chains. And now I'm pleased to introduce the first set of perspectives from the Warsaw Security Forum industry partners. It is a pleasure to invite David Lockwood, Chief Executive Officer for Babcock International to please join me on stage. David.
Dzień dobry. Firstly, I'd like to thank our hosts and the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation for organizing such a prestigious and globally important event. It's a privilege to speak to you today and for my company Babcock International to be associated with the Warsaw Security Forum. The forum was established to identify and develop shared responses to a common challenge, with the emphasis on security of Central and Eastern Europe. Previously, those responses have been shared between governments and military, but to be effective, as the panel said earlier, these responses also need to be shared and developed between governments and their industrial partners. Defence industry is a key element of beefing up NATO and its allies, and we need to be an integrated part of planning and delivering it. We design, build, and support the equipment that our governments use as a deterrent and our armed forces take into combat. It was interesting to me when listening to the panel earlier that we highlighted that there is still not an alignment between industry and governments, between what is the run rate capability we need, what is the peak capability we need, and where do we believe the supply chain issues will arise, because as the West, we are only as strong as the pinch points in our supply chain. The war in Ukraine has shown that an integrated response to national defence, with engineers, scientists and skilled workers across military, commercial and academic institutions, can help adapt technology quickly to produce new battle-winning capabilities. The application of technology across borders between allies has also played a key part in getting these technologies to the battlefield. Going forward, in the face of increasing global uncertainty, we can no longer afford to wait for aggression to manifest itself before applying this integrated approach. The lessons learned from the Ukrainian armed forces and industry over the last few months need to be applied now. Last week in Kyiv, 160 companies from across the world joined Babcock and companies from Ukraine in the Defence Industry Forum to look at ways to work together now and in the future. We as industry can work better and closer to improve our offerings in the short term to help Ukraine, and in the longer term to help each other deter or defeat future aggression. The cost of beefing up on defence capabilities is still a challenge, perhaps more so now than ever, with governments having many other spending priorities such as social and environmental matters, and it's therefore essential we combine to address the challenge of marketing defence as a key spending priority. In the UK in the 1940s, we spent 6% on defence and 2% on health. In the last decade, we've spent 2% on defence and 6% on health, and the pressures on the health budget will only grow. So we must be more innovative, turning to new techniques and technologies and pulling them forward faster than ever before. We need to produce the same effect for less cost and at greater pace. By necessity, government and industry have collectively been presented with a new opportunity to work together, and we must grasp it with both hands. But to be successful, we need to create the right political and industrial environment. In our sphere of influence, we need to attract the best brains in academia and business into defence to keep ahead of those countries who, in their sphere of influence, can direct scientists and engineers to work on defence. We need to invest in a stronger defence industrial research and scientific base to reduce our reliance on those who we may no longer see as reliable. We also need to demonstrate that this investment in technology can spin out into commercial opportunities for the benefit of all. By industry and government working together, we can build a strong and resilient defence industry which is differentiated from our adversaries by being beacons of social value like protecting the environment and promoting diversity. Babcock has embodied this collaborative approach in its relationship with our partners. Poland is a great example of this. We are collaborating with Polish companies to develop and build future military capabilities, most notably the Miecznik frigate, together, not just for the domestic market, but for the rest of the world. We are a team working to each other's strengths. We are also working closely with Polish universities and technical institutes and sharing in the benefits of working collaboratively for future technologies. So my request to our non-industrial partners in the room is, help us to help you. In the spirit of this forum, engage with us, let us plan the future together. In an environment of cooperation and shared learning, we'll deliver the equipment, support and training to provide our armed forces with battle-winning capability. I and the employees of Babcock are immensely proud of the work we do in supporting the nations of the world, especially Ukraine in this time of need, and we feel that now, more than ever, what we do matters. So finally, I would encourage you to use this event to push the boundaries of cooperation, to make us all match fit for the coming uncertain decade, and to support our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for such insightful first set of remarks from an industry partner perspective. And it is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Ray Pisali, Vice President for International Business at Lockheed Martin. Ray, please do join me on stage.
I have to admit, I love that dramatic music. I just feel like it's a letdown when I start to speak. But good morning. On behalf of Lockheed Martin, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the participants and organizers of the 10th annual Warsaw Security Forum. It's a privilege and an honor to represent Lockheed Martin here with such distinguished guests, participants, and colleagues. Today, as we gather at a crucial juncture, given the radical changes to the security environment in both Europe and globally, the challenges we face and our collective attention with Poland leading role in ensuring regional defenses, I can think of no better place to have these dialogues. At Lockheed Martin, we understand how critical it is for Poland to defend against outside threats while strengthening the country from within. We are honored to be having a presence in Poland for over 27 years, and we are committed to a strategic partnership supporting the country's national interests. In today's complex defense environment, there's no longer a single-focused solution. Our 21st century security vision has interoperability at its core and is based on meeting our partners' needs to deter rapidly evolving threats across all domains: air, sea, land, cyber, and space. The unmatched capabilities of our Polish programs, F-35, C-130, HIMARS, PAC-3 MSEs, Blackhawks, and Javelins are refining Poland's national security while increasing interoperability with Europe and NATO allies. With initial deliveries beginning in 2024 and deliveries to Poland scheduled for 2026, the F-35 is positioned to play a critical role as the most advanced node in our 21st century security network-centric architecture. We also recognize the importance of sovereign industrial capability and contribute to the advancement of Polish aerospace and defense industry. In the past 10 years, we've invested over $2 billion in Poland. Today, our in-country operations sustain 6,700 high-paying jobs, as well as 1,300 working at our factory in PZL Milledge. PZL Milledge is Poland's top defense exporter. At Milledge, we have 1,230 suppliers, 600 of which are Polish. Our enduring partnership with PGZ, a company that we're doing a lot of business with in Poland, we're moving from this transactional to the strategic partnership agreement with them. We all know what happened out of COVID We all recognize the critical fragility of our supply chain, and then with Ukraine, the capability problems we had meeting demand. We're working with Polish industry to help with capacity, but also help strengthen our supply chain in the United States. Poland is one of NATO's most capable and trusted European allies. Lockheed Martin's strategic partnership will help deliver cutting-edge, scalable solutions to ensure Poland and its allies stay ahead of emerging threats. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation and the German Marshall Fund for their efforts in organizing this conference, and my team and I look forward to engaging with you over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray. And again, thank you, David, for your insight and perspectives. And I'd like to now welcome to the stage for the last of these industry partner presentations, Jeff Shockey, Senior Vice President of Global Government Relations at RTX. Jeff, please join us on stage.
Well, thank you, Frederica. I heard Ray talk about that walk-on music and the big boom you feel as you come out, and he was right. So, hey, good morning. I'd like to welcome the many distinguished guests and senior leaders from governments and industry. I'm Jeff Shockey, and I serve as Vice President of Global Government Relations at RTX, formerly known as Raytheon Technologies. As the world's largest civil, aerospace, and defense company operating with 3 world-class businesses, Collins Aerospace, Pratt & Whitney, and Raytheon, RTX is honored to be a general partner for this forum. Unfortunately, this year's Warsaw Security Forum occurs yet again in the shadow of the war next door in Ukraine. Ukraine continues to demonstrate incredible resolve and resilience, defending itself and its people. 19 months into this conflict, it's worth highlighting the sustained commitment NATO and many countries represented in this room continue to show as a signal of support for Ukraine. The response from the governments of these nations has demonstrated the value of our transatlantic partnership, but will these efforts be enough to defer adversaries and promote regional stability? That is indeed probably one of the bigger questions facing this forum. I'd like to underscore the humbling role RTX plays in Europe and NATO's response to this conflict. The RTX team is honored that our systems are among those that the United States and NATO countries, NATO partners, have provided to Ukraine and the brave Ukrainians defending their country. These systems include Patriot, NASAMS, Stinger, Javelin, and many others that are making a real difference on the battlefield. NASAMS system is a prime example of a successful transatlantic industrial partnership. The NASAMS system we produce alongside our Norwegian partner, Kongsberg Defense, for example, has a high success rate in intercepting incoming threats. It is this same commitment to excellence we strive to deliver to our global customer base through the entire portfolio of RTX products and services. And in Europe, we remain committed to partnering with the many governments represented here at this forum to address evolving defense and security requirements. It's RTX's core mission to ensure our global allies and partners have the necessary capabilities to connect the world and defend democracy. RTX has a long-standing commitment to investing in Europe and partnering with local industry. Our company's footprint in Europe spans approximately 24,000 employees and 10,500 suppliers. Our presence is deepened by the diverse industrial partnerships forged with aerospace and defense companies all across Europe. Poland is a great example of the depth and breadth of this partnership. With close to 9,000 RTX employees here, Poland is our second largest employee base in the world and we are committed to our sustained presence here. Our Pratt & Whitney business is a founding member of Poland's Aviation Valley and is one of Poland's largest civil aerospace exporters. We are also investing and co-producing with many Polish companies. For example, 9 Polish companies are already part of the Patriot Air and Missile Defense Program supply chain, and we have just expanded its cooperation under Phase 2 of the Patriot program. We are also pleased to have signed an MOU recently with the Polish government to explore the co-production of Javelin missiles in Poland as part of our Javelin joint venture with Lockheed Martin. Investments like these are a strategic win-win for both sides of the Atlantic. Through these investments, we collectively deliver greater production capacity, greater supply chain security, and greater stability. In this era of friendshoring, we appreciate the U.S. government's support for each of these initiatives. Defense industry cooperation among allied countries is just as important as allied political commitments. No single country possesses all the technologies or resources to meet today's demands alone. It is more important now than ever to co-produce, co-develop, and collaborate across allied industry and countries to get the best capabilities for our warfighters, and to do so with speed. This requires leaders on both sides of the Atlantic to commit to the policies that keep the door open to this type of industrial cooperation. The current security environment in Europe necessitates cooperation to ensure that the European armed forces get the capabilities they need in the fastest timeline possible. We need governments and industry to collaborate in new ways to strengthen our transatlantic partnerships to achieve our shared goal of defending democracy. The Warsaw Security Forum is a perfect platform to explore how we can collaboratively find a way forward together. I want to thank the Warsaw Security Forum for organizing this timely and important event and inviting me here to speak today. I look forward to the discussions ahead over the next 2 days. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ray and Jeff, and thank you again to Ray and to David earlier for your perspectives from the industry as part of this important discussion. And now we will turn to discussing one of the most urgent and consequential debates that the Russian Federation illegal war of aggression against Ukraine has accelerated: Ukraine's membership to NATO, achieving exactly the opposite of what its leadership intended when it first rolled Russian tanks over the sovereign border of Ukraine, an independent nation. It is my distinct pleasure to invite on the stage the moderator of this next panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming Terry Martin to the stage. Terry.
Good morning. I'm Terry Martin. I'm a TV news anchor based in Berlin, and I'm also a conference moderator, and it's a great pleasure for me to be back at the Warsaw Security Forum. This is one of the most enjoyable, interesting, stimulating events in my year when I do conferences. Anyway, it's great to be back here with the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you for being with us. 15 years ago, the NATO alliance declared that Ukraine will become a member of NATO. Member states reaffirmed that commitment just this past July in Vilnius at their NATO summit there in their communique. And just this past week, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg went to Ukraine himself and underlined that commitment. While there, he noted what was in the Vilnius Declaration, that Ukraine's path to membership has been reduced from 2 steps to 1 by eliminating the membership action plan, because normally that would be part of it. And they said, okay, we're going to skip that step, and we're going to go from just 2 steps to 1 and not have a membership action plan. He also pointed out that Ukraine's forces are being made interoperable, fully interoperable with NATO. And that's an extremely important point to keep in mind. And that political ties are being strengthened through the establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Council. Mr. Stoltenberg proclaimed that, and I quote, "Ukraine is now closer to NATO than ever before." But how close is Ukraine really to joining NATO? What stands in the way of that? And above all, how strong is the case for having Ukraine join NATO sooner rather than later? Well, we're about to find out with the help of three distinguished speakers. We were supposed to have four, but the representative from the US Congress couldn't make it. As you may know, they've had some problems there. Solomia Bobrovska, who's sitting there at the far end, is a member of Ukraine's parliament. She serves on the National Security and Defense Committee and is deputy head of the Ukrainian delegation in NATO's Parliamentary Assembly. Next to her, Sir Mark Carleton-Smith. He served until just last year as the UK's Chief of the General Staff. He retired, I guess, with the rank of general from the UK Armed Forces after more than 40 years of service, I believe. And next to me, Claudia Major. She heads the research division at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin. It's in Berlin, yeah. Okay, well, welcome to all. We're going to jump straight in at the deep end of this discussion. We're going to have what I hope will be a candid conversation about a topic that gets discussed a lot in these circles. And then at the end, I'm hoping to still have some time left over to open the floor for questions from all of you. So be thinking about what you might want to ask. So let's get started with a question. I'd like to get responses quickly from all three of you. We can just open up the discussion this way and move on. So here it is. What will determine if and when Ukraine joins NATO? And is it conceivable that Ukraine can join NATO without having all of its territorial integrity, including Crimea, restored? We'll start with you.
Morning. Slava Ukraini, for my Ukrainian colleagues and for all our friends and partners. When we say Ukraine will join NATO, it means Ukraine with Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk region. And it means if we, because of the, some of the obstacles, and will stay with freezing the situation, or will be the same status quo as we have now on the front line. It means one day Luhansk, Donetsk, Crimea will be back, and they will be the part of the NATO as well, because that's the part of the Ukraine. It's like it's not even the way for discuss. But you know, when you're saying that we are maybe the closest, staying at very close to NATO, as Stoltenberg said. Yes, that's what's his quote. You know, I'm thinking always about this invisible door or stop, meaning the open door policy. And that's what actually making crazy lots of Ukrainians, lots of military guys, again, understanding and hearing this open door, you know, again, closer, how much we have to be close to finally to enter the door and not to be killed in this door. And I think to lose Ukraine and not inviting to NATO, that would be the huge historical mistake to the whole alliance. We have to face the truth. We cannot be the buffer zone. It's a high time to say no. It's not the 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It's totally different. That's how Russia is putting the agenda on the geopolitics. And that's how Europe has to respond. Because Russians, despite the sanctions, increasing the production of the missiles and drones. What are the response to that?
If I could just follow up with factors. What will determine, what is it that's going to determine whether Ukraine can join NATO or not? Does it end, this part, with whether it can join without Crimea being part of its territory? Just quickly, what do you see as the main factors determining whether and when Ukraine joins NATO?
It's not about Ukraine. It's a political decision of US and partners.
Okay, all right. Then General, go ahead.
So I suppose the issue rests on whether you think the crux of this problem is whether only countries that are sovereign, independent, and control their own borders get to determine their own security arrangements. And many people would believe, specifically with respect to NATO, that that is the case. In which case, probably the single most decisive factor is whether Ukraine is going to win the war or not, and the circumstances in which they're able to guarantee the subsequent peace. And it's not possible to be specific about the prospects for a comprehensive Ukrainian military victory, but what is almost certain is that they're not going to achieve that independently. And therefore, any Ukrainian victory is going to be very heavily dependent on the continuing and sustained international support that have got them thus far. And of course, some would argue that the jury is out as to whether that support is going to remain as consistent and as reliable in the future. And we can all speculate as to whether that may or may not be the case. But it seems indisputably the fact that if there is to be a consensus in NATO around this, it'll be that we can agree that what we're actually seeking to achieve is the defeat of authoritarianism and aggression, the restoration of peace in Central and Eastern Europe, the reinforcement of deterrence, and the securing of security and stability on the continent, all of which are not only in our own interests as continentals, but of course will act as a very significant precedent for wider geopolitical frictions and confrontations potentially in the future. So that this is not just an issue concerning Ukraine or indeed simply concerning NATO. And NATO will need to decide whether it believes that Europe will be better defended, better secure, and deter further aggression with Ukraine in or out.
Thank you very much. So just to pick up on what you were saying, it sounds like you're saying that it depends on the outcome of the war, how this war is actually going to play out. That will be decisive. The war is ongoing. No one knows when it's going to end. We don't know if this is going to end up in a frozen conflict situation. We certainly hope not. But we don't know. Claudia Mayor, what are your views on that question about what it is that's going to get Ukraine into NATO?
I would agree with the point you were just making. I think the precondition for both questions you ask is Ukrainian military victory. So I think the first homework or the first task that all Western allies have to think about how to systematically, in a long-term perspective, assure military, financial, and political support. Coming to the question, what decides about Ukrainian membership? In the end, it boils down to agreement among allies. What we have seen at the Vilnius summit is that member states, NATO allies, did not agree on Ukrainian NATO membership. So in the end, it comes down to the biggest countries and the most important countries, like particularly the US and then Germany, to agree and to understand that Ukrainian NATO membership is not a charity, but in the own interest of NATO allies. So in the end, I think the answer to your question is unity and NATO's capacity to act. With your question with regard to can only parts of Ukraine enter, I think it's a very crucial point, because we have the political criteria defined in NATO that no country with territorial disputes can enter. But if we apply that criteria at the letter, that gives Russia a veto over Ukrainian membership, because it can actually encourage Russia just to wage the war and carry on to keep it going in order to avoid Ukraine entering NATO. And I think it's in all our interests that Russia has no veto about Ukrainian NATO membership. So I think we need creative thinking about a gradual accession of Ukraine. The objective always has to be that Ukraine, whole and free, as you just said, will one day be a member. But I think there's really the necessity to think about what steps could there be in order to not give Russia any veto in that question?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you addressing that extremely difficult question. It's going to be our leading question throughout this session, of course. What you talked about just now, Claudia, regarding creative thinking in moving forward and denying Russia a veto over Ukraine joining. This is a central question to our discussion. The question that accompanies that is, how would having Ukraine inside NATO make NATO stronger? Salomia?
I think that we can write papers and papers why Ukraine and how Ukraine could strengthen NATO. First of all, I think it's very obvious when you're looking on the European map. That's a shield, that's the first state, which is facing to Russia and meeting Russia on the borders. That's how we started in 2014. We've lost, unfortunately, Belarus. That will be the second shield. No one knows the future with Moldova. Unfortunately, we're losing Georgia. And I think that these states has to show the good lessons for alliance on what mistakes cannot be done again. When the enlargement of NATO was in 2004, if I'm not mistaken, when Baltic states and Poland joined, it showed that this post-Soviet camp can be different, and that be the first shield again to protect, because no one knew what Ukraine will look like, what the future. We still had the president, which was very pro-Soviet. That's very historical things. We need the evolution, the time. But the war make the changes so fast, and the generations with a different mentality, European mentality, education, and so on and so on. And I think that's it's not even can be the part of discussion. We are totally, from our side, I would say, our perspective, are trying hard to transform and to be the part of the EU, NATO, but first of all of this big other family than just the Eastern, invasion orcs who are totally different. You cannot make from a pig a dog, you just can't. Even if you are hoping on their opposition. The last, as we are joking in Ukraine, their opposition stops when we're asking about the Crimea, or when we're asking about the Georgia and Moldova as well. And even Chechnya, that's the question. And you want them just remake to think in other steps. We know what they're doing with the Spitsbergen near Norway, and how they allowed themselves to bring the flags, to make them to sing songs, to influence on Norwegian even this small town politics, and how they behave in the Northern Sea. Come on, it's not only about Ukraine. That's where we allow them to put their hands.
That's right.
Further and further.
Yeah, it's not only about Ukraine. And just to be fair to our friends in Georgia, there are many there who would say, no, we are not lost. I mean, Belarus may well be lost, but Georgia is another issue. Georgia, of course, being one of the two countries which NATO said will join NATO back in 2008. Anyway, just to spare a thought for Georgia. Perhaps, General, you would like to contribute also to this discussion on the idea of what Ukraine would have to offer NATO, why this should happen, why we should have Ukraine inside NATO sooner rather than later.
Well, I think it acts as a line in the sand, and it's a very definitive expression that aggression does not pay. And I think membership of NATO would underwrite the political trajectory that Ukraine, seeks for itself, and it would also act as an accelerant for a wider series of national reforms, including of their own armed forces. I mean, Ukraine per se obviously represents today one of the largest armies in Europe, and increasingly one of the most experienced. And they would certainly make, a very significant, specifically military contribution to NATO, recognizing that for Putin, there remains unfinished business across the Caucasus, in Moldova, in Georgia, and who knows, the Baltic states even. And when one looks at the the changing calculus in Stockholm and Helsinki, one can see that the defense and security geometry of Europe changed fundamentally on the 24th of February last year. In fact, it ought probably to have changed in 2014, which was the Zeitenwende, when we missed and failed to turn. This is the moment where we get to amend that mistake and get it right in the interests of successive generations through the balance of this century.
I recall being at another conference of this nature, also in Central and Eastern Europe, in Bucharest. It was in Bratislava, where the Lithuanian foreign minister said that what has made Europe insecure is not NATO inaction with respect to Ukraine, or not NATO action by promising it membership, but by not acting, indeed, after the invasion of Crimea. Claudia Major, you wrote a paper recently, co-authored a paper called Ensuring Ukraine's Security. In that paper, you note that at the Vilnius summit, NATO recognized that Ukraine's future is in the alliance, but remained vague about the conditions to join. That's how you put it. Two questions to you. Why is NATO being vague on this crucial question? And you also said that in that same paper that NATO accession for Ukraine remains unrealistic. You recommended intermediate steps. What do you recommend for getting Ukraine into NATO?
I think to your first question, I would actually qualify that a little bit. Not NATO remained vague, because there's not such a thing like, one unified actor. It's in member states. NATO can only go as far as member states let NATO go. And if you have several allies who don't agree, then if you have to take a decision at unanimity, you can't advance much. And that was the result of Vilnius. It was predictable in the run-up to the summit. It became clear that particularly the US and Germany were rather reluctant. So for me, the Vilnius summit result was not a surprise. It was still disappointing, I have to say. So we come back to your first question. It's about allies agreeing. And it's actually about addressing the concerns of those allies who have been a bit more reluctant. And the main concerns of those allies, whether you share them or not, but you have to recognize them, is fear of escalation, is the question of the territorial applicability, so what we mentioned earlier, to what territory actually a NATO Article 5 life insurance would apply. It's the question of timing. When could Ukraine actually enter? And it's also the question of political unity inside NATO. We have all seen how difficult Swedish membership has become because of several allies. And if Sweden, who was taken for granted as an easy walk in the park, has become so difficult, just imagine how difficult Ukraine would be. Also seeing the last election results in Central Europe and some decisions in the US. And military capacity to act. If a country becomes a NATO member, it's a NATO member like everybody else. So it has the same rights and needs to be defended like all allies. That also means that NATO has to be ready to do so. So if you share or don't share these concerns, they have to be addressed. And as long as they are not addressed, member states will not agree. And this is where we come to your unrealistic. I said unrealistic because there's no agreement. And this is why I think, again, I said that earlier, but I just quick point on that. I think that, again, NATO membership of Ukraine is not a charity. It's in our own NATO interest, because a sovereign, free, stable Ukraine is the best security protection that NATO allies and European countries can get. So the question for us in the moment is now to say, we stand here, there's security support for a partner, but Ukraine wants to be not a partner, it wants to be an ally. A partner is helped, an ally is defended. And understandably, Ukraine wants to be an ally who is defended or not only helped. So how do you bridge that gap between security support in the moment and security guarantees within NATO? And one element is the Vilnius decisions by the G7. So stronger bilateral agreements, long-term systematic industrial support. This has to be implemented. It's a bit slow in the moment, if I might say. And the biggest challenge is that this really good idea of support doesn't become a substitute for NATO membership.
Okay. Excellent. I think it's really, really important to identify these questions in order to address this. And Solomir, we do want to bring you in on that. And I want to ask you something then following up regarding what was said in the Vilnius communique. Go ahead.
Just one question about the unity and one voice. I'm as Ukrainian asking myself, and we are as Ukrainian asking ourselves about the Hungary. Like what principles and what values they are sharing? What sanctions can be done if for the states which are not sharing the same as 29 or 30 members are sharing? So maybe it's high time to relook the rules for this alliance and community, because it's just not okay to be at the same point as it was in 1949. The world is changing. Russia is totally the other state which we couldn't imagine 30, 20 years ago. So what to do with these states? Okay, Turkey is always making crazy someone. And that's again the question. Okay, someone can find the proper conditions and words to Turkey. But Hungary, they do not ashamed even to say loudly and directly in your eyes, like we don't care, that we do not allow to transit the military aid through our state. You are nothing Ukrainians, because you allow to mobilize Ukrainian Hungarians, but they are with Ukrainian passports, and they are pushing again and again this issue, saying that we are Nazis and fascists because they are serving Ukrainian army, because they are Ukrainians, but of Hungarian origin. And I'm saying this loudly here because that's the biggest problem unfortunately, between the states, and that's how they are manipulating. That's what Serbia now doing in the Balkans. That's what the same are doing Hungarians with Ukraine. Playing the same, unfortunately, game. But about the Vilnius, just one sentence will say. I used to say this. The expectation from Vilnius summit was the same as the expectation from the counteroffensive operation in Ukraine. And I used to say that we had really high, very high expectation, and probably as our partners had from the southern operation in Ukraine, counteroffensive. Okay, I hope the Vilnius was not the same as it happened in 2008 in Bucharest. I hope, because otherwise, probably we are fighting by ourselves and with the states who believe that we have to deter Russia.
And I might just sort of add further that after a decade of relative strategic ambiguity with respect to the historical destiny of Ukraine, we've got evidence now that suggests that has substantially emboldened Putin, and any concession is something that provokes further authoritarian, if not totalitarian, behavior. And now, one could argue strongly, is the moment to look beyond all that.
Some are saying that this is emboldening autocrats everywhere, and when you mention strategic ambiguity, of course, we can't help but think about Taiwan and what's at stake in the Indo-Pacific, but that's another discussion. Getting back to Vilnius and what was said in that communique, and I think Ukraine was mentioned like 47 times in that communique. The communique notes that further reforms are needed on behalf of Ukraine in order to join. It says, and I quote, "The alliance will support Ukraine in making these reforms on its path towards future membership." So I wanted to ask you, Salomea, how is Ukraine going about fulfilling these demands from NATO? And but more importantly, what support are you getting from NATO? What does that support look like? And are you satisfied with it?
Very sensitive questions, all of them,
Forgive me.
First of all, I want to be very frank with this audience. We were disappointed with the Vilnius summit, and that's normal. Just to say 47 times Ukraine doesn't mean to do something. Like to say doesn't equal the actions. That's the first thing. Why we are trying to persuade that even the wording matters, and the invitation will not make Russia be again more aggressive. What more Russia has to do in Ukraine? How many civilians they have to kill? How many women they have to rape? How many children they have to kidnap and to deport to Russia? Then one day NATO will say, okay, they will not escalate, and we are ready to say this word, invitation to Ukraine. Or again, they will manipulate with a nuclear weapon, and okay, we just stuck in this point, and that will be the endless story for both sides. But I do not believe that we cannot find the solution for this. I think that's a high time to decide for NATO. and to change the history, finally to make the very historical decision. That's the first thing. The other one, I do remember the 24th of February, and I do remember how many hours we waited until the NATO and EU and at least someone said their official positions on the first strikes on Kyiv and then the first battles near Kyiv. Unfortunately, it was in a 5, 6, 7 hours afternoon. The first strike was at 4:30 or 4 a.m. And that night. I remember the medical aid which NATO provided for us as a NATO. We are very thankful for the Rammstein format, and that's actually the format we found where the partners, not only NATO states, can help with the military aid, first of all. But we hoped, and I hope still, that NATO will rethink and their concept, their position, and their actions according not only to Ukraine. Again, if something is happening in Moldova, if the regime will change one day, we hope, in Belarus, how we will act. That's in our all interest to make them more democratic, to give us their umbrella. That's why Moldova is looking in Ukraine. That's why I mentioned Georgia, which was looking to Ukraine, but now having very pro-Russian politicians there, and that's why I said we are losing, and that's for us very painful. That's why we are triangle: Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, but they were looking at us and trying to get our umbrella. That's how we are looking at NATO and trying to say, okay, we are ready to do whatever we need with the domestic home task. Just give us concrete steps, give us the light at the end of the tunnel. If EU did that, the same request is to NATO.
Thank you very much. We have the UK as the partner country for the Warsaw Security Forum this year, and we're of course very privileged to have you with us, Sir Mark. I can't help but ask you a question regarding the political context, because we've all agreed that what happens politically in the 31 member states of NATO will determine to a large degree Ukraine's future and the future of other countries, of course. So I want to ask you, there's going to be a general election within the United Kingdom, has to be called within the next 16 months. We don't know how that's going to turn out, but right now it's not looking very good for the incumbent government. There could be a change of government. We're also looking at elections coming up in the US, of course. I'm not going to ask you to necessarily comment on that, but that could impact Ukraine's destiny as well. Anyway, what do you see coming along in this election? Could we see a shift in support for Ukraine from the UK, which has been such a critical partner?
Well, you're right. We do have an election in the next 15 or 16 months, possibly sooner. But it's also worth bearing in mind that we've had 3 pretty different-looking governments in the 19 months since the invasion. And each of those was building on very nearly a decade's worth of political and military commitment to Ukraine subsequent to the seizure of Crimea. So I think the political messaging remains very consistent. Certainly Boris Johnson, as Prime Minister, argued against incrementalism as no way to win a war, and he's increasingly strident in terms of making sure that that narrative remains strong. And there's been very significant consistency in the political messaging of our subsequent prime ministers. And I don't sense that there's any split across our House between, frankly, the Conservative or the Labour position on this.
Thank you. Thank you. We only have about 10 minutes left, and I'd like to bring in some questions from the audience, because I have a feeling that people do have some questions. And maybe while we're doing that, we can get Claudia Mayer to tell us a little bit about what's happening inside Germany politically, because public opinion is really divided regarding Ukraine, and it's of great concern given Germany's role in all of this. So any questions from people in the audience? I see one hand there. We'll try to maybe collect a couple of them. The lights are in my eyes, so I only see one hand at this point. There is one hand back there. Any other hands raised out there right now? Anyway, if you have a question, please be sure. We have one more. The gentleman or lady, I can't see a face. It is a young lady in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th row. Okay, let's pick up here first, and then we'll bring in that question, and then we'll just collect these two and then have them answered on stage. Please identify yourself and direct your question. Try to be very brief.
Thank you. My name is Sergey. I'm from Ukraine, editor of the European Pravda, my news outlet. I have a question to all of you. Of course, we have really, I would say, lost in Vilnius, but Washington is ahead. What do you see as a recipe? How can we change, or is it possible to change an attitude of those opposing to the Washington summit? Is it possible to change Germany attitude, first of all, Olaf Scholz? That's Claudio to you. And for others, is it possible to change the attitude of Joe Biden and his administration, Jake Sullivan, who are opposing invitation of Ukraine towards NATO? Or it's already impossible and we should cease to try doing that? Thank you.
Claudia, if you'd like to respond to that, I think we'll just have you. Well, then we'll come back to the other question. Sorry, I'm distracted.
I think if we would say something is impossible, we could just stop the debate. So I think that should never be a starting point. So I think for me the question is rather how can we actually move in a constructive way from Vilnius to Washington? And honestly, the only way I see is to make ever and ever two things. The first is to make ever and ever stronger again the case why Ukrainian NATO membership is in our own interest. We can all make the normative argument, and we all know why it's crucial for Ukraine to move out of the grey zone and be anchored in the Euro-Atlantic structures. But I think the important argument, I think also to the German public, is to say why it is in our own interest. So, I mean, we mentioned that earlier. Ukraine occupied partly by Russia and turned into a military hub like Belarus is not in our own interest. It would be a total normative failure. It would be a security failure. So I think making very clearly the case why it's also in our own interest to have a sovereign, secure, stable Ukraine is important. Also with regard to EU membership, which needs to be secured, also with regard to economic and infrastructural reconstruction, which needs a safe framework in order to flourish. So I think it's important to clearly make the case why this is in the interest of NATO states. And the second element is to use what I mentioned earlier, and that's the G7, EU and NATO agreements in Vilnius. It's about irrevocably anchoring Ukraine in the Euro-Atlantic structures and making it a bridge from Vilnius to Washington. In the end, we know it boils down to American politics. But I still believe in arguments, and I still believe that if you can make a clear case, you can make progress. Maybe I'm naive, but I think that's the way forward.
Of course, we were hoping to have a representative of the U.S. Congress here with us today, and unfortunately that wasn't possible. I do see another hand being raised tentatively back there, but perhaps we can bring a mic from there. But first we'll hear from the young lady who, there I believe we met each other last night very briefly. Please identify yourself and direct your question. Keep it short.
Hello, my name is Amanda. I'm here with the new security leaders. My question is about the pragmatic implications of inviting or allowing Ukraine to join NATO. What would it look like if the borders that Ukraine can currently control were in a sense frozen? Ukraine was allowed to join NATO, but they were also allowed to continue the conflict of reclaiming all of their sovereign territory. Would there be a carve-out of Article 5? How would that pragmatically look for NATO countries with the expectation that Ukraine would continue to fight for its sovereign land?
It's a very complex question. Maybe we can ruminate on that while we collect a second question. It's also predicated on the creative thinking that we heard Claudia offering. So I believe someone is wearing a green armband with their hand raised in the center. Could we bring a microphone? Oh, we have a gentleman here already. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this one.
I'm blinded by the light. So first question here and then back there. Go ahead.
Hope you can hear me. Christopher Summers, British Defence Staff, Eastern Europe. The question I have is the potential for the carving out of separate security guarantees to Ukraine in the face of this seemingly endless challenge of achieving membership for NATO. Do you think that the NATO states, member states, realise that potentially significant players within NATO could look to potentially give security guarantees to NATO that sit outside NATO and the risk that potentially entails for the wider coalition and NATO?
Thank you. And very quickly, third question, and then we'll...
Thank you. I'm Selin, the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. My question is regarding Moldova and Georgia. You briefly mentioned about their position, but after Ukrainian possible accession in upcoming Vilnius summit, Washington, D.C. summit, do you expect Moldova's accession in some time close? Same thing about Georgia. So I'm wondering about your opinions. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we got quite a bit on the table here. Solomia, would you like to, since you represent Ukraine, perhaps address any of these?
I do believe that these questions are more related to our partners, but the only thing I want to say that despite our exhausting, we will continue to fight. And believe me, even the conflict, if it's possible to freeze it, and I'm really asking not to press on Ukraine to find this readiness to have the negotiations with Russians somehow and to stop this conflict. People will not understand why we are stopping, freezing, and I would as well will not understand why we'll stop. So many lives we lost, and no one will understand why we should stop in order in 10-5 years to continue maybe the same full-scale invasion again and again. That's the only thing I want to comment.
General?
I mean, I wonder if there's anybody in this room who thinks they genuinely could trust any deal that they strike with Putin, which is therefore unsurprising why today in Kyiv there's no appetite for a truce, a compromise, a ceasefire, let alone a concession, which would represent nothing more than a bogus peace. And why would President Zelensky trade sovereignty and integrity, let alone the human sacrifice, for that position? I think the best answer to the skeptics in Washington, as we close in with the next NATO summit, is tangible evidence from the battlefield that the Russian armed forces are not invincible. Ukraine has already demonstrated that. Now they simply need the wherewithal and the tools to finish the job that they've successfully started, which is why I disagree with the premise of the lady in the middle, that this is a distraction to create arguments as to how NATO might configure around Article 5 whilst accepting a NATO country that's involved in a hot war and carving out exceptions for Article 5. NATO is about its cohesion and the inviolability of Article 5. Right. Ukraine needs to win this war.
Thank you very much. Final word to Claudia. Very briefly, if you have anything you can say in about 45 seconds.
I mean, the general just said the main message, I guess. And that should be homework for all of us. Homework in terms of, again, a long-term, systematic, industrial, military, political, economic support for Ukraine. But one word on Article 5. There's no amendment to Article 5. Article 5 is your life insurance. It applies if you are a member. There's no Article 5 minus. If Ukraine is a member of NATO, it will be defended like Germany, Estonia, or Portugal. And that's terribly, terribly important. There's a big difference between security support and security guarantees. There are exactly two security guarantees in life. The first are nuclear weapons, and the second is NATO membership. Everything below that, just finishing, is support. And this is a key difference, what I mentioned earlier. Partners are supported, allies are defended. So it's totally understandable that Ukraine wants to be an ally. So the question is again, and that's the conclusion, how do we move from the current security support to the long-term security guarantees? And that's the homework for Washington.
Thank you very much. A warm round of applause for our excellent guests and a great discussion. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, enjoy that.
Are you going to go back to the foyer?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you to our panel for such an insightful and really thought-provoking set of reflections. And now we will turn to the next phase of the program, which is the second set of industry partner presentations, starting with a presentation on 21st century security in the context of the war in Ukraine, to be delivered by Jonathan Hoyle, CBE, and Vice President and Chief Executive for Europe at Lockheed Martin. Please do join me in inviting Jonathan to the stage.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the 10th Annual Warsaw Security Forum. I appreciate the important role that the Warsaw Security Forum has taken and is even more prominent now given Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. In my remarks, I would like to focus on two broad themes. What do we need to do here and now to respond to the urgent gaps in armories and capabilities exposed by the war in Ukraine? And what does the Ukraine war tell us about the future of warfare and how industry and government can work in partnership to respond to that new challenge? Like everyone, we have been watching the unfolding Ukraine war closely, both to help us better understand the future of conflict, its implications for future capabilities, and to better respond to the urgent customer demand for munitions, spares, and key systems. We're now taking those observations forward, not only in our dialogue with customers, but in our planning and execution of programs. Let me highlight a few key takeaways from the Ukraine war so far, even as we fully realize that the war in Ukraine is a dynamic situation and unfortunately seems as though it will go on for some time. First, as Admiral Bauer said earlier, the Ukraine war has brought back warfare on an industrial level scale for the first time in many decades, with an associated need for mass in munitions, spares, platforms, and systems. This means that industry must be postured and scaled differently to the last 20 years, to not only respond to the urgent customer demands we're currently seeing across Europe and North America, and indeed the world, but also to have surge capacity in future for further crises that are yet to emerge. This is not something that industry can accomplish on its own, and requires close government-industry partnerships to expand capacity, identify gaps, and make smart investments. Every national defence industrial base is different, of course, adding further complexity, but also presents opportunities, added to by the many connections amongst Western defence industries in Europe and across the Atlantic. So I hesitate to propose a one-size-fits-all model, But I do think there are a couple of principles that we should keep in mind as government and industry work together to strengthen the defence industrial capabilities and resilience across the industrial base. These are: adopt a long-term view, ensure predictability to enable long-term investments by industry, and guard against locking out innovation from the outside as we seek to strengthen domestic defence industrial bases, something that we have seen most markedly in Ukraine. Second, the Ukraine war has highlighted key aspects of modern warfare enabled by emerging technology. Based on experience in Ukraine, we can see a future where sensors are everywhere, forces are dispersed for protection, but rapidly synchronized to achieve effect, and operations stretch across domains and far beyond the front line and behind the front line. But the lessons from Ukraine are only the first inkling of what we believe is an even more radical change driven by technology coming to ground, air, space, maritime and cyber domains. These are all trends that come together under the concept of multi-domain operations and the need to integrate systems across domains to move information in real time across the battle space in order to decide and execute faster than the enemy. Capability stems not just from the number of tanks, planes, ships and their trained crews, but as how well those systems are connected, as we see on a daily basis in Ukraine. Integrating existing and new and old systems across services with allies is challenging. I've heard a definition from a United States Air Force F-35 pilot that multi-domain operations is all about having the right sensors in the right place, sharing the decisive information to the right shooter at exactly the right time. To enable this government-industry partnership, government should invite industry earlier into their defence planning cycles. This will improve mutual understanding and avoid bad surprises and accelerate procurement and innovation. This can be organised in a fair and transparent way without favouring certain companies. We do not always have to be the lead, the big companies. Local primes are often a good idea, providing local support and employment. And we at LM embrace this concept when it is the best outcome for all. This close collaboration between industry and governments will also allow for iterative innovation, where capabilities can be fielded quickly and then be modified and upgraded rapidly. So in conclusion, Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine and China's threatening posture towards Taiwan demonstrate the urgency of not only addressing short-term issues, such as production capacity and fragility of the supply chain, but also developing a path towards enhanced long-term defence solutions, where interconnection and interchangeability are key. I firmly believe that together, industry and government have a limited window of opportunity to build that effective collaboration to ensure that we can meet the demands of the future, not only to address the current crisis in Ukraine, but the emerging crises of the future. Again, I look forward to engaging with many of you during this conference and beyond when I'm here in Poland to engage on these issues and many others being discussed here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for contributing your perspective and delivering remarks on behalf of Lockheed Martin. Let's now turn to discussing sustainment forward and supply chain resilience. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Chris Brown, Vice President for Global Strategy and International Business Development of General Dynamics Land Systems. Chris, please do join us on stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to be back in Warsaw. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for hosting and organizing such a great collection of discussions and topics and speakers. I'm the Vice President for Global Strategy and International Business Development at General Dynamics Land Systems, and we are the original equipment manufacturer of the Abrams main battle tank. The Abrams main battle tank is the centerpiece of the United States Army and also entering into service with the Polish Army, and deliveries are ongoing right now. So what I'd like to talk to you about this morning is a series of issues related to sustainment and supply chain resilience in supporting the Polish fleet and NATO fleets in general. So in my role at General Dynamics, I get to travel to a number of international markets and deal with a number of our partners as they tackle the challenges of operational readiness and sustainment. And I can tell you that every army is focused on making sure their fleets are as ready and capable as possible. And when we think of the amount of new equipment that's coming into Poland and the challenges related to sustaining and maintaining these systems, whether it be the F-16, the F-35, Apache, Patriot, or Abrams, while these systems are clearly proven and reliable, you need to have the systems behind it to make sure that those capabilities can deliver when they're required. And so this issue of interoperability and interchangeability is really important for Poland. And when you think of the U.S. 5th Corps that's present here in Poland, with the number of tank battalions that they have, the other forward position systems that the U.S. Army maintains in Europe, having a system like the Abrams provides a lot of interoperability and interchangeability to the NATO alliance. So if the Ukraine conflict were to spread to Poland, I can tell you that the strategic leadership that Poland has taken to procure common systems to the U.S. Army will create the force multiplier effect that I believe is what the NATO alliance requires. So these are common systems that can fight together, but they can train together. They can have mutual supporting maintenance systems and sustainment systems, and create a long-term deterrent effect. Now, I'll steal a quote from former U.S. General Elmer Bradley, famous general from World War II. And he talked about amateurs talk strategy, but professionals talk logistics. And since the invasion of Ukraine, the conversation throughout NATO and Europe has been on the issue of sustaining forward and getting capability into the region and sustaining that capability. So whether it's fuel or spare parts, infrastructure, or even trained maintainers, this challenge to ramp up and sustain these fleets has been something that every nation has been working on to solve. And at General Dynamics, we see ourselves right in the middle of that issue. And we are focused on designing, procuring, producing and fielding equipment that ensures that soldiers have the capability that they need, but also that those systems are able to be sustained so that they're ready to fight when the time comes. We have, without requirement, we have formed a teaming agreement with PGZ, the state-owned defense industry group here in Poland. And together, we are forming an Abrams Regional Sustainment Center based in Poznan. And we're doing that in partnership with one of the PGZ companies called WZM. We are proud to announce that we have taken our first subcontract. We've issued our first subcontract to WZM, and we've done that without any offset requirement. And the reason we've done that is we believe that creating a capability, creating an Abrams ecosystem here in Poland is absolutely critical to not only the readiness of the Polish Abrams fleet, but also the U.S. Army and other NATO customers as Abrams is expanded amongst NATO user fleets. So why are we doing this? Why are we at GD bringing investment forward? Why are we investing in sustainment forward? And the reason is simple, is because without a capability here in Central and Eastern Europe, the Abrams would just be like other key systems, a very expensive piece of equipment, a paperweight if it doesn't have the readiness and the sustainment system behind it to keep it operational. So we absolutely know that we have to be a proactive partner with both Poland and the U.S. Army. So in doing that, we're talking about industrial readiness, and industrial readiness has a direct contribution to overall operational readiness. It's absolutely critical. So having an industry that has its mentality towards this forward investment is key. This panel is titled Preparing Allied Defense Industry for War of Attrition, and I think it's a very appropriate topic. Readiness in a long and drawn-out combat operation like we're observing here in the Ukraine is reliant on a logistics train that's capable to reach back to the lowest levels of the supply chain. We've all read numerous examples of how major complex systems are down because of one small component part that's buried deep in the supply chain. So bringing this readiness to a higher level throughout the supply chain is critical. Not only that, but pre-positioning those spare parts forward and making those appropriate investments is what I believe Poland should expect from its industrial partners. And at General Dynamics, we are actively engaged in doing exactly that. So establishing long-term contracts, developing suppliers here in Central and Eastern Europe will be key to developing that Abrams ecosystem. Sovereign capability and collective deterrence go hand in hand in this theater. Like the United States, Poland and much of Europe sees the development and maintenance of a sovereign capability within its defense industry as a primary national security interest. Whether it be a state-owned company or private industry, as in the case of General Dynamics, a healthy and diversified defense sector is absolutely critical. And at GD, we understand and respect this. Our strategy is to support our products and our customers in the region that they are deployed and align with the national security interests of our customers to maintain that sovereign capability. Earlier, I described our partnership with PGZ and what's happening with our Abrams Regional Sustainment Center. And in addition to this activity, we are developing Polish suppliers across the country, and again, without any formal offset requirement. And these suppliers will contribute not only to the Polish Abrams fleet, but other NATO fleets to include the US Army. So in closing, creating and maintaining a sustained collective deterrence in the region includes every element that I've touched upon. And everyone here plays a role in that. Events like this forum build understanding and bring us closer together as we work on our collective deterrence. So thank you again to the organizers, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Chris and Jonathan, for contributing your perspectives, again, as industry partners for the 2023 edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. Let's now turn to the next panel discussion, preparing Allied defense industry for war of attrition. And what could be more important or relevant given the battlefield dynamics that we're witnessing coming out of the war in Ukraine. It is my immense pleasure to introduce the moderator for this next panel discussion, Tomasz Mura, member of the board of the Kazimierz Polański Foundation and director of the defense track here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Tomasz, please do join me on stage.
Thank you, Federica. As we have only 40 minutes for the panel, let me go straight to the questions. Assistant Secretary Gilmour, it's not a secret, probably, that, against the background of the war, Russian war against Ukraine, European weapon and munition stocks are getting empty. And, as both sides, Russians and Ukrainians shot more 152, 155 munition shells than, for example, biggest munition facility in France produce yearly. So, both sides shot it weekly. And we know that there is some progress in this matter. But actually, we are far from, let's say, wartime economy and increasing significantly the Western production when it comes to weapons and ammunition. So what are the biggest challenges and obstacles, with this transition to this, let's say, wartime economy? Wendy.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for the opportunity to be here today. It is undeniable that we have had a defense industry across the transatlantic area for the last 30 years that has been operating on a demand-driven basis, individual contract by contract from governments. But the security situation has changed. Obviously, we're discussing that through the event today. It is important now that we have the defense industry to match our level of ambition for defense capabilities. NATO has, as I'm sure many of you are aware, a NATO defense planning process where the level of ambition established by our leaders has to be translated into military capabilities, and then nations will have to deliver against those capability targets. What we're trying to do at a NATO level right now is create the planning environment where we're able to work across the nations and with industry to ensure that we have the industrial capacity that also suits the level of ambition. And this isn't easy. Across the NATO area, there are a variety of different industrial models, state industries, completely private industries, some measure of the two. Some nations have designated strategic sources, others go entirely to the commercial market. But one way or the other, we have to figure out how we can balance our acceptance of risk, given the current security environment, with the industrial capacity. So in Vilnius, our leaders adopted a NATO defense production action plan, which really has 3 buckets of activity. The first being working across the transatlantic nations, across the alliance, to establish demand and to try and aggregate that demand to give the predictable signal to industry, which we've just heard some of our industrial partners on the stage here talk about the need for. The second is to better engage our understanding of the industrial base to marry up our defense planning targets with those industrial targets. And here we're going to work really carefully with the European Union, with the other industrial bases across the transatlantic area to ensure that we have the right capacity to meet the demand. And thirdly, the area which gets very little attention, it's not at all sexy, but that we really need more effort, which is standardization and ensuring interoperability. And that asks for nations to make conscious choices about when they acquire capability to do so, which is meeting NATO standard, but more so, which is setting themselves up for success in an operational environment, in interoperability as the first order, and ultimately where it makes sense to do so, to have interchangeability. So this is a big agenda. We're trying hard, and we certainly looking across the NATO allies to help us make it a reality. What's happening here in Poland is really exciting. I was able to spend the day yesterday with the Polish armaments community and understanding their level of ambition in acquiring capability, and now we need to translate that ambition across the alliance. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew, over to you. Think tank perspective, as you are right now full-fledged think tanker in the Atlantic Council. So what can be done, to make allies to increase defense production, and how much it can be increased, and what should be priority, for us in the transatlantic community when it comes to armament industry?
Again, thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for inviting me. Since I'm no longer in government, I'm now in the think tank community, I don't have to make any disclaimers, so it's very liberating to be sitting here on the stage. To answer your question, it's really very simple to me. It's a question of political will of governments to actually spend the money to produce the stocks and the weapons that we need. And I'll emphasize political will. And to get there, I think we need to communicate to our publics the level of urgency of what we're confronting. We've lived through 3 decades, essentially of just-in-time efficiencies. We fought what I call scheduled wars, where we controlled our logistical chains that were not threatened. We had the luxury of basically cross-domain control. This is different. Our logistics will be threatened, so we need redundancies. We need stockpiles. We can't do just in case. We have to go just in time. We have to go just in case. And for this to happen, money has to be spent. Defense contractors are not charity businesses, right? I mean, they will build capacity if there are contracts that are going to actually buy what they produce. That's the bottom line. And so I am a little discouraged. Some countries are doing what they should be doing. There's a sense of urgency. Others, I would argue, are not there yet where they need to be. And to get there in our democracies, they need to communicate to the public why we're doing what we're doing. Second point I want to make, I think if there's any lesson from this war, is that mass matters, that maneuver and attrition are part and parcel of the same thing, that precision strikes are not enough, that sometimes we need systems that are good enough, and if somebody brings a brigade against you, you need to bring a brigade against that adversary, that you need munition stocks that allow for the kind of rates of consumption, both barrels and the actual rounds that we see in Ukraine, that we're back to the kind of warfare we thought went away forever. Again, for the defense industry to replenish our stocks, we need clear political message from our governments to the industry to say, expand. The message over the last 30 years was consolidate. We went down to about 5 major defense and space contractors in the United States. We need to move in a different direction. We need to have redundancies in our production line for armor, for aircraft, for everything. And this applies especially to the European defense industrial base. And I'll stop here.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's bring the EU to the discussion, Benedict. We know that when it comes to the support for Ukraine, EU actually is more active player than many expected, at the beginning of the war. When it comes to the, armament industry, we had Common Procurement Act in the EU. Right now, we've got Act in Support Ammunition Production, ASAP. But we also all know that the gaps are still huge. So what's next for the EU? How we can use existed tools, measures like European Defence Fund, to make allies to increase defense production, or maybe we need another accelerators or initiative from the EU side to make it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting the EU to this panel. And I very much agree, it's all about the political will and also filling all the many initiatives with life. And this can only be done by the member states or the NATO allies. So maybe I use what the EU has done in support of Ukraine, because it's a very good example of what the EU is capable of and can also serve as some kind of blueprint of what we should do in the future. And then I can refer also to some of the programs and incentives that we have to support joint procurement, for example. So what has the EU done? Of course, it was a very united and determined response. The EU supported delivery of armaments worth 25 billion euros by now. And of course, as you said, the stocks are getting more and more empty. So we have to see where do we get more military equipment from. So we started an initiative for joint procurement for ammunition, where we use the European Defence Agency and national framework contracts, both worth 2 billion. And also the ASAP initiative, which aims at reducing bottlenecks in industry and enhancing production capacity, because of course it's not only enough to place orders, industry also has to be able to deliver. So we're really looking at the whole cycle of not just donating equipment, but ordering more and ensuring that industry can also deliver. And we have seen several challenges, or the war really has taught us quite a lot when it comes to our own shortcomings. First of all, I think we have learned that we don't have enough capabilities, that many, and here I'm really talking not only about EU member states, but 22 of these member states are also allies of NATO, hopefully soon 23. So I think it's really worth using both organizations in their individual strength to make sure that we do everything to invest in our transatlantic security. And the problems we see is there are considerable gaps in the capabilities. There's fragmentation, lack of interoperability. We just need to look at the different systems that Ukraine now has. We are looking into how we can use the EU's I would say, solutions to these problems, like the EU regulatory power, EU budgets, the EU incentives. We look at how can the EU, for example, address bottlenecks and making sure that the supply chains run as smoothly as possible, and that the EU helps companies invest in their production lines. So there are a number of initiatives that we're looking at. And of course, you also mentioned the European Defence Fund. That is a program that has been running for quite a long time. And basically, we're looking at where can we support in every single aspect of the cycle that I described earlier. And you might know that von der Leyen, in her State of the Union speech, she also spoke about the defense industrial strategy. That's something that is being developed right now and that builds on what we already have, but also serves to, I would say, enhance the framework for cooperation in the future, i.e. joint procurement and better investing in defense and enhancing the defense capabilities.
Thank you, Benedicta. Before I will open the panel to the questions from the audience, I'd like to also ask you one general questions to all of you. I think that the heart of the problem with armament industry in Europe is basically insufficient defense spending in Europe, actually. And Andrew is right that the business armament industry in Europe is, majority of it's private companies which counted money. So actually, having such a lower level of defense spending, how we can convince companies, to invest, in new production lines, which return in 10, maybe 15 years. So how to talk to defense industry to assure it that our, wake-up call after the February 2022, it's not like something very, very short, and there will be no coming back to the business as usual when it comes to defense spending. So how to assure that the private industry that we are serious when it comes to our defense and our defense spending? Yeah, Gwen, please.
We'll stick in the same order that we started with. So from a NATO perspective, we start from the level of ambition that our leaders have set, and we look through the NATO defense planning process that sets the targets. It sets the expectation of NATO nations, of the alliance, what they are going to deliver for nation. And there's a single set of forces. Each of the nations will decide on their national needs, the commitment that they provide to NATO, what they need for outside of that, expeditionary operations, bilateral engagements. And what is absolutely critical now is that we have a clear sense of political will to address what are the long-standing deficits in capacity that we've seen, and marry that up against what I believe you'll hear from later from one of my colleagues, the ASG for Defence Planning, Angus Lapsley, who will be here, to speak to the clear sense of need to deliver on the operational plans that NATO has in place and is putting in place right now. So as we look to what does that mean for industry, industry should be assured that there is a sense that the baseline of what is necessary for military capability across the alliance has moved from where we were 2, 8, 10 years ago to a higher level. Now then, that has to be translated by nations into what are their asks from industry, what are the contracts that they're willing to put in place. And so as a consistent message from NATO, we have been saying to individual nations, to groups of nations like the 22 EU allies, to nations that are outside of the European Union, get your plans in place to show us credibly how you are going to deliver against the commitments that you are making. The other piece of that is that industry and nations have to start thinking about what does the defense industrial base look like in an era where we have effectively the prospect of challenging conventional war? We are looking to the experience, the tragic experience that Ukraine is experiencing on all of our behalf, and understanding that defense industry also has to be resilient. It has to be redundant, as we've heard. It has to have the scalability to be able to respond to threats as they arise, which means that nations have to be prepared to put the investment in to creating not just the just-in-time capability, but the capabilities that are needed to be able to increase production when it is necessary to do so in a short scale of time. And that's a big offer, a big ask to make of nations in an era where resources are scarce for all sorts of different things. But what is clear is that there is the political will on the part of NATO to put the defense plans in place, to put the expectations of capabilities in place, and then work with allies to deliver them.
Okay. Andrew, over to you.
I'm going to sound like a broken record. This is no rocket science. You need to issue the contracts because only that will ramp up capacity. Elasticity in the defense sector will come from the government spending money and acquiring those munitions and those weapon systems and the rest of it. And the second question is, of course, not just defense spending, because we're so mesmerized by percentages, 2%, 3%, 7%. If 80% of that goes to personnel costs and retirement costs, what capabilities are you actually producing? So if the regional plans that Vilnius approved and, capability generation targets and all of that is to have legs, the government should be honest, in my view, and say, okay, what is the structure of my defense budget and how much of that's going to go to munitions, weapons, replenishing, and so forth. So I think if that happens, you will see changes. It will take time, unfortunately, because some platforms cannot be easily, ramped up in terms of their productions. If you look at the F-35, that's not an easy process, considering what it looks like. But you want shorter lead times on howitzer munition production, spend the money. It's that simple. Issue the contracts, and you will have the ramped up production. At the levels of consumption we've seen in Ukraine, what NATO in Europe has, in my view, is inadequate, period. Without the US capacity, not just logistics, but our residual stocks, the Ukrainian war would not be sustainable for as long as it has been. And we're taking hits as well when it comes to our own stocks. So all hands on deck, spend the money, issue contracts, create a sense of urgency, and I think we will rebuild the capacity.
I think a lot has been said already. I think that, of course, placing orders, putting money on the table is key. Looking at, as I said before, supply chains is very important. We need to make sure that industry can also provide. So we are trying to support this end as well. So investment in production lines, for example, skilled labor, and as I said, looking at what are the bottlenecks that that make life difficult or production difficult. And like this, we are hoping to support it. And of course, we need to have the long-term plans and investment. And we have seen quite a big increase in defense budgets, but it's really about how we spend the money. I totally agree with what has been said before, and not just the fact that we spend more. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedicta. We've got still like 20 minutes left, so we can definitely grab some questions from the audience. I see gentleman in the first row. Do we have a mics on the... Yeah. First row. I see the mic is coming. Please introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, Jacek Karczewski, I'm from Poland. Because the topic of the panel is about the war, preparing for a war of attrition, and as Andrew said, that we have to convince society for larger expenditures. But as we see on the example of the terrible war in Ukraine, not only the hardware counts, but also manpower. Does the war and attrition also envisage, preparing for a war, envisage bringing back the draft in NATO countries, or on the other hand, using the risk of introducing the draft as a tool of convincing society to spend more on hardware? Thank you.
So this is not the panel to answer to national interests in the draft or not. What I can say, and this is part of the message that we would deliver as NATO in talking to our allies, is that while yes, you need to, and I think General Sacker at one point said, you need to bring a tank to a tank fight. It is important to show up with mass to some degree if your adversary has it. We also want, as the NATO nations, to prosecute our conflict as smartly as possible and making best use of the resources we have, which means, frankly, keeping our technological edge first and foremost in how do we respond to the threat. So yes, we have to do the work necessary to fill our stockpiles, to replenish the 20th century capabilities that we see being expended. And at the same time, we have to invest in and adopt the innovation that's necessary to actually ensure our superiority on the battlefield. And one of the things that we are absolutely looking at Ukraine to learn from is the speed at which they are adopting innovation and their flexibility in approaching their own industry, their own population for ideas, their own employment of the resources they have at a speed which is unthinkable at the moment across the alliance. The Ukrainians are adopting new innovations to their warfighters in literally a matter of days, where we're lucky if we can do it on the part of our nations in a matter of years. And that addresses, in some respects, our human resources capacity, but it also addresses how it is that we could be effective in a future fight. So we have to become, and this speaks to the level of acceptance of risk, we have to become more innovative and more flexible in our adoption of capabilities and ensure that we are adopting capabilities that remain open to new innovations as they go along. It's not good enough anymore to acquire a platform and think that that platform is going to remain static for the next 5, 10, some cases decades worth of years. We have to have the ability to continue to evolve that platform as it's going. I was lucky enough to be in Kyiv over the weekend and last week to participate in an exercise they were having to encourage their defense industry to engage with the West and to demonstrate their capabilities. They have literally commercial entities, industry that is in direct contact with the warfighter on the battlefield, getting feedback on their capabilities, integrating it into the next production line and sending it out. If we can't do that, we will not be in a good position to defend the alliance and our territories against any threats.
Excellent question, sir. And I just came back here from Helsinki, from the Helsinki Security Forum. And let me use the Finnish example, right? A 5.5 million people nation that can raise an army of about 280,000 in an emergency, and in an existential struggle can go up even to 800,000. Territorial defense, total commitment, continued training up to the age of 60 in the Finnish system. I don't know if this is the ideal system for all of Europe, but I also have very serious doubts that the existing model of all-volunteer force would generate the kind of armies that we're now talking about. Poland is talking about an army of about 300,000, 250 regular, 50 territorial defense. Is there a population base to do that? Last year, the US Army came up short 25% on recruitment targets, about 15,000 people short. This year, it's closer to 40,000. Okay, do we have a model to generate the kind of forces that we have? I completely agree with you that our technological edge is a huge asset and we should maintain it. But somewhere between precision and mass is the sweet spot where we need to be. Because we can have the most precise weapons when we run out, and the other guy's got an old platform and continues to move forward, then you know what's going to happen. Second point, we should stop talking about capabilities per se, divorced from geography, divorced from other factors of what makes nations capable of fighting a war. The Ukrainians, we got the Ukrainians so wrong because we looked at numbers, we looked at systems, and we got Russia so wrong for the same reason to some extent. terrain, morale, culture, social cohesion, all of these aspects are an element that we should be paying attention to. So what I find very important in this conversation, this is a wake-up call to all of us. For 30 years, we've been living in a world where we thought that kind of near-peer state-on-state conflict belonged in the past. Even though we should have awakened in 2008 when he invaded Georgia, 2014 when the Russians moved into Crimea, 2015 when they butchered Syrians at Aleppo, and all of that was pointing out in one direction, using military power to change the map to achieve a political and geopolitical gain. That was in front of us. We just didn't pay attention to it. And my biggest question is, it's not just about rearmaments. It's about standardization. It's about not protecting your domestic industry so you can actually produce rounds that can be fired across the alliance. Having enough stockpiles. And then looking at how we build the manpower that's necessary to actually deter. Europe is about 600 million people altogether, right? And it's extremely wealthy as a continent. The fact that we're looking at such paucity of capabilities today that will probably take up to 10 years following this disarmament for some countries, that should be reversed post-haste. I see no reason why the United States, facing a real storm in the Indo-Pacific that's brewing over there right now, should not feel confident that the European allies can provide the bulk of conventional deterrence and defense in Europe, the US being here with the nuclear umbrella, our own component, and high-end capabilities. But this is a comprehensive problem set. It's not just munitions and weapons, it's the whole way you construct the NATO force and how you exercise.
Benedicta, would you like to try answer this
Yeah,
question
just
as well?
a quick addition to what Wendy said on the keeping the technological edge, because I think that's hugely important. And what we have learned from the Russian war in Ukraine is that it was really a mix, or it is really a mix between, I would say, First World War tactics, you mentioned mass, but we also see that it's almost a sci-fi war, right? Conducted from space. Cyber is hugely important. We have seen that one person who owns 50% of all satellites has the power to switch on and off internet for Ukrainian armed forces and can hence also decide on the course of the war. So I think what we have learned is that we need to make sure that we keep, we ensure that we have investments in all the different strategic domains. Space is still quite a new one. Cyber is really, nothing is thinkable without cyber nowadays. And if we want to stay safe, then we have to make sure that we look at all these domains, and the tasks are so immense. I mean, we've talked here about the fact that even between the US and Europe, it's not easy to provide all the equipment that Ukraine needs. And if you think about what will come in the future and where the real threats emanate from, then I would say we are well advised between in the whole transatlantic field between the US, Canada, and Europe to work closely together. I think often it helps to look at the world map and see that we are actually quite small in comparison to or on the world map, and the competition that we have from outside is considerable. So I think we should join forces as much as possible and jointly procure, jointly invest. Of course, that's where political aims meet industrial interests. So it's not only easy, but I think that we have to become better at it. And we talked about interoperability, etc. So I think there are many good reasons for that.
Yeah, we've got still like 10 more minutes. So I saw Ray Wojcik actually wanted to ask a question. Ray, please wait for the mic. And right now you can ask your question.
Ray Wojcik with the Kościuszko chain in Warsaw. Tomasz, outstanding panel, very, very important. This may be just for Andrew, but it could be for the whole panel. What is the resistance in the U.S. Administration to invoking the Defense Production Act to get after what you're talking about, the political will? We're about to fight potentially a war and a half or two in the next 5 years, and nobody's taking that seriously. All those stockpiles could be targeted for both theaters. And then for the EU, how can the EU mirror something like the Defense Production Act that I'm talking about that the United States could utilize, a tool we have? Thanks.
Ray, I honestly am not privy to what's going on inside the administration on this, so I can't answer what causes the resistance. A larger point, I think, is that we still have what I call a crisis of disbelief among many of Western leaders about what actually has happened. This is a system-transforming war. And there's no going back to status quo ante. Whatever the outcome of this war, we're in a different world. I think we have two factors playing into this. One is that we're entering one of the most interesting election seasons in my memory. So the domestic political factor is kind of shifting the attention away to domestic issues and instrumentalizes to some extent the war in Ukraine, making it a political football in some sense. And the second thing is, I think that there is no clear vision, in my view, of what the end result in what we call strategic competition is supposed to be. We talk in normative terms, preserving the rules-based international order. If I went with this kind of a statement to a farmer in Iowa, he would look at me and say, what are you talking about? So we need to translate that normative language into a geostrategic map, something that actually resonates with the public. Why is it that the two theaters are interconnected? We now have a very strong Asia First cohort in Washington that's arguing for focusing on Taiwan and kind of leaving Europe to fend for itself, if you will. I'm very strongly opposed to that. If we lose credibility in Europe, we'll lose credibility in Asia and vice versa. This is not an either-or proposition. But that conversation is going in Washington to a large extent because we've reduced and reformatted the joint force over the last 20 years. You know, fighting essentially an 18th century battlefield in Afghanistan with 21st century weapons, dropping thousands of dollars worth of ordnance. And the public is fatigued, and I think that's why it's so difficult politically for the administration to step up and say, now we will ramp up and we'll go into another cycle of massive rearmament that we need to deter not just one country, but an allied, Russia and China. You know, so we are in an extremely delicate situation, but the political winds, if you will, are very strongly flying against that.
Victor?
In the EU, we have developed lots of different programs, incentive steps to feed into the whole cycle. So we have looked, we have one on joint planning that is, of course, linked to NATO, on joint projects, on joint financing, on now joint procurement, and also increasing production capacity of industry. So there are lots of individual steps that we have taken, and I refer to the aim that Ursula von der Leyen set in the State of the Union on the defense industry strategy. So we are now looking into how can we use these to develop like an overarching framework which exists to some extent, but you can always enhance.
Just maybe a couple of additional words. From a NATO perspective, the most important thing is that we are looking across the alliance to ensure we have access to the capabilities, and we're speaking, they're obviously more than delivering a capability than just the munitions and the armament itself, but just focusing on the capability for the moment. Looking across the alliance to ensure that we are able to have a conversation about where to accept risk. What do we want for production inside the alliance? Where can we share the risk with our close allies and partners outside the alliance? And where are we prepared to simply go to the market and perhaps accept risk in supply chains for the critical components that don't exist within our allies or indeed within our partners? These are conversations that are happening. They need to happen in real time, and then we need to take action on them. The work that's going on in the European Union is excellent. I think will deliver NATO capability. It is important from a transatlantic perspective that the management of a European defense industrial base also takes into account the rest of the alliance, because Turkey has very important capabilities and a lot of innovation that's going on. The United Kingdom plays an important role in the European industrial space. I'll always make my plug for Canada and the part that's the North American defense industrial base. And if you look at the national, I'm just having a seniors moment, but the US Appropriations Act, the National Defense Appropriations Act, that there is the use of the Defense Production Act to increase industrial capacity, including, quite frankly, American investment in Canadian capabilities that's part of our shared understanding of the North American defense industrial base. So these things are going on. They're obviously happening in an overarching political context that is challenging in all of our nations. We're seeing a level of political discourse that is not helpful necessarily to producing the impact we want. I would speak to just one element, coming back a little bit to how we muster the resources across our societies and whether or not volunteer forces are where necessary. We have human resources deficits not only in the militaries of each of our nations, but also in industry, in attracting the skilled personnel necessary in the STEM, science, technology, engineering, et cetera, that is important to ensure the innovation, the technological edge, to ensure the production capacity. And one of the things that I am always struck by is making sure that we have a whole of society perspective to how to generate those resources, which means we have to address diversity within our populations and understand what are the drivers to ensuring that all of society participates, men and women, across new arrivals in each of our society, so that we are getting access to the best talent possible in order to deliver our objectives.
As we have only 2 minutes left, so I would like to ask you to give like 30 seconds free recommendation for the EU, NATO member state, how to enhance our defense industrial base.
Well, we start off from understanding what's there and understanding what is our collective acceptance of risk, both political risk, industrial risk, our understanding of the need to secure the support in society to invest. And remember, investment is not just the money, the costs, it's developing the capabilities we need, and therefore NATO has a commitment across the alliance to 20% of the investments into defense will go into development of capability, and it's also the commitment to use those forces where they're needed. And I think our leaders have shown us in Vilnius, a year ago in Madrid, that that commitment is there. Now we simply have to realize it.
And your recommendation from your side?
Once again, like a broken record, speak to the public, explain what's at stake, ask, in effect, to step up, spend the money, issue contracts. That's it.
And Benedicta, for the EU member states.
We need to have the right programs and incentives, and we need to make sure that in the member states they are also used and translated into national processes, because that's something that is sometimes lacking. We need to have a very close cooperation between EU and NATO. I think that's one of the key aspects. We need to be very pragmatic and find the best solutions.
Thank you. I think we have it. Actually, the topic of the panel was extremely difficult and complicated, but I think that we made it, quite interesting. As we see, we have full house here, so I believe the panel was quite good. So please, audience, join me in the thanks to our distinguished panelists for this discussion. And time for the coffee.
Well, thank you, Tomasz, and again to our distinguished panelists for another rich and insightful discussion on this first day at the defense stage at the Warsaw Security Forum 2023. It is now time to turn to the last set of industry presentations. We will now hear about Eurofighter Typhoon for Poland and why nothing comes close. Please join me in welcoming my fellow countryman Costantino Pambini Rosati, Vice President of Marketing for Eurofighter export Leonardo, here to the stage. Costantino, please welcome.
So, dzień dobry, and thank you for being here. I'll try to be as short as possible and try to introduce you to the Eurofighter. Eurofighter today is at the leading edge of continental European combat capabilities, particularly for in the air superiority domain. And that's the main purpose, or the main design features of our aircraft. Typhoon today is operational with 9 air forces, for which, of course, are the core nations, which is Germany, Italy, United Kingdom, and Spain, and plus several export customers, including Austria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman. The main capabilities of the aircraft are pretty much related to a domain in the uppest area in the air. In other words, Typhoon is designed to fly higher and faster than any other jet, and have enormous capabilities in terms of weapons. And the combination of the weapons and the sonatic capabilities makes the Eurofighter one of the, let me say, one of the dominator in the sky. Why this is an important feature is because, again, the main purpose of air superiority is to keep your enemy at a distance, to make sure they're not interfering with your airspace and make sure they're not coming in. And this is given by a combination of efforts, mainly the capability of the aircraft to fly high, as I said, fly faster, but most of it intercept the enemy before the enemy intercepts him or look at him. And this is again given by the E-scan radar technology that we inserted to the aircraft. Eurofighter was one of the last aircraft to gain an E-scan radar, and the reasons was much related to the fact that, in our opinion, the E-scan technology was not yet at the pace of what was required, and not even close to what was the capability of the aircraft with the M-scan. Today, the E-scan capabilities that we get to Eurofighter actually collect several key features. Most of it, we have the biggest radar, the biggest E-scan radar in the market today. We have the capability to have a rotating antenna, which give an extra capabilities to the aircraft, which is the expansion of the giving the wild field of regard. And of course, this is in combination with the synetical performance and the weapons. Of course, Eurofighter is capable to carry permanently at least 6-meter missile. We have been proving this already. The Typhoon has been deployed in multiple times in Poland. You may recall this happened in Melbourne Air Base under the umbrella of the Italian Air Force, of course, under the NATO command. The moment we speak, we just inaugurated the presence of Typhoons of the Royal Air Force in Potsdam, Cecina Air Base, which is already securing, as we did previously in Marburg with the Italian Air Force, is providing QRA for the Polish territory. The experience we collect was quite interesting. What we can definitely confirm is Eurofighter is always capable to be the first and make sure that nobody really feels the need or feels the option to get into the territory that is controlled by our aircraft. What is important to mention is that, again, Typhoon, it's an asset that has been designed to cooperate with several assets. So it is always says systems a system, but this is realistically what is already ongoing with the interoperation of Eurofighter. We don't have to forget that the Italian Air Force, like the Royal Air Force, is already operating Eurofighter in full cooperation with the F-35. The two platforms are absolutely complementary one to each other. And this is one of the strengths of the aircraft. Again, when we look to the battle space, you want to make sure that you are protecting the air at the highest extent as much as you're protecting the lower area, which is actually the one that is considered the most dangerous one in terms of penetration for strike aircraft. Now, what the Eurofighter does, it makes sure that no enemy comes close to what are the boundaries of the territory is controlling, and in the meantime is assisting the F-35 to do its job. This is a program that is under a constant evolution, and I think this is one of the key elements and key features of this aircraft. There are speculations about the fourth, fifth generation. What I can tell you is that the initial Eurofighter, the one that was type accepted in 2003, that was an aircraft that definitely can be considered a fourth generation. But the Typhoon that is under development at this stage, which we have already named T5, is everything but a fourth generation. It has the most sophisticated computing system that is available on the market today. As I said, in terms of radar capabilities, there are really very few competitors can have the same capabilities that we are now delivering with ECRS, European Common Radar Systems. Very proud to say that this is part of the job that our colleagues in Leonardo Luton are doing. I don't know if you're aware, now they're called Leonardo UK, before Leonardo Electronics, but in the past they were called Marconi. They invented the radar, so we're very confident of the job that they're doing in terms of delivering capabilities. On top of it, of course, there is the insertion of weapons, new standardization of weapons, particularly in cooperation with MBDA. Meteor, it's one example as the most effective BVR missile. And then, of course, Spear, Spear-EW, Brimstone, Storm Shadow. And of course, a lot of insertion of capabilities in the DAS, and that's what we generally have called digital stealth. In other words, the aircraft now, thanks to the technological evolvement, is capable to have the same effect of a physical stealth aircraft by using electronics and digital signals. The advantage is, whilst on the physical side you cannot change the shape because you need to change the aircraft again, with the digital you can cope with any kind of evolution that is going to come up with radar technology. And we don't have to forget, if you think for a moment, in '95, when most of those modern aircraft were designed, if you just think how was your mobile phone and how is your mobile today, you can expect that in 10 years will be very different. The radar technology in 10 years' time will be much more effective than what it is today. That's why, under this perspective, using the digitalization is a plus. So this is where the aircraft is going, and I can assure you it is everything but fourth generation. Now, what are the strengths of the Eurofighter for Poland? Well, as we said, it's an ever-evolving aircraft and is designed to provide the backbone of air superiority to United Kingdom, Italy, Spain, and Germany. It collects the experience of those nations, collects also the experience that has been achieved in the Gulf Cooperation Council. On top of it, the proximity of supply chain. God forbids Poland should enter into a conflict. It is very important, the resilience of Poland and the capability of Poland to maintain and sustain its own fleet. Well, what is important is that the entire supply chain of Eurofighter is in Polish backyard or in Poland already. Leonardo is in Poland, Airbus is in Poland, BAE System is in Poland, MBDA is in Poland, MTU, Rolls-Royce, Avio, that they're engine producer, they are already in Poland. So this is really the strong point. Last but not least, the total independence for Poland to use this weapon system at the maximum extent. Very important, the capability of Poland to collect mission data, which is granted, but most of it is important that Poland acquires the know-how to sustain the aircraft on our own. And this is also an element that can have a multiplier effect to the local industry. And again, by bringing the Eurofighter into the picture in Poland is about securing the nation, securing the capability of Poland, securing the capability of national industry to sustain such a weapon system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Costantino, for your remarks. And let's now turn to hearing about another solution for Poland, the AH-64E Apache. Please join me in welcoming to the stage G. Adam Hodges, International Business Development Lead for Europe and the Middle East at Boeing Defense, Space and Security. Adam, you're welcome to the stage.
Well, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess, and it's an honor to be here today. My name is Adam Hodges, and I am my primary responsibility, and the reason I'm here today is I am the Apache campaign lead effort for Boeing Defense, Space and Security here in Poland. And prior to my time with Boeing, I was a command pilot in the U.S. Army for the Apache helicopter, retiring after 26 years. So this is a subject I'm very passionate about, and it's an honor to be here and to be a part of this program for the nation of Poland. The Apache program, of course, has received a lot of recent publicity in the Polish media, international media, rightfully so. You see on our title slide here, we have the most recent MSPO in Kielce about a month ago with the senior leadership from the government of Poland, with the President, Minister of Defense, the Prime Minister, all visiting the helicopter. And then we had the opportunity to host the Minister of Defense at our facility in Mesa just about a week ago. So it's an honor, again, to be a part of making Poland safer and stronger through this program, which is, of course, a foreign military sales program, which means it's government to government between the U.S. government and the nation of Poland. And if you're following the campaign, you know that it recently cleared congressional notification, which is a requirement by U.S. law for the United States Congress to approve any foreign military sale programs. And the request for a 96 aircraft purchase for Poland was approved by Congress less than a month ago. If you're familiar with the FMS process, you know the next step is the extension of a letter of offer and acceptance, which of course is the purview of the U.S. government and should be extended very soon. So we could talk for quite a while, and I'm not going to, but I'm going to talk about some key capabilities very quickly. Whenever I have the opportunity to have people's attention, when I talk about the Apache, I want to highlight that it is not just a better attack helicopter than our competitors or other options. It's not something that does just its job better. It's an attack helicopter and a platform and a system that has unique capabilities that no other attack helicopter in the world can match. And those four specific unique capabilities are: it has an onboard acquisition radar system that can detect, identify, control weapons, and engage targets. It's the only attack helicopter in the world with that capability. It can engage ground, air, and sea targets with that radar. You can see the picture on the right that has the red and blue icons, and then the picture below it that has none. That's a photograph I took in Afghanistan in 2012. The chaos of combat is real. You've heard the term the fog of war. It's real. The enemy is trying to avoid detection. They're camouflaged. They're evasive. They're using cover and concealment. It's hard to find the enemy in combat. All right? And since time immemorial, the only way to find the enemy was with your eyeballs or with a radio telling you where the enemy was. Maybe you heard them. All right? But the radar allows you to see through that fog of war. It allows you to see the enemy in the darkest of night. Imagine turning the lights off in that picture in the upper right. Imagine how disorienting that is. That radar allows an attack helicopter, the Apache helicopter, to find those targets, even in the darkest of night, even in the foggiest of environments, dustiest environments, even in a sea state, in a littoral environment. All right, and that's the only attack helicopter in the world with that capability. Secondly, as the technology of the modern battlefield has evolved, teaming with various other systems on the battlefield, specifically unmanned systems, remotely piloted systems, has become critical. And the U.S. Army realized that about 20 years ago and started building that capability into the helicopter. And today, the Apache is the only attack helicopter in the world that can share its video, can receive telemetry and control payloads from other systems inside of the helicopter. And that manned-unmanned teaming, the acronym MUM-T, is a unique capability the Apache offers that no other system can offer. Thirdly, the ability to integrate fully into the NATO standard Link 16 networking capability sets the Apache apart, and it's a critical piece of why Poland is acquiring the helicopter to begin with. If a sensor and shooter does not have Link 16 integration, it's not interoperable on the NATO Fires network. And as you've heard talk about in the conference already, you've heard talking about interoperability and training standards and the ability to share and communicate. If a sensor and shooter on the battlefield cannot link into the Link 16 network, they can only affect what they individually can control, and they cannot share their data, cannot receive shared data, and cannot be in an effective combat multiplier on the battlefield. Finally, the fourth capability I want to highlight is the Apache is the only attack helicopter with not one but two independent optical targeting systems. And that is a critical capability that allows both the front seat gunner and the back seat pilot to operate independently if necessary to engage targets as well as fight the aircraft and be survivable. The Apache is not only the most capable attack helicopter in the world, but it is the centerpiece of the U.S. Army Combined Arms Doctrine. And what Poland is getting by acquiring the system is not just a better hind, but it's getting a new way to fight. All right? It is adopting and aligning itself with the U.S. Army Combined Arms Doctrine. It's not just better equipment, but it's also better integration, better training, better communication, better command and control. And the Apache is the centerpiece of that symphony of combat in the Combined Arms Doctrine of the U.S. Army. The picture on the bottom left is a photograph from a U.S. Army operational test of the Spike-NLOS missile, if you're familiar with that weapon system. The current onboard weapons ranges of the Apache helicopter are somewhere between 8 and 16 kilometers. My personal experience, the longest Hellfire shot that I ever took in the Army was 10.5 kilometers. And just for spatial awareness, understanding of scale, that would be like engaging a target on the roof of the Warsaw Centralia rail station from this very spot where I stand. That's a long way away, 10.5 kilometers. All right, and I was able to do that by teaming with an unmanned system that designated the target. I fired the missile, impacted and destroyed the target from 10.5 kilometers. We are now fielding systems in the U.S. Army that can reach ranges of 30 to 35 kilometers. Which of course is a game-changing capability as you look at what is required on the European battlefield or the Indo-Pacific battlefield to allow the aircraft to operate and be survivable in advanced air defense systems. If you can reach out and range 30 kilometers, it is a tremendous self-defense capability as well as offensive integration capability. So finally, I want to highlight a couple things that are independent of what the Apache can do as a system. All right, the Beatles famously sang the song "We Can Get By with a Little Help from Our Friends." The Apache is not an independent system that only Poland will operate. There are 800 Apache helicopters in the U.S. Army across 26 squadron, and Poland is aiming to become the second largest operator of the system outside of the U.S. Army with its acquisition of 96. All right, to become the largest operator in NATO, the largest operator in the entire family of the system. There are 17 other partnered nations that also operate the aircraft with about 550 aircraft in the international fleet. So that scale provides an economy of scale and force and industrial might that is a benefit for the long-term strength and security of Poland. It's not a niche or a boutique capability Poland's buying. It's buying a system the U.S. Army has publicly stated they intend to operate till the year 2050, 2060, generations to come. So Poland is not only buying the greatest capability now, but it's buying what the U.S. Army, it's acquiring what the U.S. Army will fight with for at least a generation or two to come. And finally, I'll say that the acquisition of the system proves that Poland is serious about its defense. It is putting its money where its mouth is. It is joining the best team in the world as far as capability by being interoperable with the U.S. military and with NATO and the U.S. Army in particular. And it's an honor as a representative of Boeing and a former Army officer myself to know that Poland is acquiring the capability to make it safer and stronger and prove that it is serious about its own defense. So again, an honor to be up here today. I appreciate your time and attention, and you have yourself a great day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam. And It's now time to turn to the last panel discussion for this first day on the defense stage at the 10th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. We have long discussed a strong role for Europe in Euro-Atlantic security, and now that the European continent is no longer at peace, nothing could be more important. So please do join me in welcoming Robert Pschall, Senior Resident Fellow at the Casimir Polanski Foundation, to moderate the next panel discussion. Robert, you're welcome to the stage.
Wonderful. We've got about 40 minutes, so let's start. And thank you for attending this panel. Might as well straight away explain, the title, it does not suggest that you will hear anything to do with dental surgery, but it is a very, very serious topic, and I think we had a fantastic kind of entrée, in the form of the previous panels, which put it very starkly. Even the title and discussion confirmed that, Europe at war. Yeah, it's not just Ukraine that is defending itself. It is actually, we are in the middle of the confrontation, not the one we wanted, but there we are. So it really made sense to talk about not just a diagnosis of what to do about it, but how are we going to respond in the most proper way. And I'm delighted to confirm that we have a fantastic set of panelists to answer those questions and others that members of the audience will have a time for a few questions at the end we'll be willing to put. So we have Mr. Angus Lapsley, the Assistant Secretary General of NATO for Defense Policy and Planning, and anybody who knows something about NATO business knows that this is, the defense planning is essentially a bloodline of NATO. It's pretty essential. We have Justyna Gotkowska, Deputy Director of the Center of Eastern Studies, one of the most prestigious, not just Polish, but I think regional think tanks. Delighted to have you, Justyna. We have Lieutenant General, retired Sir Paul Newton, who is now a Distinguished Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, UK, but has a distinguished career, including commanding, being responsible for the whole training program UK. And last but not least, we have Lieutenant General Tomasz Piotrowski, the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So there you are. I would like to go straight into business, and I would like to start, not a surprise, I guess, with Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Lapsley. So collective defense, of course, remains the responsibility of NATO. And we have all those really very impressive new plans. We have the new doctrines, model force, and the major decisions. A lot of them have been already mentioned in previous panels, from both Vilnius and before then Madrid, and frankly, even if you go back earlier. And the most simple, but yet I think the most important question would be, can you reassure us that these excellent plans and doctrines agreed by allies at the highest level actually will be implemented, and they will be implemented without undue delay and in a comprehensive manner? So, in other words, how is NATO planning to ensure that the allies deliver on the pledges that they've made? Mr. Lapsley.
Well, thank you, Robert, and good morning, everyone. And it's great to be back at WSF. And I think, you're asking the right question, which is the delivery question. So the Madrid summit and then the Vilnius summit took some really historic decisions about the direction for the alliance. They put Article 5 and collective defense right back at the heart of our agenda and made clear that we regarded that as absolutely the top priority. But now we've got to deliver on those decisions, and by we, I mean not just the alliance, I mean the countries that make it up. And I think that does need to be underpinned by political will. And so far, what we see in the alliance is that the political will to deliver on those promises is very strong. But let me say three things that we're doing to make sure this now works. So the first is we have quite radically actually reshaped and redesigned our defense planning process in NATO. And for those of you who know a little bit about this, you'll know that operational planning is what the military does with the forces that they have now. It's what the general is responsible for in the Polish national system. And then defense planning is looking a bit further ahead, and it's more of a political and financial process of getting people to invest in the force of the future. The key thing that's changed in NATO over the last 12 months is that because we now have those operational plans developed by General Cavoli and Saka, owned and endorsed by the Allies, we now have a template against which we can plan the force of the future. And it's a non-discretionary template. If the plans say you as an ally need to turn up with these capabilities, that's what you need to do in an Article 5 situation. So we now know much more clearly what our priorities are, areas like integrated air and missile defense, deep fires, land maneuver, logistics and enablement, and command and control systems. And we now have the mandate from allies to drive this into the defense planning process in a way we haven't really seen for the last 30 years. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, when you have these plans, the most important thing, apart from generating the capabilities to fight them, is to exercise them and to rehearse them. And I think you will see over the next couple of years NATO and its allies taking on progressively more demanding exercises and rehearsals of those plans. And that will drive change in our militaries, because they will see day to day what they need to do better at, what they need to acquire that they might not have. And then the third element that we are driving through at the moment, which I think is pretty critical, is what we call transformation. You can call it modernization, you can call it whatever you want. It basically means making sure that even as we build back scale and overall capacity, we are also forcing our militaries and enabling our militaries to change the way they do things and to maximize the use of technology and to learn the lessons of what we're seeing in Ukraine. So those are the three things we're doing. Is this going to be easy? No, it really is not. And I think all our politicians and our leaders have to understand just how steep this challenge is. It will require money. That's why we put spending money at the heart of the Vilnius summit. When we say that allies need to spend 2% of GDP on defense, we really mean it. And we really mean that is the minimum they need to spend. But to answer your question in one word, am I confident that the alliance is going to deliver on what we promised in Vilnius and Madrid? I think the answer is yes.
Thank you, and thank you in particular for actually being, positive and upbeat. I was listening carefully to what you were saying, and I was also watching the audience, and I've noticed a lot of people nodding, which I think is a good sign, and it's important. But nevertheless, I want to do my job of a moderator properly, so I'm going to press this issue a bit further, and that means I'm going to come actually to the end of that side of the panel to General Piotrowski. And the question is this, yes, we're hoping there are lots of important elements just outlined by SG that show that NATO is doing its bit, and there are various mechanisms which should work. But nevertheless, what if they don't? What if the pledges do not fully materialize in the form of, for example, a sufficient number of armored divisions, to be blunt? And this is an issue, of course, of concern for NATO, but particularly for the frontier states, of which Poland is one, of course. And that could lead potentially to, one might call it, sort of second burden-sharing problem, apart from Europe-US, but actually, that, in other words, disproportionate burden on defense would fall on the shoulders on the frontier states. And I'm not even saying Central Eastern Europe, because we're talking about Finland now and soon Sweden. So, question to you, General, is that first of all, how do you kind of grapple with this potential, even if unlikely, scenario? And bearing in mind your responsibilities, how prepared were the countries as such as Poland, for that potential eventuality.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for invitation here in Warsaw to Warsaw Security Forum, especially this edition, like a 10th anniversary, very important 10th edition, with participation of Polish operational commander. Yes, you're totally right. Probably this question is worth to organize a separate conference, 2 days lasting, but as a basic and as a ground, we trust in NATO, definitely. What Mr. Lapsley said, we believe that NATO will be able, with successes, finalize the process of planning mentioned by you, the changes, almost not only evolution, but revolution, the system of plans. And we trust in this process, definitely. There is no doubts from our side. I also believe that we will finalize in a few months with executable plans, fulfilled with capabilities, forces, what we really need to do to complete this planning process. We'll be able to plan appropriate portion of force, just present in the appropriate time, in appropriate place. There is no doubts from Polish side, but you are totally right. We must be prepared for many scenarios, especially having in mind how dynamically changing the threat situation and security environment, especially here on the eastern flank. But we as a country also have to remember that before the situation will go, I believe not, but if will, to the Article 5. Before Article 5 is Article 4, which is obvious, but Article 3 is also crucial. In accordance with this article, every single party, including Poland, will maintain and develop our individual and collective capacity to resist armed forces. Of course, sometimes question, cyber attacks is armed forces or not? But definitely, we are obliged to keep our capabilities. Of course, what we really struggle, it was mentioned by Mr. Lapsley from the NATO perspective. Of course, very similar perspective has each single nation, because we as a NATO countries, we struggle a lot. We have a lot of challenges. Of course, time factor is very important. Unfortunately, threats appear so quickly, more quicker and faster than we are able to find a solution or to restore our capabilities, especially military capabilities when we are talking about ammunition, heavy equipment, and so on. But definitely what we have to develop, starting from the high level, we have to develop our self-consciousness as a nations, just to have a very precise assessment of the situation, that our society is aware about the threat, where from this threat is going on. Of course, we have to sometimes build, sometimes to rise, sometimes to reconstitute our national resilience, because as we see, resilience is very important. It is one of our huge mission. Of course, education of the society is also a huge portion of job to fulfill. I am not only thinking about young generation, but rather about decision makers, including myself. We have to fulfill this type of mission. Of course, as a reliable ally, we should participate in the whole of NATO processes, like I mentioned, planning process, building capabilities, as well as build readiness forces in accordance with needs and demands. Doesn't matter in which part of Europe we are as a nation. From my experience, I know that not only personal relations matter a lot this time, but cooperation with neighboring countries has significant meaning. We don't need money for that, we don't need special capabilities, but to cooperate, to catch, to have common understanding for the threat situation is crucial. For example, very simple, mentioned many times, what does it mean, for example, for Poland, to defend each single centimeter of ground. What does mean this statement, for example, for Lithuania, Slovakia, Romania, or Finland? Because common understanding of those factors, very important factors in the matter, has significant meaning, and we try to do each single day to fulfill this bench of needs. Of course, modernization, the process of procurement is very intense, is ongoing, but the proportion, it means needed capabilities, needed equipment, just on time, just in the right place, is a huge challenge. Of course, from my perspective as operational commander, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, very well prepared and implemented with long-range attack assets, with cyber skills and capabilities, partially with space capabilities, definitely will contribute to the needed by NATO effects of deterrence. And of course, I believe such kind of a composition, at least those elements, will bring also for Poland proactivity in defense. And we also have to establish very clearly for our national purpose, as well as to find common understanding what does mean for us being proactive. And of course, I'm not going to list more needed capabilities because there is a lot of them, but the priorities are crucial. And of course, what is very important, last but not least, is leadership. Leadership, as we used to say, is leadership makes a difference. And to prepare our commanders to lead, to command in appropriate way in the coming future war is crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being so comprehensive, because, again, question, it's easy for me or anybody else to ask it, but to answer it, you have to actually go in a different direction. I'm glad you've listed that. Now, turning to Justina, if I may, since the title speaks about European TIF, it's not just any TIF, North American TIF, although Canada could be mentioned, but let's speak about the Europeans. Defining, I would like to ask you for your sort of evaluation, your views on defining what should be the priorities for European contribution, individually and, of course, more institutionally to the extent possible, of actually rebuilding the allied capabilities. The train, so to speak, has left the station. There's a lot of really great things happening. The synergy between NATO and EU is there. But is this train traveling fast enough? Does it have enough carriages? And time permitting, if you could give a brief answer, what is your take on the concept of the European strategic defense autonomy? Is it part of the solution or a destruction in this quest? Easy questions, Justin.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the invitation to this interesting panel, and it's challenging as a civilian to take part and discuss this issue together with the Assistant Secretary General and Operational General, but I will try my best. And I think what you're asking me, the first question is about the so-called European pillar in NATO that we have been, a slogan that has been used for some time in discussions about European defense, about NATO. For me, it's not a separate project within NATO. And the new defense plans with 3 regional defense plans we discussed as agreed in Vilnius are the basis for the development of military capabilities within NATO for all allies, including the European ones. So this is the reference for developing the European armed forces. And as I understand, we are in the process of generating the forces that will underpin these plans. And the allies, through the modernization plans and the reforms of their national armed forces, need to live up to the ambitions laid out at the Vilnius summit. What is needed from the European allies, as seen with my civilian eyes, I will try to list priorities as I see them from the discussions that we are having in the think tank community and wider. I've been to the annual Baltic Defense Conference last week, and I've listened to Commanding General U.S. Army Europe, General Williams, and he talked about more mass. Meaning we need to, apart from strengthening certain capabilities, we need to increase our armed forces. Second, I think we need to have high readiness forces, and this is the priority, as I understand, for the regional defense plans that we are developing, to have forces in high readiness. We need to have more heavy land formations, and I speak about that as an analyst coming from the eastern flank and seeing what the Polish priorities are, but also the priorities of the Baltic states, Sweden, Finland, Romania. A lesson from the Russian invasion of Ukraine is that we definitely need more air defense in all the medium, short-range air defense, very short-range air defense, and this should be a clear priority. More long-range strike capabilities. Increasing ammunition stocks, this is quite obvious, having the discussion we are having right now. I think what has been mentioned, this is logistics and military mobility, topics that especially General Ben Hodges is very much focused on, and we have been dealing with these issues within the EU, within PESCO projects and within NATO, but and nationally, of course, but I do think we still need improvements. And Mr. Lapsley also mentioned training and exercises, and I hope that we'll see next year more and bigger exercises on the eastern flank, and not only exercising, implementing the regional defense plans we have agreed upon. And the last thing I would mention, and General Piotrowski talked about, this is civilian-military cooperation and increasing resilience, civilian crisis management, and the plans for that for crisis and wartime. So this is about my answer to the European pillar in NATO question. With regard to European strategic defense autonomy, I think the EU, after accepting adopting the strategic compass, and after the Russian invasion, it's clear among the EU member states that it's NATO that is responsible for collective defense in Europe, and the EU can play a supportive role in that. And I think the EU, through its initiatives like European Defence Fund, like the recent ammunition initiative that helps the member states to produce more quickly and to have joint procurement with regard to purchase of ammunition, through initiatives like ADIRPA that facilitates more joint procurement. Also, the EU can contribute to the efforts that NATO is undertaking, and we should not dismiss it, and the member states should take use of these possibilities. But of course, we should be aware of that the money that the EU wants to spend for these programs are pretty not that significant, and that will be only as a small supplement in the overall NATO and national efforts that we are facing right now.
Thank you very much, Justina. You've dealt with those easy questions, which are not, of course, very, very well with panache, so I'm very grateful for this. Now, I would like to come with a question to Sir Paul Newton. Now, I'll make it unashamedly a plug for the report that we have produced for this conference, WSF, and I'll quote, it's one of the advocacy causes, which we write in that report, is available online, that we need to recreate collectively the will and capability to prepare for the eventuality of fighting a high-intensity war on the European continent. The question to you, Sir Paul, is this. Of course, the military are expected to do the fighting, and the military expected, in fact, to do a lot of things in terms of preparing, configuration, exercise, etc. But surely, I mean, there is still obviously the need for right equipment, weapon system. A lot has been covered in previous panel, ammunition supplies. So, in your view, are there other institutions, the other parts of this equation, are they sufficiently switched on in terms of the mode that is absolutely essential to work, with the military to allow them to be able to deliver if the need would arise?
Great question. Well, look, as is traditional, I suppose I should thank someone. I'd like to thank all of you for attending our panel instead of having a long lunch. We're all prisoners of our own experience, and mine is the British Army in the Cold War and after the Cold War. And this issue of rebuilding resilience and rebuilding capabilities and NATO plans, does NATO and do the nations in NATO regard industry as part of your capability? Or is industry really about transactional providers of stuff, be that munitions or services? As you mentioned in your excellent report, it uses the term centre of gravity, which is, as you know, either the source of strength critical to your success, or it could be your killer vulnerability. If you regard industry as part of your centre of gravity and you treat it as part of your force, then there are implications that flow from that, because I think the enemy certainly will. And what that means is the relationship with industry isn't just about the acquisition community, it's about commanders. This is commanders' business as much as choosing your artillery or your air defense plan. And the question we were set talks about rebuilding, which implies sort of that there were capabilities that we had in the past and we knew how to do it. Well, there's a risk of rose-tinted spectacles. I was in the British Army back in 1990 when the British were declaring a full armoured corps to the defence of northern Germany. And then when Gulf War I occurred, we struggled to field one armoured division. We had to cannibalise 3 to put one in the field. It's all a matter of public record. Why? We had the tanks, we had the soldiers. What we didn't have was the support to make them fully operational and keep them fighting. By today's standards, I was in a big army. And what happened then is we all took a peace dividend, the regular forces were scaled back, industry took on a far wider range of tasks, including support, equipment maintenance, logistics, training. All done, though, incrementally. Commanders largely divorced from that bureaucratic process. It was always seen as technocratic commercial work, with low cost as the critical factor. So you've stored up risk. Contracts were awarded under peacetime conditions that now sit there like toxic turkeys. You can't KPI your way to campaign victory. So if you're going to rebuild capability, I'd suggest you need to get industry properly inside your force structure and inside your planning. A relationship of trust, not just the contract. Does industry know what it's signed up for? Because business development people will try to fill their pipeline. Do they know not only the specified task in peacetime, but what you actually expect of them implied, perhaps, in a crisis or in war? And are you evaluating and choosing your partners by looking them in the eye and testing their behaviors and seeing if they're the sort of people who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you when the going gets tough? Now, shameless plug, I work with a company called Babcock. We're bidding along with lots of other good companies for the Army's Collective Training Transformation Program. And we were looking around for a punchy strap line, and we were thinking maybe it's something to do with technology or something to do with data exploitation. And the team came up with these 3 words: whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We know what we're signing up for. We did our estimate. We know that a training contract in peace has got to be able to morph seamlessly into crisis management and war. probably acting proactively before political decisions are made, because our democracies move quite slowly. So if there's any time at the end, I'd be happy to talk about some practical suggestions. But the kind of thing is, if you go on exercise or a staff ride and you're not taking the CEO of your critical providers with you, not to provide the IT or arrange the rations, but as part of your structure, I think you are exposing a centre of gravity.
Thank you very much. Time is really pressing on us. 3 quick topics, 1 minute answer from whoever in the panel wants to answer. Bigger and permanent deployments of the frontier states. Are they needed? Are they necessary? Should they happen? Case in point, people are going to the shelters on the territory of Romania and allied states. That is not acceptable in the long run. Something needs to be done. Second question, moving to the nitty-gritty, military mobility mentioned. Is that happening fast enough? And last question, the so-called certification mechanism for the readiness levels. Is there time to come up with some new mechanisms in order to fortify this? Anybody would like to provide short answer to those nitty-gritty questions? At least one. You don't have to answer all, but I'm listening.
Well, I can do the last one very quickly. So yes, there is a new mechanism for certification. Actually, we're calling it verification. And SHAPE has a new mechanism they're developing for basically testing nations' abilities to perform against the plans. And I think that will be a real short-term driver of change. On the first question, on the second question, yes, we do need to do better. I mean, the European Union has done a good job on bringing the focus onto military mobility, but we still face problems. And I think there is something we haven't yet got our heads around about the scale and the complexity of movements of force that we would need in an Article 5 situation in Europe, and the fact that we can see from Ukraine that it would be contested. So we need to rethink the way we deliver and plan logistics generally. And on the first question, I mean, we are strengthening forces on the eastern flank. That was a decision taken by the Madrid and Vilnius summits. But I think we have to sort of think in terms of our overall deterrence. It is not simply about whether we have 10 or 20 battalions sitting on a front line. It's about what the kind of air defense looks like. It's about what cyber defenses look like. It's about how you use the force as a whole that really matters to deterrence.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to?
If I may, soldiers' manner very quickly. First, yes. Second, no. And third, I know that Sakir works on it. But contributing more, definitely we need maybe not mass of force mentioned by General Williams and General Cavoli, as I know. But what we need specified capabilities just to deliver effect of deterrence, definitely. This is why we need more capabilities, and going after that, more troops on eastern flank. Definitely we have to improve our procedures as well as processes, especially military mobility like process, and we need additional tools to evaluate and assess our readiness type forces, but I know that NATO is working on that, on this project. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Short.
The question on bigger permanent deployments on the eastern flank. I think coming from the eastern flank, the simple answer is yes. I think we need to adjust NATO posture on the eastern flank after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think depending on the development of the war in Ukraine, we might face this discussion on a higher level again, depending on how the security situation evolves in Eastern Europe. I think we need to look at the deterrence through the Russian eyes, and for the Russians, especially the presence and favorably permanent presence of the US forces on the eastern flank, meaning Poland and European allied permanent presence in the Baltic states that matters. We are heading towards a brigade in Lithuania and in Latvia, and I hope with the developing of military infrastructure in both states that will actually materialize. And I hope we might have another discussion about how the US forces in Europe and especially on the eastern flank are structured and what are their posture.
Unsurprisingly, I'd pick on training as the aspect of capability. I talk to some people in my army who say, I've just been on a divisional exercise. They haven't. They've been on a divisional headquarters exercise. So there is something about rediscovering the art and science of training at scale on realistic terrain, probably urban, in a way that people fail. I will never forget the 8 hours of navigating my anti-tank platoon to the Sibesa Gap when the rest of the armoured division was moving as well. The terror of getting lost. Difficult to recreate that in a command post.
Thank you. One question only, I'm afraid, because of the time pressure. I keep getting various commands into my e-plug. So one question, who wants to ask? Please, gentlemen, identify yourself. Short question, if you can.
So my name is Jakub Knop. I'm from College of Europe, and I wanted to touch the critical issue thing that has not been mentioned, namely feasibility, and mainly in fiscal and economic sphere. I mean, a lot of capabilities have been named throughout the debate, such as a need for more AA defense, mass, high readiness forces, and so on and so forth. So pretty much everything has been mentioned. However, as we know, a lot of governments or political parties that are likely to rule, for example, in the UK, like Labour, have very ambitious plans when it comes to green transition, social spending, and the level of public debt is also has reached historical highs in recent years. The cost of borrowing have increased also, and the question is how to convince the public around Europe to accept probably higher taxes and other costs that will have to be borne by the society. And so my question is for you, do you think that all those plans are feasible, or there'll be a very sudden reality check waiting for us in the coming years?
Thank you very much. Serious question, difficult one, but any snap sort of, at least parts of the answers from members of the panel to this?
I may start?
Please.
Great question. Thank you for that. I think it's about threat perception and understanding that we are entering a real Zeitenwende in global and European affairs, that Russia and China are willing to undermine the European and international order, and this is connected. And the question is whether European leaders in Western Europe, in Europe in general, to understand that and to communicate this fundamental change of international relations to the public. So this is a question of threat perception. How do we see the evolving security environment? And if you look at the eastern flank, I think the understanding is there. If you look at the defense spending, all of the eastern flank, almost all of the eastern flank countries are spending beyond 2% for defense and heading towards 3%, with some countries spending that much already. If we look at the countries in Western Europe, it's a much more difficult debate, because I think this realization of where we are within the international relations is getting a bit slower. So I think we need to work on understanding of where we are and what are the changes that are incoming and global and European security.
Okay, well, no surprises. I mean, we've tackled the panel, of course, did all those questions to the extent possible within the 40 minutes. As has been said, almost each and every part of the dimension that has been covered could really do with a separate discussion. But I would like to end on saying something very basic. Thank God NATO exists. Thank God NATO-European Union cooperation has become something which is much more meaningful and substantial. And thank God that in the countries that are democratic, we can have discussions which go to the nitty-gritty. But I think this time there is a need for even more discussions going precisely into addressing the nitty-gritty, the concrete things. So Europe has teeth, Europe will develop more teeth, but it's, not to stretch the medical analogy, too far, it takes time, as has been said. Please give a round of applause to the members of the panel, and thank you for that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Robert, and thank you to our distinguished panelists. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our first day here on the defense stage of the Warsaw Security Forum. Our conversation is not over. We will continue with the defense track tomorrow at 9 a.m. right here on this stage. We will now be taking a technical break, but we look forward to seeing you again at 1:30 right here in this room to continue the conversation on this stage with Cassia Madeira for the Global Outlook track. My name is Federica D'Alessandra. It has been my honor to serve as today's master of ceremony for the defense track, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow again, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Welcome, Secretaries of State, Ministers, Ambassadors, Members of Parliament, representatives of the military, distinguished guests, friends. Welcome to the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum. What a pleasure it is to be here with you once again. My name is Kasia Madeira and I was here last year. For those of you who are with us, it's a pleasure to be with you once again on what is a very poignant occasion, the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum. Of course, we are heading into the 2nd anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, so particularly poignant and critical for all of us to be gathered here today. I just returned from Ukraine yesterday morning, so it's wonderful to see so many of our friends from Ukraine here amongst us in Warsaw. Thank you for making this journey. Distinguished guests, welcome. We start off with, I think, such an important occasion. Let's hear from the person who is making all of this happen, who has brought us all here together, the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. Please join me in a warm, warm welcome for Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ministers, state secretaries, general ambassadors, and of course, all our friends of the Warsaw Security Forum. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the 10th edition of the event. A decade has passed, and it's hard to believe that it has been a decade, that the Kazimierz Puławski Foundation, led by my dear husband, Zbyszek Pisarski, has launched the first edition of this forum. The edition that was a direct response to the rapidly changing security environment in Central and Eastern Europe caused by the 2014 annexation of Crimea. Our idea at that time, 10 years ago, was to create a platform for the entire transatlantic foreign policy, security, and defense communities, which would allow us to discuss and find solutions to the security challenges we face together. Of course, with a special focus on Central and Eastern Europe. 10 years later, and almost 20 months from the start of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the regional security environment has by no means improved. And the discussions we hold on this anniversary editions have never probably been more relevant. To help inform these discussions, the Warsaw Security Forum has issued a special annual report entitled Central and Eastern Europe, a new center of transatlantic security gravity. The report is a product of 6 months of work of over 30 renowned international experts and decision makers, and it presents recommendations on how to sustain stability and security in the region of Central and Eastern Europe, but also beyond. It argues that the geopolitical awakening of this region is one of the unintended consequences of the 2020 Russian aggression against Ukraine. For the first time in history, the region, which after all shares a direct border with both the war zone and Russian-controlled Belarus, is expressing ambitions to move from a security beneficiary to a security provider. As a consequence, it has the potential to play an essential role in the realm of European and transatlantic security. At the same time, however, Central and Eastern Europe is heavily reliant for its security and for its prosperity on the one hand, strong transatlantic ties with the United States of America, but also on a vibrant, strong European Union. Questions today, and also in our debate today, arise regarding the long-term sustainability of US military engagement on the European continent, and also the ability of Europe to become self-sufficient in defending its borders in face of a protracted conflict for which we need to prepare. In order to counter these negative consequences, which may stem from a weakened West, the region, Central and Eastern Europe, needs to learn how to channel its weight for greater political impact and take on larger collective responsibility, acting as a valuable member of both the transatlantic alliance and the European Union. In the report that I wholeheartedly encourage you to read, and which is available at the forum, we talk about 8 advocacy causes, which, if implemented, will make the region and our alliance stronger. Among these causes is, number 1, promoting a better defined, clearer, and more urgent path for Ukraine's membership in NATO as the ultimate security guarantee, effectively deterring Russia's aggressions of the future. But we also talk in the report about the need to strengthen European defense capabilities, including through striving to obtain a paradigm shift in our defense posture. We want to strengthen EU's foreign policy by creating a coherent European policy on China, which today is a large challenge for the European Union. We also want to make the most of the existing Central and Eastern European regional and cross-regional formats, such as the Bucharest 9, the Weimar Triangle, or the Lublin Triangle. And we also talk in the report about strengthening both transatlantic cooperation and cooperation with Ukraine in the realm of security. And last, but definitely not least, we think we need to address the influence operations of adversarial states such as Russia against our region and against Ukraine through a set of defined tools. So these causes, these 8 causes, serve as calls of actions for you, decision makers, who reflect on a daily basis about the security needs of the transatlantic alliance. Having said that, let me also reiterate that the 10th edition is historical, not only because of the clarity of purpose of our discussions, but also because of the size of the event. We have brought together over 2,100 delegates from 70 countries this year, speakers and experts in 4 different tracks from all parts of the transatlantic community, and I believe with that we can make a difference. To conclude, I wholeheartedly wanted to thank our partners, which for 10 years now have been supporting the Warsaw Security Forum. I am particularly grateful to 2 of them. First and foremost, the National Security Bureau of Poland, represented here by Minister Jacek Siewiera, and the minister will join me on the stage soon. And to the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance, who has also been a partner to the event since the very start, and which is represented by the head of its delegation, Admiral Rob Bauer. Thank you very much for your support. I thank over 50 institutional, corporate, and program partners, including dozens of European and American think tanks actively contributing to the programming of the WSF 2023 throughout the entire year. And finally, I would want to thank the United Kingdom, which is the partner country of the 2023 edition. And I want to recognize our British guests, the delegation of His Majesty's government led by Minister James Hippie, as well as the members of the British Parliament, including the House of Commons Defence Select Committee and numerous institutional partners, and of course the British Embassy in Warsaw, led by the marvelous leadership of Ambassador Anne Clune. Thank you for making this event happen this year. Thank you for a wonderful British delegation. And finally, I wish you fruitful and excellent discussions this year. Thank you for making this event relevant for this international security debate. And I wish you all the best and a good stay in Warsaw. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on this 10th anniversary. And as Professor Pisarska was saying, this is such a big event. The themes mentioned, referenced in the report, will be themes that we will be hearing throughout our discussions throughout this forum. So, distinguished guests, without further ado, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Secretary of State Jacek Siewiera, head of the National Security Bureau of Poland.
Good afternoon. Ministers, members of parliaments, ambassadors, generals, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our President Andrzej Duda, I would like to welcome you to the 10th edition of Warsaw Security Forum, one of the biggest European conferences dedicated to international security. I remember the moment when, as a young officer, I entered the Radisson Blu Hotel to attend the first Warsaw Security Forum. A lot of things has happened since that day. 10 years of Warsaw Security Forum are also a story of Poland's strategic coming of age, maturing to the moment when, without any hesitation, we were ready to stand materially and politically on the side of Ukraine and be accountable for our 30-year position towards Russia. While other countries were holding discussion about supporting Ukraine in a military way, Polish tanks in Ukrainian hands were taking back Kherson. When some countries were discussing increasing defense spending to 2%, the first equipment from multi-billion-dollar contracts were arriving on Polish soil. I call this a measure of maturity. Maturity of Poland and maturity of Warsaw Security Forum, which rise during that time. Let me congratulate organizers, Madam Katarzyna and Mr. Zbigniew Pisarscy from Pułaski Foundation. You work very hard to ensure the much-needed success of this conference, and I'm personally proud of your achievements because since the first edition of Warsaw Security Forum, the National Security Bureau has been its strategic partner. Congratulations. Although the Anglo-Saxon school of political thinking was always present at Warsaw Security Forum, it was never as strong as today with the United Kingdom as the partner country. I really much appreciate that we were like-minded during the preparations of this conference, but especially in the same way we were like-minded on 24th of February 2022. The Warsaw Security Forum is now more important than ever. History is happening now in our part of the world. The region's security concerns resonate not only throughout the transatlantic area, but also throughout the entire world. For years, we heard that the security of Europe is too important to be entrusted to countries like Poland, Baltic states, or other Eastern flank countries. After this year and a half, we can honestly say that European security is too important not to entrust it to Poland and the countries from our region. Our voice needs to be heard, and I am glad that we have a venue for that. Before you start these inspiring 2 days of discussions, let me set the stage by sharing a few thoughts about the challenges we must face in our future. First, we need to support Ukrainians until the victory as they understand it. The Russian-Ukrainian war is entering a new phase of protracted attritional warfare. After 1 year and a half of fierce fighting, we are still very far from its end. Russia failed to achieve its strategic goals. Nevertheless, it seems determined to continue the war no matter the cost. Ukraine is fighting bravely in self-defense, but reclaiming the occupied lands is difficult, costly, and will take time. We should not expect Ukraine to fight as the West would fight. At the end of the day, they are the ones on the front line. They know what victory is and what would be the cost of defeat. Whatever kind of battle they will choose, if we want it to be effective, the West needs to stay engaged. I assure you that Poland will stay engaged in support for Ukraine in a way that will not jeopardize our own existence. The weak rescuer is a bad rescuer. The Western world must adopt a horizontal approach in supporting Ukraine's statehood. What I mean is that elements such as the economy, state finances, social services, railways, and physical survival of the nation and its willpower are as much, if not even more important, as the military support. The continued functioning of the Ukrainian state is crucial because the war will probably not end either this year or the next one. Our main tasks should be safeguarding the Ukrainian sovereignty, preventing the country from plunging into chaos, ensuring its NATO and Euro-Atlantic integration, and doing our best to reduce Ukrainian casualties. These are the stated goals of the newly formed NATO-Ukraine Council, and this also should be the Ukrainian goal of the Ukrainian integration with the European Union. As for our military support, the most important factor in a prolonged war of attrition is industrial base, of course. The front line must be well supplied with ammunition, replacements of heavy equipment, and modern weapon systems, like combat aircraft and long-range missiles. The biggest challenge here is to supply it in high numbers and on time. This is also why I'm very grateful for Admiral Bauer for raising this issue at every public speech. On time. I dare to say that if Ukraine would receive the weapons it currently possesses, in June last year, this war could be over by now. Western military industry has lain dormant for the last 3 decades. Now it needs to be awakened. And that requires not only words and promises, but actions. Second, simultaneously to the ongoing Ukrainian war effort, we have our own struggle over the shape of European security architecture. In my opinion, this issue should be based on the premise that accountability and responsibility of some countries in their consistent stance toward Russia proved correct. The Russian Federation is now hardly a partner to any negotiations. Because it lacks credibility. Therefore, it should be isolated internationally and contained. Russia must suffer defeat in Ukraine and held to be account for all its crimes committed in Ukraine. Only then its aggressive tendencies will be stopped. Only then it will be possible to negotiate any peace treaty that will strengthen the rule-based international order. Accountability should be also applied more broadly to foster the credibility of countries that have been warning against an increasingly aggressive Russia for years, in contrast to those looking at it through rose-tinted glasses. Third, we need to strengthen our own security. Keeping Ukraine functioning, well-armed and supplied is not enough for safeguarding our security. We should prioritize the development of NATO defense capabilities, increase the capacity of our defense industries, enhance NATO deterrence and defense posture, especially on the eastern flank, strengthen the European Union common security and defense policy. Today, Russia is effectively employing the doctrine of defending every inch of its territory. NATO needs to prove that it has the capacity to defend every inch of its territory even better and more effective. To fulfill all these aims, we need to invest and invest heavily in our own military capabilities. After 3 decades of peace and out-of-area operations, Allied armed forces lack mass, heavy armament, and sufficient stockpiles of artillery shells, rockets, and missiles. Large collective defense operations require the so-called enablement, which involves NATO common-funded infrastructure like NATO fuel supply chain, prepositioning of ammunition, and equipment, and reception and staging areas. On its part, the EU has to rethink the civil protection system and the evacuation mechanisms to better employ its huge potential in this regard. We must remember that our biggest asset and resource are people. We won't change it overnight. That's why we need to speed up. Poland is adamant about setting an example by reaching 4% of GDP spending on defense and initiating long-term plans to expand its armed forces, both in quantity and quality. We know the threat, we know the Russians, we know the cost of defeat from our history. We expect that our allies will follow suit. If we don't want to spend 3% of GDP to counter long-term hybrid threats emanating from hostile Russia, then we have to spend at least 2% of GDP on deterrence right now. A policy based on calculations of how far you are from the front line is not only short-sighted, but also futile. Fourth, we need to safeguard our cohesion and unity. Most important is the strength of transatlantic bond. I believe that we will make it stronger and credible as much as we have done today. Therefore, I am glad that the next NATO summit would take place in Washington, D.C. Europe needs America as much as America needs Europe. Broader international cooperation strengthens the Euro-Atlantic security. Still, an effective cooperation between NATO and European Union is a priority. Both organizations have their unique strengths and should remain compatible and complementary. Moreover, we have to take a global approach, tangibly strengthening the cooperation with strategic partners from Asia and Pacific, like AP4. At the same time, we have to increase our engagement with the countries of the Global South, which are nowadays the main target of Russian disinformation. We also have to increase our economic cooperation with these countries and our investments in innovative technologies that would support them in tackling economical hardships. Innovation must be a tool of inclusion, but at the same time we must protect our own innovative industries from illicit actions of our adversaries. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize the seriousness of the situation in which we are currently in. We cannot underestimate Russian intentions and Russian capabilities. Intentions were broadly presented on 21st of December 2029. It wasn't only about Ukraine. The power of rule-based order is being contested militarily, economically, politically, and ideologically. We haven't had to face this scale of challenge since the Cold War. I'm forced to say that we have to remind ourselves the Cold War mindset, have the concept of accountability and accountabilism in our minds. Our words must be supported by actions. Today, support for Ukraine and containment of Russia is uniting allies and Europe. I believe that Warsaw Security Forum will stimulate this evolution. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring discussions. Thank you.
So we're underway. Secretary of State Siviera there reminding us just how critical and how urgent and how important it is for the international community to continue its support for Ukraine. Which leads us on to our first high-level conversation with a very, very special guest who joins us here in Warsaw for the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum from Kyiv. We'll hear from her about the importance of international community support for a country at war in Europe. She'll be in conversation with a presenter and international journalist who joins us from the United States. So please join us in welcoming for this discussion on Ukraine in Europe, Hadley Gamble and her very special guest.
Good afternoon, everybody, and once again, welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum. I am honored to present our next guest. She is Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, Olha Stefanishyna. It's great to see you. I want to kick off by asking you to walk us through the current situation between Ukraine and Poland. You're here at a very delicate time for Polish politics, and certainly the dispute over the grain deal has led to some pretty significant consequences, one of which, of course, being Poland's decision not to supply weapons to Ukraine. What is your government willing to do to get that relationship back on track?
Well, thank you so much. I understand you're a journalist, and probably you should have started with this hot topic, but this is the last thing. Actually, I want to bring the attention of international and broad audience we have here. So at this particular moment, I think we are in a dialogue, and all the decisions and solutions has been proposed. I do not want to concentrate politically on this issue. And again, I think it's very important that we do not first and foremost consider this grain tensions, let's say, from the perspective of all the relations between Ukraine and Poland. Definitely not, although Ukraine still understands that it's a pretty radical set of decisions taken as regards from the country I'm coming from, particularly this moment.
Do you feel confident that there will be a resolution in this issue?
Well, again, I did my political part, and I'm sure that Ukraine has proposed the solution where now violations of international treaties are taken, all the rules are obeyed. Ukraine has agreed to make sure that we control exportation to make our partners calm on the other side of the border. So political part has been done. I don't think that there are any more room for emotions in that regard.
Maybe no room for emotions, but there are a lot of questions about what the next several months will bring. Beyond Polish politics, we're talking about the 2024 elections in the United States. And today, many taxpayers are looking at the $75 billion figure that's been spent on Ukraine, and they're wondering, A, are they going to get a receipt for that? Where did the money go? Because there are questions about corruption. But also now there are actual questions about the future of US leadership, and I'm talking about the possibility that Donald Trump could be in office in 2024. For Ukraine, is that something that the president is worried about?
Well, looking back generally to the history, I can recollect a little of examples over the last at least 30 years where sort of a radical outcome of elections has affected inevitable changes globally. European Union, EU, European continent is generally a organization of consensus-based decision-making process. And basically, with the beginning of the full-scale war, a global democratic coalition is been taking all the decisions together. So, of course, different things could happen over the elections. The time we're living in is the informational era, and things could be really different. So, but I'm sure that from the perspective of the democratic unity over principal things like military support, like financial support, financial survivor of Ukraine, many things are pretty pre-booked and agreed already. But at the same point, I just want all of us to have the perspective from Ukraine. The first days of the full-scale war and of the 10-year war, we, of course, were at the age of only one desire, to wake up in the morning and to see that the war is over. Then we thought, okay, we can be there another week, we can fight for another month, and then we understood that this is a bad story to do the calculations and to wait for a moment where we'll be either tired or exhausted or defeated or we will win. We just have to wake up and every morning knowing that we do everything to bring the victory closer, even if it will take longer. And this is equally relevant to a front line from one side and to geopolitical discussions on the other side. Look, 17 different types of elections are taking place around Europe only, including European institutions. It's far not the last and the first elections of the President of the United States. So, but we are ready and we are prepared for that. We see a huge potential in strengthening the bipartisan support in Ukraine. Now the decision on a special act for Ukraine with the financial support will be done. And let's not forget that first and foremost, it was leaders, but also people and the nations backing up the support for Ukraine. And I think that the people still stand with us.
Nonetheless, there are questions about financing the fight. And when we think about what's going to happen next, potentially in the United States, already we've seen the U.S. move back just as a result of internal politics, as you say. But do you believe that Europe can make up the shortfall if, in fact, the money from the United States begins to diminish?
Absolutely not. So I am the Europe. So Ukraine is the Europe. We're here just, as I've mentioned, with the ministers of foreign affairs who came here from Kiev, not vice versa. So they came here from Kiev. They were discussing another package of military support and a huge set of strategic military planning. And in fact, it was European Union who made a decision, first ever in history, to finance the military support not because of the threat to its member state, but to the third country, which didn't even apply for membership and has not been even seen anywhere there on the horizon. So I'm absolutely confident that all the planning and capacity is here. And in fact, I am sure that it is extremely helpful into the politics in Washington, regardless the camps and the parties, because Europe is there. The European bond is really strong. It's not like the whole world only relying on US support. It's the largest partner of Ukraine, largest contributor. It's a major coordinator in terms of military support through the Rammstein format. But Europe stands strong as well. Europe has launched the development of the defense industrial policy. There is a discussion on the common defense procurement, and this is only evolving. And I think that the voice of Europe is a million times stronger within North Atlantic Treaty Alliance, and things are really different, and I can see it also from the perspective of the decisions taken to Ukraine. So if there any question on earth I can be solid about is that Europe will not let us down and will back us up.
And you're not worried about a Trump presidency?
We've been there.
We certainly have. We certainly have. Walk me through this one. There was a recent report released by Politico that was essentially an internal report that said that the Biden administration is overwhelmingly concerned about corruption at the highest levels in Ukraine. And that's something that they've been speaking to your government about. They've listed several things that they want to see happen. For example, privatizing banks. They've also talked about doing NATO protocols, making that mandatory within Ukraine's military. All of the things that they say needs to put Ukraine on track to be part of the EU as well as a NATO member. When you think about the corruption issue, where are you today in your mind with progress?
Well, that's a sad thing. Of course, I'm meeting a lot with my foreign colleagues, and I hear this word corruption, corruption, corruption. In our understanding, it's fight against corruption. This is what we do in Ukraine. We fight against corruption. And of course, it becomes vivid, and it's extremely sad to see unfortunate cases of sort of a high-level officials being caught in somewhere like in some criminal activities related to corrupted interests. But on the other side, it's not because it wasn't the case before. There was just sort of an impunity. There was an immunity over prosecution, and this curtain has fallen. We have done a lot to prevent the loopholes of for corruption. If you would ask ordinary Ukrainian on the street about corruption, they would recollect something opposite from you see. You see the oligarchs, the people the high-level officials who've been bribed, but Ukrainians saw different things. Some basic public services they couldn't access because there was let's say, unfaithful system. This does not exist anymore at all. So I can tell you from the perspective of the ordinary citizen of Ukraine, but yes, we have been fighting against the oligarch influence on politics, on media, on the decision-making process. This has been a successful process which become even more effective throughout the war. And it becomes vivid. And all our institutions are operating. We see the results on the media, but I'd rather think that the major demand right now from the international community, and that what US colleagues confirm as well, is the transparency. So we all understand that it's Ukrainian taxpayers who finance the army, but it's international partners who finance our survival throughout the war. And more resources should be accumulated, more of them should be targeted to recovery, and there should be a strong bond of confidence about the transparency and accountability of these resources. It's not because Ukraine is not delivering, but this is like just a claim for more effort needed to be done. So we are there, the commitment is there, and this leak which was in media with this like listing reform, it was extremely negatively perceived by Ukrainians, but still it's nothing new, it's nothing of what is not happening in Ukraine. So we are ready to discuss, and we will make sure that we are backing up the effort of our partners by greater trust, greater transparency, and greater engagement on our side as well.
So in terms of going after that corruption, you've gone after the oligarchs, you've gone after the judiciary, you've been willing to go after those in the defense sector as well. So essentially the message is from the government, no one is immune, no one is higher than the law. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Now walk me through this one. When you think about what happens next with regards to President Putin's war machine, we saw so much effort on the part of Western leaders, G7 nations, to put in place sanctions. Some were accusing them of weaponizing the US dollar, but at the other side of this were sanctions on energy. And unfortunately, those do not seem to have been very effective, at least so far. In your mind, what needs to happen next? We need to see more sanctions on President Putin's energy sector. What more can be done? Because it's not as if we don't know where his oil tankers are going and who is buying them.
Well, definitely sanctions is the poison of the slow action. It's different from the military support, which is immediately applied on a battlefield, but it is the major instrument of isolation. You can politically isolate Putin, who is basically captured in a cage limited with the Russian borders, right? But economic, social isolation is important backup to this political isolation. So the sanctions should continue as an instrument. It's vital to show no room for this fatigue or any other inability to seek for the unity. The instrument, as it is, should remain effective. And the decisions hurting should be taken. So yes, it's complicated, but the consensus should be found to put sanctions against nuclear energy. And Russian officials from the Rosatom, the top officials, and it requires a consensus. It's complicated, but by the end of the day, this is important, including a huge set of sanctions, avoiding Russian Federation to still produce military equipment, to still produce weapons, bypassing existing sanctions. There is a huge package of proposals which is on the table. Ukraine has been sharing it with partners, and this decision should be taken, definitely.
Minister Stefanishina, the first time that we met, it was actually about 2 months prior to the invasion. I came to Ukraine. I was reporting on the energy sector specifically, but I was also speaking to members of government about the possibility that President Putin would invade. When you think about, frankly, how far you've come as a government and as a country in those months, the challenges going forward are going to continue to be immense. We are talking about inevitably a country that is going to have to be rebuilt. In your mind, where should that money and that support be coming from? Because I know you're involved heavily in conversations with your partners in the EU. We are talking about potential NATO accession, but we don't have a timeline for how Ukraine's going to get there. What does that look like for you 3 to 5 years down the road? What is actually going to be galvanizing investment in Ukraine?
Well, we of course have to think of a different sources, but there are a number of very principal issues to us. We were very optimistic in terms of the timelines for joining the European Union, but at the same time, it's principal for us that we join EU as the competitive partner, contributing to its single market and its development, meaning that it would require a significant effort related to economic recovery. So we have now understanding that the urgent needs related to recovery, they are covered by macro-financial assistance. This will continue. But speaking about the post-war recovery, this should be mostly investments. This should be the development assistance. And this is where the commitment from many partners are. Of course, we are advocating hardly for those industries and companies who can onboard on Ukrainian market even now, understanding that their production can be destroyed at any moment. There are some instruments which already ensure the risk, but it's also a development. It's development and investment. You know very well that Ukraine is extremely capable nation, extremely capable country. Having lost Russian market and Belarus market in 2014, we managed to become the largest EU trading partner just within 2 years. We have fully completed establishment of the free trade area, and now we're discussing the membership in EU in times of war. The adjustment capacity of Ukraine is enormous. We are proud of our spectacular and professional people, so the investments is something that we will be able to absorb, develop, and establish the proper conditions for that. But of course, it should be aligned with the process of accession and joining to EU. It would require specific financing. It could not only be covered through investments, speaking about the logistics, connectivity, and etc. And this would be another area after war, but this is what we're going to do even throughout the war, because basically European integration is the only development budget that we have. All the other is survival.
Minister Stefanishina, thank you so much for joining us.
distinguished guests, we heard there a very frank conversation from Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, Ola Stefanishvili, and a real realization about, quite frank when she was speaking about the possibility of a new president across the pond, across the Atlantic, which leads us on to our next very high-profile conversation. This is the ministerial debate where the panelists with our wonderful moderator will be discussing Europe's commitments across the transatlantic. So please join me in welcoming once more to the stage the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to our first ministerial discussion, high-level discussion, this time on the question of strategic European autonomy and ours as Europe's transatlantic commitment. I wanted to very welcome our distinguished panel of guests here, starting with Paul Jonsson, who is the Minister of Defense of Sweden. Welcome, Paul. Great to have you here. Angel Tilvar, who is the Defense Minister of Romania, a very important partner for Poland. Thank you for being here today. Miroslav Lachowski, our wonderful neighbor, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovakia. Welcome, Miroslav. And joining us today, also the member of the International Advisory Council of the Warsaw Security Forum and also the Global Fellow of the Woodrow Wilson Center, Baroness Catherine Ashton, who does not require much of an introduction. So ladies and gentlemen, we have 40 minutes, and what I want is actually to get you involved. We'll have a number of microphones here, so you will be able to ask questions. Just raise your hand, and the mic will appear as I will select each and one of you. But of course, we'll start with a small run-up here to our discussions with the audience to kind of set the stage. So let me ask you the first question, and this goes to all of you. Would you be able to define for me European strategic autonomy today? Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I mean, this has been one of the more divisive issues, how we actually defined it. If this means that within the Euro-Atlantic structures, a more capable Europe playing a greater geopolitical role, that's good. But I think you have to be cautious with the wording a little bit. If you're saying you want to be autonomous, I think there is the risk that other actors are going to be more autonomous against you. And if I look at the challenges that we're exposed to right now, when it comes to handling Russia or handling China, the EU need partnerships. So I think there is to a degree, a zero-sum game between focusing on partnership or a strategic autonomy. And I feel much more comfortable when the EU and the Euro-Atlantic community is working together than they're really a force for good on the global stage.
Absolutely, thank you. Minister, the question of course, European strategic autonomy falls into the question of US presence here on the European continent. And here in Poland and Ukraine, of course, felt the incredible, indispensable presence of the United States starting from the 24th of February 2022. It was the United States and this region that acted first. And we felt that some of the countries of the European Union lagged behind, dragged their feet. So how do you perceive this dilemma between us being able to defend ourselves as Europeans, but at the same time not having to and wanting to engage with the United States as a security guarantee provider?
Thank you. I think we can speak about complementarity. The fact that you spoke about different speed is not something unexpected. According to the vision of each member, you could have a speed or another. But what is important is that now there is a rhythm, there is solidarity, there is complementarity, and if we speak in terms of sanctions, for instance, things went quite smoothly. So I think that things are absolutely compatible between to have a transatlantic relations.
Thank you very much. And Minister Vlachowski, the question would also be if, and I think this is, I can speak on behalf of the entire region, we are committed, especially here in Poland, to American presence, to American troops on the ground. This country has over 10,000 American troops at the moment, apart from, of course, the NATO presence that we have here. But do you think we also should be receptive in a way to what the United States needs and wants? And here we go, of course, into the question of China. We do not, as Europe, have one common China policy. The United States has been speaking with us as partners, and this question I'll also ask to Katie, about decoupling. And of course, for Europe, that is at this point unacceptable. We talk about de-risking. So how do we balance this? We cannot go alone in defense. We have to, and we want to, commit to the transatlantic alliance as it is, but then the largest of the members of the transatlantic alliance might have, and rightly so, other security interests it wants us to be involved. How do you balance between this?
Well, I think the one important word which wasn't mentioned yet is burden sharing, and that's what is expected from us by Americans, that we will contribute more in capabilities, and if we will do that, that will naturally create capabilities in some other parts of the world. So that could be one of our contribution to the enormous challenges we as a transatlantic community are facing, including China.
Thank you. Katie, the same question goes to you. How do we balance this?
So when you think about strategic autonomy, it's about the capacity of Europe to come together, determine its priorities, look at its needs and interests, and having reached some conclusions, then with its partner, its most important ally, the United States, collaborate in how that translates into policy. So it's not about finding ourselves in contradiction with each other, or indeed about setting up strategic autonomy to mean moving away from. It's often used as a negative as well as a positive. And I think we have to be careful about the use of the word, and most importantly, see it as an opportunity for Europe to be clear about its own priorities, but to then link carefully and collaboratively with the US.
Thank you very much. Minister Jansson, now looking forward, we are, of course, as the European Union, very strongly supporting Ukraine with many packages of sanctions, but also financial assistance. But what do you think could Europe offer more, not only to Ukraine, but really to providing a secure European continent? What are we missing?
Sure. I think just also connecting to the strategic autonomy, I think there's a more natural division of labor now between the EU and NATO. EU and NATO has never cooperated as closely as they did in the run-up and during the war, and I think that's a good thing. I'm also glad we have a new declaration now between the EU and NATO working on everything from climate change to new and disruptive technologies, also to space. I think that is good, and let's do more of that. We tried to push that also during the Swedish EU presidency. Now, I think the EU's role in supporting Ukraine should not also be underestimated. I think the EU Mum Ukraine, which we've done here in Poland and in Germany, has been tremendously important of training up to 30, soon 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers. I think that ASAP can be a force for good when it comes to making sure we ramp up our industrial production. And I think EDIRPA is another good initiative in order to get incentives for us to collaborate like Europeans. But if I would say one thing I think this is vital now for supporting Ukraine is really the that we get our defense industrial base in Europe in shape in order to support Ukraine for the long terms, because we're digging pretty deep now into our pockets, into our stocks, and in the long run, I think it's crucial that the Ukrainians also can procure defense material from the industrial base in Europe. And we're learning some hard lessons here about scale and volume, not at least when it comes to artillery ammunition.
Absolutely, and building on that, how do we in the region, and Romania, for example, does build up its industrial base? I mean, we had so much stocks still since the time of the Soviet Union. We have given away, and Poland here, most of it to Ukraine. How do we prepare?
Thank you for the question. For 6 years, Romania had 2% of the GDP for military. Now, since the last budget, we have 2.5. The fact that for 6 years we understood how important it is to have this money for the military made possible that we have at this moment state-of-art equipment on the territory of Romania. On one hand, on the other hand, from now on, we have to be more innovative. We have to fulfill our own requirements in terms of armament and ammunition. And on the other hand, as we had as a main topic the EU format, I think we should collaborate better. We should be in the same line when we have strategies of increasing our capacity of defending and of providing our armies with everything that it is necessary. On one hand. On the other hand, because you asked for a Romanian perspective, at Vilnius, things were clear that the Black Sea region increased in importance. We tried to profile this idea for quite a long time, and I'm glad that our allies and our partners understood how important it is for the Black Sea to be defined as a strategic region on the east, not only on the eastern flank, but for the EU and for NATO too. That's why at this moment we are in full effort to provide the resilience and the deterrence needed on the eastern flank, and everything we do is in line with these expectations. Thank you.
Absolutely, and going back to what Minister Jansson said, he said that there is an understanding of the synergy between the European Union and NATO, and the war in Ukraine has served as a clarity factor, surely. However, at the same time, I think there are countries, for example, France, who perceive these questions differently. They do think that we need to de-risk, but not necessarily, only from China, but also from American security umbrella. What would you say to our French friends here who would give you this argument, Minister?
I know that there is an old school in France, in old school of Scott in France in that way. Look, I think since 1945, I see US as a European power, because of its presence in Europe and because of stability it provided to Europe during the Cold War. And I think that after Cold War, we were all very happy, and we see the bright future ahead of us. And in America, they start to ask for a Cold War dividend, and they basically took money away from some important institutions. I think it was looking back into the mirror, it was a mistake. And I think we are more and more coming back to what we had on this continent before, and that's the division between one imperial power and the part of Europe which wants to be free and democratic.
Thank you very much, Minister. Katie, I will ask you also, as a leader coming from the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has a very special relationship, of course, as we know, with the United States today. But we are facing, as we've discussed, a pretty unpredictable election next year in the United States. How should we prepare?
So there are plenty of people as your partner country from the United Kingdom. I know there is a minister sitting over here. It's great to see him. The first thing to say is that it's really important that we understand the crucial nature of our relationship with NATO and the continued support that countries give to NATO as an organization. When I was a High Representative, we did a lot of work in the EU to make the partnership between NATO and the European Union as effective as possible. Not to do the same things, but to complement each other and to do the kind of work and investment in research and development that is so important. As we look forward to what will happen in the US, and none of us are quite sure where this will be, I think we have to continue to assume that we will be partners in NATO and that we will continue to assess the same opportunities and the same threats and risks. But it always says to me that whenever you have a moment of uncertainty, it's a time for European nations, and I include the UK and others in that, to be very mindful of the need to collaborate effectively on defence and security.
Thank you very much. So this is the moment when we actually open up to questions. I see a number of them already. So could I see where the mics are? There's a lady here. We'll take maybe 2 or 3. A lady here, a gentleman here, and I think there was another gentleman there. And please do introduce yourself. If we can ask the microphone again. Okay, maybe I'll just give you one of ours. We'll share it with Katie, because I guess that Bartek will help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ewelina Kasprzyk. I'm the program director of the Kościuszko Institute. We specialize in cybersecurity and digital tech. Just a small background, because that's kind of the introduction to the questions I wanted to throw into the discussion. So right next to the strategic autonomy, we oftentimes hear the term tech sovereignty. And this is one of the issues that I think is becoming more and more prominent, especially now during the war, because Ukraine is sort of like, it turned into a testing ground of a bunch of technologies, especially the digital ones. So I wanted to ask whether you have any ideas or any approaches, specific approaches, how to regulate cooperation with tech companies, because as we can see from the case of Elon Musk, some CEOs are making decisions of rather geopolitical importance, and clearly some of those companies cannot be trusted that much. So I wanted to ask, what would be your approach, and do you think whether that could perhaps have any impact on the TTC discussions, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman here on the microphone is coming from the side, as I see. Oh, actually. And there's another gentleman on this side, so if I can ask.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Zura Bejanishvili, from Georgia International Community for Georgia Development and the Progress. My question is, how do you evaluate the Russian and China influence on your economics, politics, and society in your countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question in this round, a gentleman here, please.
Hello, Jacek Karczewski from Poland. You've mentioned that the US would expect to have our back regarding the Indo-China front, let's say the western flank. But do you think that there should be a coherent, not only joint, but coherent engagement of NATO and European Union in other conflict zones, namely Middle East, former French Africa, let's say both the Middle East Palestinian Israeli conflict and the Iranian conflict and other such conflict zones around the world, not just those two, let's say, major foes or whatever you would like to name them, that is Russia and China, but other conflict zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, a lot of questions and a lot to choose from. Minister Jansson, what is your choice of question? You'll try the 3?
short remarks on each and every one of them. I think the Trade and Technology Council is very important. It's obvious now that you have such a strong connection between geopolitics, trade and security policy in this era of great power competition. So I very much welcome that initiative to have well-informed discussions, not at least across the Atlantic, about these matters. On China, my country's position is that we always strive for European unity when it comes to China, but also that we, as much as possible, have a transatlantic dimension also on our China discussions. On NATO, I think NATO has gone back to its core mission of Article 5 for very good reasons, since we are exposed to the worst security environment since the end of the Second World War. I think it's very natural right now that it continues focusing on the deterrence and defense agenda and the regional plans and NATO's new force models. I think that's going to be the core for the foreseeable years to come, being back to its core mission of Article 5 rather than out-of-area operations.
Minister Tilvar.
Thank you. The question coming from Georgia, I think. First of all, how important it is that Georgia is an aspiring state for EU, because we have here on the agenda the discussions between involving EU and the transatlantic relationship. So being on this course and having near you Ukraine, which is a candidate state, Moldova, which is a candidate state, makes more relevant the Black Sea region, even from a European perspective. As far as the influence on society, politics and economy, at the level of our country, we approach things through a European perspective, and at the same time, as my colleague mentioned, from a transatlantic perspective. There are areas where there is room for collaboration, climate change, for instance. There are divergent opinion on many issues, but I think that the things that were stated clearly, both at Madrid and at Vilnius, makes clear the way we chose from this perspective. And as far as the engagement of USA and EU, I think these are complementary approaches, because, for instance, there are places where NATO is not active, and I'm referring here to rebuilding things in Africa after a post-conflict period. So I think things can go together without any problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Wlachowski.
Yes. First one on tax sovereignty regulation. Well, European Union is a great regulatory body, and that's one of the main tools it uses. But I think we should not address only regulation and how to deal with a big tech company, but we also have to address the competitiveness of Europe and ask the question, why do not we have these big tech companies in Europe? Because I see this is a problem, how much the Europe is competitive in this area, not just regulate, but also create an environment for companies to develop in Europe. The question on Russia's influence on economic and politics in Central Europe or in my country, I think we are less and less dependent on Russia energy supply. We are trying to diversify as much as we can. I think we should have done it before. One must be frank about it. But still, we are doing it. When it comes to politics, I'm afraid that Russia is still quite successful in hybrid wars and using asymmetric threats against us. And one of them is obviously the disinformation, and I think disinformation campaigns are one of the biggest tools Russia is using, not only in Central Europe, but against the West in general. And again, we came to the scene a bit late with our tools. We have to do something about it, something strong. And about the US and NATO, I would say that no one did so much for NATO in the recent years as Mr. Putin did. His objective was, we do not want to have a long NATO-Russia border. Well, he created one with Finland, and I hope that Sweden will soon join NATO as a full member.
We do too. We do too. Katie.
So one of the things that comes out of all the questions is the reality that there are no issues that any nation can face and resolve alone. None. That the only way to support the people in our societies and our countries is to collaborate, whether that's through the kind of organizational strength and depth that you see with the European Union or you see with NATO, or whether it's the collaboration that comes from working together on a particular problem. And if I specifically think about the Middle East, or I think about Iran, when I led the negotiations with Iran for over 4 years, it was with a group of countries, the P5, and with Germany, and it was with the strength of the European Union to back up the work that I was doing. In all of the collaborations that I experienced in Europe, and I experienced as a British minister in the past, and I experience now in all the work that I do, the most important partnership between nations who are European is with the United States. And in the Middle East, we work together. In the Iran talks, we work together. In all of the issues and problems that we think about, especially facing the continent of Africa right now, we work together. And especially, of course, in the context of Ukraine.
But let me challenge you before I go back to our audience for a last round of questions. Let me challenge you on this, Katie, and maybe the ministers will also jump in. Do you think we as Europe are able to define our global interests? And where are we not in sync with the United States of America? Because in a perfect world, we should be thinking exactly alike. But do you think there's something like the European global interest?
I'm not sure we should be thinking exactly alike because our history and our geography are not the same. We are affected more directly by some issues, by some problems, by some questions than the United States, and they are affected more directly by others. Think about borders, think about neighbours, think about issues like energy, as the ministers have said. The first thing when I became High Representative I put on the wall was a map of where we got our energy from. And it was scary then. It's more scary now. So it's not exactly the same. Europe is perfectly capable of pulling together and coming up with a common set of issues. I chaired the Foreign Affairs Council for 5 years. I saw the capacity to be able to do that, and to do that with allies beyond the EU, of which my country is one, where you can actually think about the context and the issues that most directly affect us. They will be different in different countries, but there is always a coming together that is really important. But it's back to the first thing about strategic autonomy. It only works if it's then done in partnership with our greatest allies, of whom the United States is number one. It's about taking those things and saying, these are the things that really affect us, things we have to think about. They'll be a little bit different to yours. There'll be a lot in common. Now, how do we bundle those together and collaborate?
Thank you. Minister Jansson, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, just very brief. I mean, we learned a thing or two about security supply during the pandemic, and I think there's places where sovereignty matters. Rare earth metals, semiconductors, energy, such as Ms. Ashton said. I think in those terms, I think Europe also have to think itself as a strategic actor and think how it can ensure security supply. I think that's really vital. But when it comes to defense and security, especially when it comes to Article 5, collective defense, we really want a strong transatlantic dimension, and NATO is, of course, the backbone to that.
And thus the Swedish and Finnish decision to join NATO. Minister, what do you think?
I think that we can see different nuances in every aspect of life, but as far as the main goals, which are promoting democracy, promoting a world based on rules, based on values. I think we have common goals. So from this perspective, I don't hesitate to say that we are on the good way, because unlike Putin, we function according to rules. We want to promote rules. We want to promote law, and that's what has us in common. So from this perspective, of course, there are peculiarities, there are traces of each country's personality, but in terms of working together with our allies, transatlantic allies, I don't find any reason to abandon this way or to put under question mark the way things function. And I think here I'm in line with everything that other colleagues of mine have just said.
Mr.
I think we as Europeans, we should first of all take good care of our immediate neighborhood, which brings the issue of European Union enlargement in Western Balkans. This is an issue which we push ahead of us for way too long. The same applies about the Eastern Partnership and our Eastern neighborhood. And then Europe must be very much involved in a broader neighborhood, which means Africa and Middle East. That's natural, where we should see our interest, and it's very much connected also with the energy issue.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? I think we can take one or two in our wonderful audience. Yeah, please. If we can pass the mic.
Yeah, my name is Jan Opielka. I'm a freelance journalist writing for a German weekly Freitag. I have a question connected to your question, Mrs. Pisarska, in case of the European interests and strategic interests. Wouldn't it be in the interest of the European Union and the European countries, just like to strive for, or to force even, or even to strive for a negotiated agreement, settlement, even in the backyard, diplomatic backyard? So, yeah, this is my question. So,
well, as a moderator, I'll have to waive the answer. I can promise you to answer that question off-stage and backstage. But going back to the panel, my final question would be, I think one thing that is common for the transatlantic alliance and our commitments is, of course, not only helping, assisting Ukraine, but seeing a prosperous future Ukraine. Tell me, what is your thinking behind our promises of the future of Ukraine? Of course, EU membership, NATO membership, there have been multiple discussions, what comes first and what comes after. Here in Poland, I can share, we believe that first NATO and then the European Union, because that was our path, and we feel that without the security, you cannot, and tangible security guarantees, you cannot build a prosperous country and nation. So how in your countries is the thinking about the place of Ukraine, but in a more practical term? Because we all agree, yes, Ukraine has to be in the EU. Ukraine has to be part of NATO. We've repeated this over and over again, but what is the practicality of this? Minister Jonsson.
Just one word then on the last question, because we discussed, differences across Atlantics in interest and so forth. Let's not make this too difficult. We have a strategic compass. I think it's a good document. History is changed by good decisions that are implemented. Let's focus on implementing that so we get a more resourceful Europe. Make sure we get this space strategy in place, build out partnerships, secure nexus internal, external security. Sorry, but I think that's really crucial, so Europe become more resourceful. Now, in regard to Ukraine, it's obvious that Ukraine belongs to the Euro-Atlantic institutions and the structures, and the sooner that happens, the better, of course. And we're working both on the EU and on the NATO side on that. And I think that is our objective of integrating that Ukraine firmly into the Euro-Atlantic institutions, and that's going to be.
NATO first or EU first?
I think it should be performance-based on doing that, but of course security is very important for the Ukrainians. I should also say, of course, this is an issue for not me as not aligned yet, just for the record like that. That's a member for the Alliance, but we're hopeful to join the Alliance during this fall, of course. So, but I think it's crucial that we do everything we can to integrate it as quick as possible. The Ukrainians have proven themselves over and over that they belong to our family.
Thank you very much. Minister Tilvar.
Thank you. I think it's a process. We would like to both things to happen as soon as possible because EU is a success story. Me as a Romanian, I went through all the stages of negotiations with entering EU and so on, and I know how much the country changed because now we belong to EU. I know how much we change in terms of security guarantees we have being members of NATO, so there is no other option for me, even for our friends from Ukraine. And in terms of economy, we are willing to help to rebuild the country, and for the moment we help them to export their grains. More than 25 million tons of grains went through Romania. We also, as many of representatives of other countries in this hall proved with humanitarian solidarity, with all kind of support we could give for a country that is under unprovoked aggression from Russia.
Thank you very much. Minister Vlahos.
To your question, NATO first and EU first, win the war first. That's what is the necessary precondition. So we have to do everything in our power to help Ukraine to win this war and to regain its sovereignty and territorial integrity. That's where we need to concentrate on now. And I came today morning from Kyiv, and I can assure you there is no Ukraine fatigue. It's on the opposite. They are ready. They are trying their best, and we have to help them.
Thank you. And Katie, the last word is yours.
So 10 years ago, I stood in Maidan watching the Ukrainian people in the freezing cold, telling their then president that they were not prepared to have him move away from the commitment he had made to them to be moving Ukraine to having the strong and solid relationship with the European Union. 7 years of negotiation, an agreement that had been initialed and ready to sign, that he walked away from because he was determined instead to continue his relationship with Russia and to move his country in a direction it did not wish to go. And we should not forget that this has been going on for 10 years. We are absolutely solid in our view that Ukraine is part of the family that is the European Union and that is NATO. And it's both, for me, not either or, first or second, because both are about the security of a country, economic security, the ability to have the kind of institutions for people to live in the kind of societies we are trying to create, because it's a continual process in Europe, is really, really important. And it goes hand in hand with the straightforward security guarantees that come with NATO membership. So in a sense, it's about making sure that we move forward on both together.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to personally thank the panel for your commitment to not only transatlantic security, but also Ukrainian victory. Thank you for what you and your countries are doing to secure the entire region of Central and Eastern Europe. And of course, thank you for being with us here at the 10th anniversary edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. Big round of applause to our audience.
Distinguished guests, our thanks to Professor Pisarska and her esteemed panel looking at that transatlantic relationship and also NATO. We're going to move our eyes eastwards this time. We're going to focus what the West should be looking at more eastwards in terms of the discussion that we're going to hear next. Now, this discussion, I just want to say, is in partnership with the Munich Security Conference. So please join me in welcoming the moderator, the chair of the Munich Security Conference, Christoph Herzgen.
Well, it's wonderful to be here again in Warsaw, and I would like to applaud the Warsaw Security Forum for having put up this forum again, 10th year. Congratulations, and it's our honor and pleasure to partner with, as Munich Security Conference, to partner with the Warsaw Security Forum. We have a wonderful panel that was being put together. We have the ministers, the defense minister of the Netherlands, the foreign minister of Lithuania, we have the minister for the armed forces of Great Britain, and we have the foreign minister of Iceland. So thank you all for coming. You don't need introduction, and we only have 38 minutes, so we get less time here in Warsaw than you usually get in Munich, so we have to be short. I like to start with you, Kajsa. You are in the middle of an election campaign in the Netherlands, and the question to you is, as a country that is not the direct neighbor to Ukraine, how difficult it is to make the position? How much does the population, the voters, follow you when you say we have to go and spend 2% on defense? We have committed and we're going to increase it. How is it when you say, well, we have now to deliver more weapons to Ukraine and we are in for the long haul? Is this something that resonates with the voters, or are you afraid that maybe, well, there will be some criticism on that policy?
Well, we have elections in the Netherlands at the end of November, the 22nd. So I think the campaign still has to heat up. But I think, in general, I would say that the elections are not going to be about support for Ukraine and not going to be about the 2%. Because I think the election is going to be very much on domestic issues. And that is good and that is bad. The good thing is that I think it is accepted very widely now that we will support Ukraine and that we will spend 2%. So also political parties that previously were not in favor of the 2% have changed to this position. So you look at the political middle, bit to the left, bit to the right, all of them will say yes, 2%, and that will be the first task for any coalition to make sure that we have that in our budget in the future. And also the support for Ukraine, there's very wide support for that, politically and also in our society. And why is that also bad, in a way? It is because there is not much debate about it. And I think that in every television debate between the party leaders, they will talk about lots of issues and not so much about the war in Ukraine. And that does worry me, because it is not just a Ukrainian problem. It's also our problem. We are responsible, because if our support stops, then Ukraine has to stop fighting. And not necessarily only the Netherlands, but all those countries that support Ukraine. And also all those countries that have to increase their defense spending and that have to strengthen their defense, because that will strengthen NATO. So what I'm going to try also in the campaign is to underline the necessity for the 2%, the importance of having strong defense, and the importance of continuing support to Ukraine, even though it's not going to be high up on the list, I think, in the political discussions.
There are other countries in Europe where this is on the agenda, so I think it's maybe not the ideal situation, but it's not it's the common position, which is good. Tordis, if I may ask you, you are even further away from Ukraine than the Netherlands. How does the war against Ukraine, the Russia war, how does it affect your country? How do you, maybe speaking also for countries that are close to the Arctic, how does it affect you and how sustainable is that?
Well, I would say first, when I discuss issues regarding security and defense, I am very well aware of the fact that Iceland has never been, invaded, and so we are very fortunate. But we also understand that, we rely totally on international law and rule-based order. So even though we are the westernmost capital in Europe and the northernmost in the world, it might sound like we're far away from Warsaw and Kyiv, but it really is not the case. I can say, as Kajsa mentioned, that this is not a big debate in Iceland, but the good thing about that is that we have 90% plus support of us supporting Ukraine. And for us, it also means that, we are a founding member of NATO, but we have no army. So we cannot send weapons. But this is not only, a war regarding borders. This is also a war of values. And Putin is very afraid of the values that Ukraine is fighting for. And there, Iceland can step up, and it should. Iceland has been independent for almost 8 years. That's not a long time. So Iceland is a young republic. And we understand that we can never take for granted. So it's not a cliche to say that their fight is our fight. We do understand that Iceland would not stand a chance in Putin's world. And we do understand that we have a role to play when it comes to the support, be it humanitarian support, even defense-related support, which we also contribute to, but also the political support. And you can see the effect of words and symbolism and values, both within Ukraine, from Zelensky himself, from the government, but also from the international community. And there, we definitely have a role to play. And I would say that, you can sometimes hear in Iceland that, especially because we're far away and we're an island and we do not have an army, that we should not, be a part of this problem. That's a minority opinion, but I would say, out of respect for our sovereignty and out of respect for our independence, of course we are a part of the fight and a part of the solution. And I'm very fortunate and thankful that that's the case in Iceland, and I do believe that it will continue to be the case back home.
Very good, thank you. Gabrielus, you were the host of a very successful NATO summit, and thanks for having the Munich Security Conference also providing some support for the NATO Public Forum. How happy were you with the result? And when it comes to the commitment of member states to at least spend 2%, how happy are you with the the implementation of this? And on the topic of security guarantees, where does NATO stand there? What is your view? Is this sufficient? Will you fight for what was your original view? Have Ukraine become a member of NATO?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for kind words. If I were to ask about whether we are happy about the NATO summit, I can definitely say that we're happy about the logistics of it. Everything went extremely smoothly. When it comes to a political part, I can say that, yes, we managed to land so that everybody had a chance to agree to the outcome. But honestly, if we think about the future and the expectations, we're not there yet. And it's a deeper question. It's not just about one NATO summit or about the next NATO summit in Washington. It's about how do we see the security architecture of Europe, of European continent. And I think that we still yet to appreciate the fact, and good that we're having this forum in Warsaw where the fact is quite well appreciated, that we are on a pivotal historic moment. Such historic moment for me, which I witnessed only as a small kid during my parents' TV screen, was the fall of Berlin Wall, which changed the mentality of Europe from, a geopolitical mentality from war state to peace state. Something monumental has changed, and Europe was reborn again, different. And out of that, not just Germany united, which congratulations on the day, but also my country was reborn from the peace Europe. And I think that we are now, the wall is being rebuilt. The only question is where? Definitely not Berlin, but I'm hoping not Kiev. I'm hoping not Kharkiv, not Luhansk. That the wall is on the border of Ukraine and Russia, on the border of 1991. That this is where Russians decided, Putin decided that this is where they will build the wall. And for us to rewire our geopolitical mentality into something different, I would say that it has to be a war mentality, it has to be a defensive mentality where we need to be prepared for many eventualities that might come from what is happening, but we're not there yet. And from this mentality comes Ukrainian NATO, the transatlantic area that has to expand, that has to embrace with the umbrella, with the Article 5, the countries that were left in the gray zone and have been attacked because they were left in the gray zone, striving for the West, but not there. So we need to expand this. We need to defend those who are on the border, such as my country, such as Poland. We're seeing so many things being done. And here I'm extremely grateful for a step that deserves more attention that it did. It's German decision to place a permanent brigade in the country of Lithuania, which is already reflecting this geopolitical change, this Zeitenwende, you can call it that, but it's broader than that. So these things should happen, and I'm hoping that we're bit by bit, we're getting there, and I'm hoping for next year's summit in Washington. It might take a while, but we'll change, and then we'll make practical decisions that have to happen.
Can I ask you, as you are sitting on the European Union Foreign Affairs Council, you sit on the NATO Council as minister, can you give us a sneak view into these meetings when you talk about Zeitenwende? It takes this German word, which I think is entering the English language like kindergarten, but do you have the impression that how you just explained that Zeitenwende, that is really comparable to the fall of the Iron Curtain of the Berlin Wall? Has this sunk in with everybody when you have these discussions in the council? And look around, do you think that, yes, it has sunk in?
I think not yet, because we're not answering the question what comes after. And I have to use this opportunity and remind one very simple word that is a very good litmus paper. When we say that we will help Ukraine until it's needed, and we still cannot define the it. Because if we define the it as victory, that sets everything then in line. We see the strategic goal. If we don't, if we cannot do that for different reasons, maybe we're too worried about the Russian escalation, maybe we're too worried what happens if Russia loses, maybe we're too worried about other conflicts around the globe. If we cannot answer that, we're not there yet.
So a lot of homework still to do, apparently, and let's look a bit outside. James, you just told me that you come back from a trip to Central Asia, to Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, etc. Can you tell us a bit about how the war, Russia against Ukraine, is seen there? Where do these countries stand, and what is our role with regard to these countries? And maybe since you have the Commonwealth, can you take even a broader look. Many of you have followed the General Assembly, followed, for instance, President Lula speaking, mentioning the conflict in Ukraine as number 11 of conflicts worldwide. So while I think most of us here agree, on the Zeitenwende that Gabrielus mentioned, but the view other places are different, and what do we do about this, James?
Thank you. I think that is actually the great challenge. I joke that my son's football team, they kind of all run within about 10 yards of the ball. Both teams' worth of players all clustered around the ball. And that might be what we Euro-Atlantic nations are guilty of doing right now. It is self-evident to us that Ukrainian sovereignty is European sovereignty, and if we don't make the point to Putin over Ukraine, who will be next? But that is not self-evident in the world beyond. And rightly, as you cited, they also observe that look at what the Americans and the Europeans can do when they want to. There's a war in Ukraine and tens of billions of dollars worth of aid flows immediately. But then there's been war in the Eastern Congo, in the Sahel, in the Lake Chad Basin, and the aid has not been anywhere like of that scale. And so we can't take for granted that the narrative that we hold to be self-evident is quite as obvious to them. We have to work at explaining why we see it the way that we see it, and respect that we can't force those countries into making a choice. If we make it binary, that you're either on our side or you're not, we will end up with not very many friends beyond those in the Euro-Atlantic, Australia, New Zealand, Japan. What we have to do is recognize that in the world beyond, they are looking for partnerships that balance their geostrategic risks. They aren't looking to choose between Russia and China. They're not looking to choose between China and the United States. They're not looking to choose between Russia and the EU. They see good reason to have friendships with Russia, friendships with China, friendships with the United States, friendships with the UK and the EU, and it's for us to learn how to operate within that requirement. Now, that doesn't mean that we surrender our values. That's a key point. We have to stand by what we believe, otherwise what on earth are we standing for? But if we are so absolutist about it that we push the world beyond away, then there's a risk that we kind of win the battle by seeing Putin fail in Ukraine. But ultimately, in terms of standing up for a rules-based international order that we think works in the interests of the whole of the planet, there's a kind of a risk that we end up losing the war.
Yeah. So we have several fronts to cover, the domestic front, foreign policy, and sometimes one has the impression we are a bit on the defensive, also seeing what may happen, also transatlantic. Kaisha, how optimistic are you that we, as we are all European countries here, how optimistic are you that we can sustain this support as long as it takes, defining the it, like Gabrielius did it, that Ukraine wins this war, or Ukraine says, okay, this is what we want to achieve, and this is where we want your support?
Well, there are, of course, reasons to worry. But let me first start by talking about the reasons why we can be optimistic. I think if you look at the beginning of the large-scale invasion, where we were then, and how we acted as European countries, as allies within NATO, I think we went from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in seconds. So we really accelerated. And I think we surprised Ukraine. We surely surprised Putin and the Kremlin. And we also surprised ourselves. I think that we are capable of a lot. And we have proven that in the past year and a half. And the only thing we have to do is keep it up. And that means that we have to be united, that we have to be prepared to continue our support in the form of weapons, ammunition, training, etc. And that costs money. But that also means that we have to to make sure that the public realizes that it's not only about Ukraine, that it's about much more than Ukraine, that it is about our safety in Europe, that if Putin could win this, then it means it's only could be the first step and there's going to be a second step and a third step. So it is very much in our interest to support Ukraine because they are fighting this war. We're not fighting it. Then, of course, we look overseas. I just came back from a trip to the United States, and that is worrying. And also, I think we have to address that worry. We cannot pretend that we'll just wait and see how the American elections are going, that there probably will be some solution on that side of the ocean. So I think we have to engage also in the dialogue with our American colleagues and friends, because they have the same interest. In a way, of course, supporting Ukraine is a very cheap way to make sure that Russia, with this regime, is not a threat to the NATO alliance. And it's vital to continue that support. Europe has now surpassed the United States if you look at the numbers. I think we're at 48 billion or something in military aid from European countries to Ukraine. And it's vital that we keep that up. At the same time, if it would decrease on the other side of the ocean, that would also be substantial. We also have the issue of the defense industry. We have difficulties in increasing the production lines of our own defense industry. Same goes for the American defense industry. So there are many, many issues to work on. But I think in the end, if we look at the interest that we have a skin in the game, let's face it. It is a threat to us, and we have to do everything. And we have to accept also we're all democratic countries. We have elections. You win some, you lose some. They're going to be difficult, but we are part of the same family, and in families you can discuss things. And that is, I think, what we need to continue to do, to talk about the threat that this poses to our own security.
Yes, and I think you're absolutely right there. Just the question is, how do we achieve that also in the view of other challenges? But I would like to turn to the audience. You have a chance to ask questions. While I'm waiting, I have one question again for James. The UK has delivered over time on the 2%. We had in Germany 2014, after the Wales summit, we committed to 2%, and we were under the impression of annexation of Crimea. But 10 years later, we're still not there. We have now, Zeitenwende, a big special budget for it. But when you look at the structure of the German budget in the long run, it's still at 1.4. And this is in a situation where we have a lot of domestic challenges, and this is why I ask you. I mean, you also have challenges with your health system, with infrastructure, we have social issues, and to explain to the normal voter that, well, maybe on some of the issues I have mentioned, we cannot spend as much as we would like to, because we have to invest in defense. Will you get the support of the population for that?
I mean, there is support for the UK remaining at 2% or above. In fact, the government has said 2.5 when the fiscal conditions allow, and we're on a trajectory towards that already. Support for Ukraine is completely bipartisan and incredibly popular with the UK public. And I think that there is a reawakening within the UK public over the fact that freedom can't be taken for granted, that defence does matter, and that it is worth investing in. There's a debate raging back home at the moment about building a railway line. There is always the opportunity to build more hospitals, build more schools. And for those of us who are going into election years, let's be clear, hospitals and schools and roads and railway lines tend to score better with voters than tanks and planes and warships. But we are in a time that has not been this uncertain, this insecure, this unstable since the last decade of the Cold War. And if we as politicians can't make the case now for spending 2%, when on earth can we? And I think that the kind of exhortation that came out of Vilnius and that will continue to come out of the United States Congress all the way through to the summit in Washington next year is that what on earth will it take for everybody to reach 2% if it's not a war in Ukraine and a direct threat to our security such as we're seeing now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this confirmation. Yes, there is a question in the back. I think this is from the New York Times, no?
No, that's okay. Yes, I'm afraid, Christoph, it is. Steve Erlanger, New York Times. Given the title of this session, I just want to ask fairly simply, isn't really the problem an increasing dependence on the United States with this war? I mean, do you see any signs of real European strategic self-sufficiency? I would like to think so. I don't see it. I can't see, I mean, you're right, Foreign Minister, that in monetary terms, if you add everything together, Europe as a whole, EU plus all its member states, have delivered more than the United States. But in military terms, there's no comparison. So I just want to ask you, is this bad for Europe, actually, in the long run, to be back under the armpit of the United States? Thank you.
To whom do you direct this question, Steve?
Anyone who chooses to answer it.
Are there volunteers? Yes.
Well, I would say we're together in NATO, and I think that is what binds us. So for our collective defense, all NATO countries have to be able to rely on NATO. That means that we also have to deliver to NATO. That is the whole reason why Finland is now in, why Sweden wants to join, why Ukraine, of course, also desperately wants to join NATO, because then you can rely on the alliance. But we have to make sure that we do our part, and that's why the 2% is so important. That's why time is also an important factor, especially for those countries who still have some steps to take. And that is why all the planning that's being done on NATO is so important. And I think that in the end, we are all committed to NATO, to the treaty, to the 2% that we agreed upon in Vilnius. And we have to be able to rely upon that, also on NATO as an institution and as a military defensive alliance. So I don't think that any country in Europe necessarily wants to be under an American umbrella, but we have to be able to rely on NATO for collective defense, and we have to be able, as European countries, to do more when it comes to our own security. By being able to, for instance, now the instability in the Balkan, Kosovo. We have NATO involvement, we have EU involvement, we have a UN mandate. It's extremely important that we will be able to deal with these kinds of issues ourselves, because I think our main concern is not direct and on the short term, but it's on a little bit longer term, because there is so much instability elsewhere in the world. And we, of course, it is a real possibility that the United States will have to turn elsewhere also, and thereby not being able to provide us with what we need. So we really have to step up our game, but remain committed to the alliance.
30 seconds of Gabrielius.
I don't think that any major global conflict or issue is solvable without a transatlantic work together. Take it what happened in the past, take a war against Ukraine, or any other major conflict that would happen, for example, in Indo-Pacific. I don't think it would be solvable without the transatlantic power combined. So this is what we've learned, what we are learning the hard way in Ukraine. And I think that many bells rang when the Congress did not pass the support for Ukraine. Europe is awakening to certain realities, but I think that this has to be reminded that in the past, as well in the future, we will have to stand together when it comes to major issues, to major global issues.
James, 20 seconds.
Indeed. So, Steve, the premise of your question was European strategic autonomy. I don't think that should be the aim. Instead, it should be a willingness of European powers to share the US's burden, and that means the EU and European powers acting as the framework in response to various other challenges in, say, sub-Saharan Africa, and crucially, flying our flags as part of a contribution to Indo-Pacific security so that our colleagues in Congress can see Europe seeking to burden share the world over in response for their continued commitment to Euro-Atlantic security.
Yes. There was a question from I take a woman first, okay? Sorry, but we have to be gender balanced here. Sorry, please.
Oh. Thank you very much for positive discrimination. Okay, my name is Maria Berlinska. I'm a war veteran from Ukraine since 2014. And yeah, I'm an air reconnaissance specialist, drone operator. It's not my choice because I had historical education. I graduated I had a master's degree in Jewish studies, but then war started in 2014, and I choose to protect my country. So, yeah, thank you. So, my question is, so I believe that unpunished crime will be repeated. And I know that full-scale invasion is a direct result of 2014, when when Putin wasn't punished for Crimea and Donbass, yeah? Business as usual, etc. And I lost a lot of friends, even relatives, at this war. And I have maybe some strange and not very nice question, but first of all, I would like to thank your people, your taxpayers, your voters for all this support. As a representatives, please say your people my appreciate and from all Ukrainians, because without your support, without your kind help, we definitely we will lose. But together we stand, divided we fall. And my question here is, you have mentioned about NATO umbrella, yeah, about all this collective security system. But do I understand correctly that I spent 10 years at this war? And do I understand correctly that we have two types of people? That people that can rely on security under NATO umbrella, and people like Ukrainians who hasn't this chance, for security. Because I believe that it's our common values: human rights, gender equality, democracy. So my question here, we would like to be a part of NATO family, EU family. We feel like Europeans, we all Europeans, you know? And it looks like we spent a very high cost every day, thousands of people wounded and killed. Could you please do everything possible and impossible to invite us into the NATO umbrella to protect all world, all our democracy, all our human rights, all our freedom together?
I think this was a general question to everybody with regard to the question of security guarantees and NATO membership to the country, which was the subject of the NATO summit. And I think the Lithuanian foreign minister answered that question before. I'm looking at the time right now. So the answer is the North Atlantic community is struggling to find the right answer, but I think from the response you know how much solidarity there is, and I take from this panel also the readiness of all countries here to continue and sustain this support to your country. Can I ask you, Tordes, you are in the middle of the Atlantic, kind of between Europe and North America. So if I put you there in the middle, and you look at Europe, you look at the US, what is your prediction? How is this going to be? You are following the US and the internal discussions in the US also with regard to support Ukraine. You are following European discussions. What is your prediction? Which direction will that go? Very easy question.
Well, yeah, no pressure. Easy question with the answer that everyone is looking for and wanting to have. But I actually think that your question, her question and intervention, and thank you very much, and also from the New York Times, it's all in a way interlinked. Because the point of NATO is that we are in this together. So that answers partly the question from New York Times. And it also is the answer that I desperately want to be able to give Ukraine in the nearest future, that we are in this together. And when we say that Ukraine is literally fighting our fight, and we say that we have open door policy, and we say that we do not want gray zones, what does that mean? I mean, that means that Ukraine belongs in NATO. That means that in the future we will continue to be in this together, and it's also interlinked with the other instabilities that we see that Kaisa mentioned. I mean, the world is watching. That's also not a cliche that we say to because it sounds kind of dramatic. That is the case. China is watching. I mean, we have Balkan watching, Caucasus watching. We have a lot of places thinking, you know, is it okay to invade another country, to steal their land, to steal their children, or is it not okay? And if we mean it, when we say it's not okay, that means that the it is victory. That means that the answer is that Ukraine has to win, and Ukraine's future is in NATO. How that, you know, what the development will be in the States, in Europe, I mean, democracies are messy. It's chaotic. It's easier to pretend everything is under control in autocratic states until it fails and breaks. And we just have to be transparent, and we have to be honest, and we also have to be humble and talk like human beings. That's not the same as being populist and using emotions to manipulate people. But we are supposed to talk like the human beings we are, because we are fighting for values that are the most important for each and every human being. And it's okay to say that. We're allowed to say that. We should not be too afraid to be that's somehow a weakness, because it's not. And again, this is actually the thing that Putin and his likes are most afraid of.
Thank you very much. This was a very wonderful conclusion, because we have spent the time here. I would like to thank all of you for your participation, and I go away encouraged by what you said, that yes, we have enough staying power to support Ukrainians. Thank you all.
distinguished guests, of thanks to Christoph and his esteemed panel. They were looking further eastwards. Earlier on, we were looking further westwards across the transatlantic. Now, today, at this next session, we will be looking at the center of gravity in terms of security and whether what we're seeing on with our eastern friends in Ukraine, whether it has actually shifted the center of gravity when it comes to security issues. Now, I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is a panel which you're probably sick and tired of the sound of my voice, but this is a panel that I have the esteemed pleasure of moderating. So once everybody's done their little photos down here, I will ask you to join your hands together in welcoming with me our very, very formidable panel, high delegates for this next high-level discussion on Central and Eastern Europe, the new Centre of Transatlantic Security Gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Thomas Bagger, the Secretary of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs for Germany. We also have Henrik Ledenholm, the National Security Advisor for Sweden. We have Jacek Siewiera, the Secretary of State, Head of the National Security Bureau for Poland. And this panel is in partnership with the National Security Bureau to the President of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my esteemed panel. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. And let's just look at the elephant in the room. Just one woman on this panel. Isn't it a shame? We need more women in these positions. So if we do take one thing away from that, thank you for indulging me, but let's just take that away as well. We do need different perspectives. After all, women make up half the world's population. Gentlemen, seeing as you're gentlemen, we have this change in dynamic now, given what is happening in Ukraine. And in terms of the dynamic of where the center of security, where that center of gravity is, Secretary of State for Poland, let's start with you, because I know that Poland very much sees itself as not in Eastern Europe, but as the center of Europe. Is that right to describe? Is this where the center of gravity is?
Okay, thank you for that question. So maybe I will start that it's very good that we had this discussion in this circle of friends, allies. So thank you for joining us, Thomas, Henrik, but also that we are in a representation of women's. That's very good. Thank you for that. Your question refers to a physical aspect. So maybe we can draw from physics. If we talk about the geometric, the center of Europe is in Poland. There is a particular town in the center of Poland, which is the geometrical center of Europe. It's not any hidden knowledge. And when we are thinking about the center of gravity, we also have to think about it as a physics. So the gravity is related with a weight, with a mass, with a burden of responsibility which has to be taken. And if you take a look at the burden which Poland already is taking by spending the 4% of our GDP, yes, we have the biggest burden on our shoulders. And if we are talking about the gravity, yes, this burden creates a gravity in that part of Europe. I would love to say that this burden can be shared, and I'm looking forward to have this burden shared much more broadly across Europe. But till now, I have to wait and count on it.
Can I just push you on that? A burden or a responsibility or a human reaction? Because, of course, having witnessed what happened in those early days of Russia's full-scale invasion, Poland's reaction was just absolutely open-armed, wasn't it? It didn't look like a burden. It looked like what a brother and a brother would do, a sister and a sister.
Yes, you are right.
Family.
And as a Pole, I'm proud of that. So in the first phase of war, not the calculations take the advantage, and not the calculations were the most important one. The emotional support and the emotional relations with the victims of Russian aggression was the most significant factor which affected the decisions of our citizens to admit Ukrainians to their own homes. We all witnesses this. I had some guests also in my family, and I think that in this room we have a lot of examples like that. But on the governmental level, it wasn't exactly an emotional aspect. The decisions which were made by donating 200 tanks, 400 infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles, it were the decisions which were made with heavy feeling of responsibility and also accountability in front of the decisions which were made in the decades before, when the posture against Russian imperialism was quite firm. Yeah, it's a matter of credibility, and I would love to see this burden shared but right now, this gravity is on us.
This gravity is on us. They're heavy words. Secretary of State Thomas Bagger, when you've got your counterpart in Poland talking about the geographical positioning of this town in Poland as being the center of, the defined center, geographical center of Europe, is that where you see the gravity center lie?
Well, first of all, let me say, just as a first sentence, how good it is to be back in Warsaw, not just at this conference, where Germany was the guest country last year, but also in this city and this country where I spent a year of my professional career just until July, and actually tried to come up with a decent answer to your question. And I think, there's no doubt that Russia's attack on Ukraine is changing Europe and is producing a different Europe than we knew. And I think it's also true that Poland, Polish society, Polish government was among the first to realize that and to come up with an appropriate answer to that, a sense of urgency, sort of the need for immediate assistance and action. And I've been here to witness how this country became, in many ways, the center of attention at the heart of a geopolitical conflict, right next to Ukraine, the hub for assistance to Ukraine, the host to millions of refugees. But if I take Jacek Siewiera's sort of physics analogy, a center of gravity is something other than a center of attention. You have to convert the attention into gravity. And gravity assumes that you're able to pull also others in your direction. And a year and a half after the start of the war, I think that is only part of what we're seeing these days. The eastern flank of NATO will continue to be the center of attention. It will be at the heart of deliberations in the run-up to the Washington NATO summit. The question of how do we organize Ukraine's future in Europe will be at the heart of the debate over the coming 3 months, all the way up to the European Council meeting in December, the question of opening accession negotiations with the European Union. I wish I could say that Poland would be leading on those debates.
Do you see the country as leading on it? I mean, just in terms of just pushing you on, you're talking about the center of attention versus the center of gravity. I'm assuming, define what you mean by that. Let's just get a more concrete answer.
Well, I think I was perfectly clear when I say I wish I could say Poland is leading and
so you're saying they're not
leading
debates. On this. Then what do they need to be doing to lead on this then?
Well, I would say, for one thing, when EU foreign ministers do a very symbolic meeting in Kiev, it would be good for Poland to be part of that at the appropriate level, for example.
Henrik Landerholm, I'll come to you in a moment, but I think we just need to get a right of reply from the Polish Secretary of State.
Thank you. So, if we are talking about the leadership, which gathers the attention and the credibility, we have to distinguish two things. One is the accountability of our posture in the last decades. Not any ally had the same position towards Russia throughout the decades. And now we have to prove that we have the leadership because this threat was created. We can be accountable for our position. And the second thing, when we talk about the leadership, is a timing. Just like in the opening speech when I said that I can assume that if every weaponry which was delivered till that day would be delivered on June, this war would be over. If we are talking about the leadership, it's good to remember when this equipment was delivered, who has done this the first time, and who has taken the burden. Because at every conflict which is ahead of us, this leadership will be highly aligned with the timing.
Thank you. Henrik Landerholm, as the National Security Advisor for Sweden, Sweden, of course, Finland, NATO expansion, NATO enlargement, is that where inevitably always the centre of gravity lies in terms of any discussions? Is it always DC?
Not necessarily, but at the end of the day, I mean, the most important partner for us all is the United States, and hence, in that regard, that's difficult not to notice, and that will stay. But, I mean, we should remember, if we look 20 years back, when I served in Afghanistan 10 years ago, it was obvious that the center of gravity was in Afghanistan. It was an organization that discussed out of area or out of business. Europe definitely did not feel as the center of gravity. Now we can see a revitalized alliance. We can see an incredible level of cohesion among European countries, a reinvigorated European Union, focusing on the task at hand, i.e. to safeguard Ukraine's independence and future. And in that regard, the center of gravity, I would argue, is Ukraine. Sweden seldom, as we are not full-fledged NATO members yet, I hope that is an issue that will be solved in the near future. But these changes, including NATO, Sweden and Finland in NATO, also changes the gravity and underlines the focus that NATO decided already last year in the strategic concept, namely that Russia is the center of our deliberations, and secondly comes terrorism. And with the front states, the countries closest to Russia, becoming more important, and also, which includes Poland and Sweden, stepping up to this challenge, including increasing its defense spending immensely. Sweden will reach 2% already next year. Sweden and Finland have taken the unprecedented step, in Sweden's case, after 209 years of neutrality, more or less. That's Zeitenwende, our version of it. Which is also a strong instance of that the alliance is changing, and that perhaps more countries than before are important contributors, seen as contributors, and playing different kinds of leadership roles in this regard, which is basically a good thing. We need more responsibility, more leadership, more resources to put in our common endeavors.
Is it something, Secretary of State Chiviera, is it something that you can rely on? I don't want to dwell too much. The next panel will be talking about the next year's US presidential election. But how much do you take for granted? Can you even take for granted? Are you assured by the support of NATO, not least as we're looking at what could potentially happen next year in the White House?
So, when it comes to our transatlantic relations, it's true that our most important partner are the Americans and their perspective on a threat. Also, the commitment on the European theater. And as far as the priorities of American diplomacy will be consistent, I think that the perception of the threat is the same. Whatever the party will be the ruling party, the perception of the threat from Russia and China will be equal. The question is how we will manage those risks, particularly in Europe. This is the point in which we have to be interested the most. And from that point, I think that it's important to underline that we have to stand as a credible ally, credible as a Europe, credible as eastern flank or center of gravity. And this requires something more than just a culture of profit-based thinking. So the profit-based thinking, when we witnessed a policy made on the assumption that some projects are only business-based, guided us to the situation in which we are already. And we have to change this mindset, especially if we are crafting a new strategies, also the business strategies. If we are thinking about the joint protection of airspace, we don't have to think about it only in the dimension of a profit which we can make from the selling of our anti-aircraft rockets and the systems in a short-range equipment. We have to think especially how we implement that. Where are the radars? What is the range of the radars? How we can construct the sky shield if we are lacking a crucial pieces of sky shield, for example, in the eastern flank. If there won't be a radars over there, any business model will be futile. We have to think about the implementation of credible, our own implementation of our own attitudes as a credible allies. Then we have to craft the business strategy, not reversely.
Is that something that Germany would echo, do you think, sir?
Well, let me take one step back and say that I come from a country that after 1989, sort of the happy year of unification in 1990, that actually took too much for granted. Because we thought we had figured it out, how history would run its further course. And that is why the word of the Chancellor about the Zeitenwende, the Punktwzwrotny, is resonating so much, because we, as the Minister has said, because we need to change our mindset. And I think that is particularly true in the German debate. And he has rightly pointed to some of these, some of the core beliefs that need to change. So I think one lesson for us also in all of this is that there are limits to our ability to influence events, be that in Moscow, which we've tried and failed, be that elsewhere. And when you ask about the reliability of the transatlantic link, I would say, well, you know, let's not worry ourselves too much by following each and every turn of a contested American election. Let us invest into our own strength. That's actually the best we can do. That's also the best we can do for the strength of the transatlantic relationship, a strong European pillar of NATO, a stronger eastern flank of NATO. And now, because Minister Schiavera mentioned that, one of the German contributions, one of the major German contributions, actually as assistance to Ukraine in its struggle for survival, freedom and sovereignty, is air defense. The Gepards, the Iris-Ts, the Patriot that we sent to the Ukrainians, they definitely need more of that. I was there 3 weeks ago. The first ask you always get in Kiev is about more air defense. And the Chancellor has proposed a European Sky Shield initiative that a number of European countries have signed up to as a project into the future to say, we want to invest in our strength, in our own strength, and that means into our own defense. That is a project that is open. It's not it's not defined into the last detail. That is something we should work on together, but it's clear that it's one element of that additional strength that we need to invest into.
I just wanted to pick up on what you said, this idea of not worry, control what you can control, I guess is a very stoic way of putting it. But when it comes to Sweden, the messaging was always neutrality and not joining NATO. You are now actively messaging something very, very different. It is, in effect, within your control to suggest or to outwardly display a very strong opinion when it comes to potentially your relationship with Russia, the Kremlin.
Definitely, and our step and the Finnish step to actually apply for membership should not be underestimated, and is a clear signal not only to Russia but also to the rest of the alliance and other European countries how we do view this. This is game-changing in a way that we haven't seen for decades, and this step was not taken lightly, neither by us nor by Finland. Short comment on the transatlantic link and the level of reliability. Very much in the lines of both what Jacek and Thomas has said. I think we should be prepared, but we shouldn't worry too much. And the best we could do is actually invest in our own resources. For those of us who have been around in security policy for decades, we remember this debate of burden sharing for many years. And if we do our share of the work, if burden sharing becomes even more of a reality, I mean, the arguments for those in the US that see some European countries as more or less free riders, that gets less valid over time. And I think we are moving in the right direction in that regard. And that is the best that we could do. From a Swedish perspective, you may have noticed that the US Senate ratified the Swedish and Finnish applications with one vote against, which is a pretty impressive commitment. And the United States is a country based on the rule of law, a country that has over decades and centuries cherished its commitments in security terms. And NATO is, however you look at it, the main pillar of US security, independently of fluctuations in current US politics.
It's still one vote against, though, and it's something, again, you picked up on this phrase of burden sharing. It's extremely negative, and when you look at the West, playing devil's advocate, is there concern about a potential fatigue, a tiredness, a war fatigue, cost of living crisis? Populations are anxious about the money that individual nations are being spent. And I wonder, for you, Secretary of State Szywiera, when it comes to the cooperation between and the language between Poland and Ukraine, how important is it that you stay on message given the external kind of pressures that you're seeing from members of the public in the West, burden sharing, a vote against, as you mentioned, with Sweden?
Yes, you're right. That probably burden sharing, which is perception of this phrase, is negative. It's something what is highly related with the way how we feel tired of hanging this and working with this burden. And I think that if we are talking about how we manage this fatigue, we have to think about it also a form differently. Fatigue appears when the threshold of our compensation capabilities are crossed, when the burden is too high in some period of time, in some perspective, when the costs are too much to keep your society, your people aligned with the policy which your government wants to conduct. Then you can observe the fatigue, when this threshold of compensation ability in your industry is crossed. And I think that the Western world has to think about the effort and support for Ukraine in that perception. So how adapt our industries to manage this burden without crossing the threshold of fatigue? How to implement that in our operations, the ammunition production, the support of economical aspect, the transportation, risk management over the delivery operations which are conducted in Rzeszów. All of these factors has to be calculated not in the actional effort, but taken as granted as a normal daily operations. Only if it comes as a daily operations and prolonged effort calculated also with the costs of it, we can avoid fatigue understood as a decision or tendency to change the public opinion. It's something like a tax. You have to count it in the costs of your industry, of your government, management of your GDP.
I'd be fascinated to get some reaction from you guys as well, and I will come to you but you'll just comment on that.
I just wanted to sort of broaden it a little bit from what Minister Siewiera has just said. And I think it's very important, as you said, that we not only look at it from a defensive point of view or a burden point of view, but that is why I think also the debate about what is Ukraine's future place in Europe, in the European Union, is so incredibly important, and that we have it in the right way in the coming month, not as an additional burden to Europe, but as actually a strengthening, a valuable addition to a geopolitical European Union. And that is important for the Ukrainians, because it cannot only be about defending Russian aggression. There needs to be a compelling idea for the future of the Ukrainian people, and EU membership would provide exactly that. But it also, from the perspective of Europeans, to say, what does that addition of Ukraine, of Moldova, possibly the Western Balkans, what does that bring to our union? How does it make our union stronger than it used to be? I think that's extremely important, because otherwise we will always lead that debate from a defensive point of view, and that will be much more susceptible to the fatigue risk than if we change the frame for it and look at it as a positive vision for the future, both for Ukraine and for the European continent and European Union.
Okay, let's get the microphone to this gentleman here. And if I could just request, we've got 10 minutes, we've got a few more here. So's this gentleman. We'll start with him. If you ask your question briefly, and I'll get as many as I can in the next 10 minutes.
I'm J.D. Bindernagel, a former American ambassador. The question I have is, there's a unique opportunity to do what is being discussed here. That is to say, the weapons and munitions that have been supplied to Ukraine have depleted much of the stocks of the Europeans and the Americans, but the Europeans, and give you an opportunity to consolidate the defense industrial base like never before. Is there any interest in pursuing what von der Leyen has begun with joint projects or joint European consolidation? Is there any way that you can talk about it? To do one thing for the Americans, it is important that the Europeans come together. It's not autonomy, it's to come together and actually strengthen your defense capabilities. As the Ukrainians have shown, you don't need an army, but you need weapons. You can make the weapons compete on an economic level, on the production not on the design.
Do you want to take that, given not least the recent comments from the Polish Prime Minister?
Oh yes. Maybe I will refer shortly to what Thomas said. My path on the position of NSA started exactly 1 year ago during the Warsaw Security Forum. And I would be excited and amazed if I would hear exactly the same words about the future of Ukraine in European Union just a year ago. That was something what we were advocating for from the early beginning, and I hope that now this policy will be aligned throughout all the European Union. That's very good. When we are talking about ammunition and defense industry, it's absolutely crucial question, what you have asked, Ambassador. And I think a lot of countries, in the first line, United States, realized that it's important to review their policy and align that policy with the cooperation in the industrial aspect, economical aspect, support, with the values, but also with the participation and commitment to the security aspect. And these relationships will be strengthened if the commitment to the joint effort to secure the peace in the world with the partners who can participate in that effort. Having said that, I think that this is also the path with Poland, which Poland has to take. So we have to avoid the situation in which Eastern flank countries will be focused on acquiring a huge amounts of munition, and the Western countries will be focused mostly on expanding the production capabilities and gaining profits from selling this. Relationship is based mostly on a credible commitment to our joint security. So if we realize that Poland, with the biggest land forces in Europe, with 300 soldiers, will be also in upcoming decades the biggest exercising field, the biggest military exercising test ground for weapons, we will be the biggest consumer of ammunition, of defense technology. And we will align these procurements with the countries who are participating in sharing also the credibility and the responsibility of the security of the Europe. We have partners in that. We are looking for another who will join. We are forced to spend 4% of our GDP on security. We will share this in a way in which will secure also our allies during the war, potentially.
We have 5 minutes and 4 questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thomas Henrik Ilves, University of Tartu. Okay, I'd like to bring it back to the fundamental question here. It's the issue about the center of gravity is between the Franco-German engine that has run Europe since 1956 and the people who, as late as 6 months after Bucha, were called by Macron warmongers, and this year, in February at Munich, the East Europeans were called hawks. Between these two perspectives, one of justifying Nord Stream 2 because Germany owed it to the Russians, or which is the German president, who also accused the East Europeans of saber rattling when we just had a NATO exercise. The question is there any possibility even of there being a shift from where we have been since 1956?
Let me go to this lady first, and we'll correlate all of these questions. This lady here standing up, and then we'll try and get the answers to you. But I know that there's one more question here as well. If we could keep it brief, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have introduced myself. At the previous panel, my name is Maria Berlinska. I'm a reconnaissance specialist from Ukraine. I'm a Ukrainian veteran. Since 2014, and I'm a Jewish study specialist because I'm civilian and I graduated master's degree in Jewish studies. But my question is, year 2022, I believe, is a direct result of 2014. Putin was unpunished for Crimea and business as usual and total political irresponsibility, etc. So we feel like we protect freedom for all democratic countries. We lose thousands of people per day, including my friends, my close friends and relatives. But we are not welcome in our common family for security. I mean NATO. So my question here is, I just recently from the front line, from Donbass. My question is, why don't we at the same path to NATO as Sweden and Finland? I would like to first of all, thank your people from Sweden, Finland, Poland, Germany for all your support, because you are representatives of your people. But my question is, where is our fast track? May you give me not diplomatic and hypocritical, but honest and human answer. Where is NATO for us? Thank you very much.
Let me put that, our condolences firstly. Thank you for joining us in Warsaw. If we can just get the microphone to this gentleman and then we'll collate the questions. And I will just like you guys to think about in a sentence each for the answers, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Basat Öztürk from Turkey, Director General International Security Affairs, and I have friends over there at the stage. Thank you for the briefings and program. It's really outstanding, wonderful. I look forward to the remaining parts. My question is about the center of gravity. Can there be different centers of gravity? Or can there be only one center of gravity, which is the unity among allies? In the case of NATO, for example, there can be different centers of conflict, problems, areas, powers, regional groupings, but there can be only one center of gravity according to NATO philosophy. In this context, there can be only one European pillar of NATO, which is more and greater than the European Union itself, because European Union is exclusive and excluding many non-EU European allies. This is a serious problem which is being oversighted. I wonder what would be the reactions of the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. So I'm going to challenge you all in a sentence if you can. Thomas, let's start with you. The first question we had, can we genuinely see a change from 1956?
Well, I think the war, Russia's war against Ukraine is changing Europe in ways that we do not fully yet understand, but I think it's clear that Central Eastern Europe will play a more important role in it. If we manage to bring Ukraine in, it will be a different union. And I think, honestly, as a German, I would say the Weimar Triangle of Germany, France, and Poland should have its best days still ahead of it. That will depend on all three of those to whether they can team up as an engine for a union of 30+ members that includes Ukraine.
Henrik, we had the question regarding Ukraine joining NATO. Sweden is joining. When is Ukraine going to join?
Sweden has no official position in that regard, as we are not NATO members yet. But having been non-members for forever, and standing on Ukraine's side in this fight. I mean, my personal opinion was already in 2014, when the second step of the journey that started in Georgia 2008 was all too obvious for us that the only way of stopping Russia was, at that time, Georgian and Ukrainian membership to give Putin a limes that he couldn't pass. And I think my judgment at the time that has passed during the 9 years since showed that my evaluation at that time was most likely the correct one and could have saved a lot of lives and a lot of problems.
Thank you. And Jacek, we started this session by talking about a town in Poland as the geographical center of gravity. Our ambassador to Turkey asks, can you have numerous centers of gravity? Your thoughts?
Great question. So once again, we have to get back to the physics. Of course you can. If you take a look at the plain ice on a lake, you can put many people on that, and they will not fall down, but they will have to keep the balance in a sharing of burdens. And the credibility is crucial in that. If we want to perceive a gravity, whatever it is, more as a balanced approach to our security, we have to expect all the players to take the equal burden when calculated to their size, their capabilities, their position. And yeah, I have to agree. Weimar Triangle should have the best days in front of him, because this is a moment when the equilibrium in this triangle is absolutely crucial. Maybe this is also the reason why President Duda participated in triangle format recently more frequent than in the last 5 or 6 years previous. So yes, it's possible, but it requires something what I call accountabilism, the way in which all the partners are able to be accountable for their position and their responsibility in future.
Yes, it's possible. Let's end this session on an agreement. Thank you so much for all of your fantastic questions. A big thank you to my esteemed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Secretary of State Jacek Siewiera, the head of the National Security Bureau for Poland, also Thomas Bagger, Secretary of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Germany, and Henrik Landerholm, National Security Advisor for Sweden. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam.
Distinguished guests, we touched a little bit during that session on what we're going to be talking about much further in this next panel. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the moderator who will be discussing the impact of the 2024 US presidential election on transatlantic security. Join me in welcoming Stephen Erlanger, the chief diplomatic correspondent for Europe at the New York Times.
Thank you for that nice introduction. It's been a long day, but it's an enormous pleasure to be here. I'm not going to introduce all our panelists because they're right up there, and you can read that for yourselves. We don't have tons of time, but I would like to leave some time at the end for questions, so please think of them. I now have moved from Brussels to Berlin, which is in a way a relief. and in a way entering a whole new psychological conundrum. But wherever I go, the question I'm asked most by people is Trump coming back? And if Trump comes back, what are the implications? So that's really the subject of our panel today. So let's just get going. I'm going to ask H.R. McMaster, who actually worked for Mr. Trump, as his national security advisor. It might just be helpful to try...
One of the many.
Yes, no, exactly. It was like a revolving circus, right? But maybe helpful just to have you describe Trump and the base. Why are people still voting for Trump, despite everything that we know about his behavior and what he says? Open question, I mean, briefly, but...
Yeah, I think this is a really important question because Donald Trump would love this discussion to be all about him. But I think really what we have to do is try to understand where support for Trump comes from, because that is maybe even a more important issue than he is. I think what he was able to do is tap into a source of discontented Americans who felt as if they were left behind by transitions in the global economy after China was granted most favorable nation status by the United States, and especially after China's entry into the World Trade Organization. And if you are old enough to remember Ross Perot running for office when the North American Free Trade Agreement was being negotiated, and he talked in that high-pitched voice about the great sucking sound. Remember that? But the sucking sound wasn't toward Mexico, it was toward China. And so large numbers of Americans were left unemployed, manufacturing jobs went away, and then we had the unanticipated length and difficulty of the wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. Hey, how about the financial crisis, 2008, 2009? Toss on top of that an opioid epidemic, and then look at the maladies of social media, a media that gets advertising dollars from more and more clicks and gets those clicks by showing people more and more content consistent with their predilections and consistent with maybe conspiracy theories that they might want to believe. So I think this polarization of America made possible the appeal of Donald Trump, and that still exists. And that coming with that, to make it relevant to the topic of our panel, comes a deep skepticism about U.S. military commitments abroad, but even skepticism about sustained American diplomacy abroad, thinking that it's all futile, right? The world's messed up, we have our own problems, let's just solve our problems at home and forget the rest of the world. So that's a percentage of Americans who have that in their minds. They're typically not of the generation who saw the importance of America's engagement on the continent in Europe after World War II, leading to the moment they were just talking about in the previous panel, which was November of 1989.
I mean, the only thing I'd add to that is this extraordinarily growing inequality in terms of rich and poor since maybe the 1980s, which has also fed this. But do you think they care about foreign policy, or is it just they like this big guy swanning around making strong statements?
I think they care about foreign policy, especially as certain narratives can tap into the sense of the futility of previous U.S. policies, but also the waste of resources that could be spent at home. And if you remember, Donald Trump's two big messages toward NATO and toward Europe, well, three, I would say. Number one was burden sharing in defense, and those who were free riding on American defense. And Germany was right at the center, certainly, of that discussion, spending 1% of GDP on defense and no real plan to meet even the Wales pledge of 2%. The second big area of concern was unfair trade and economic practices, the tendency to view Europe as a competitor, and then finally this misconception, I believe, of what antagonizes Vladimir Putin, right? This idea that Putin should have his security concerns allayed, and then therefore we could have a more peaceful approach to foreign policy on the part of Russia, and Russia would abandon its aggression and the pattern of aggression that we saw since Putin took power.
Thank you. Maida, when Trump was in power, he talked about pulling out of NATO, but in fact, more American troops came to Europe under Trump than had been there before. Now, whether Mr. Trump knew that they were coming or not is another question. Yeah, precisely. So do you think a change in administration would mean a change in American support for NATO? Do you think, I mean, there are some people I know who says first thing Trump's going to do is pull out of NATO. I wonder about that. I have my own doubts, but I'm kind of curious what you think, and if that happened, what would be the impact in the rest of the alliance?
Thank you very much. Maybe just to add one very quick remark to your point. We're concerned about Trump. Obviously, the polls are steady, and Trump is now at 55%. But I do think we need to make a point that it's not just Trump, but the three frontrunners in the Republican primaries, who all three argue based on the grievances that General McMaster has just described, but also based on this foreign policy imperative to refocus resources on Asia, that US role in European security and commitment to defense of allies can no longer be taken for granted. And the three frontrunners are at 75% jointly in terms of national polls. So I think we need to think about the debate within the party, and we can come back to that later, and not just Donald Trump. Now, if we think about Donald Trump's second term, and clearly the first question that pops up is he going to pull out of NATO? Is he going to freeze aid to Ukraine? Is he going to force Ukraine into a settlement that forces it to abandon parts of its territory? And so I think there we need to ask how much continuity can we expect? Thanks to the gentleman on stage, a lot of his impulses were restrained, and many other people in the first administration. Where will we see continuity? I think the continuity will be in the policies. His kind of discontent with the allies for not paying up. His language about NATO as treating it almost as a mafia racket where he has to go and collect contributions for defense. His despise of European Union and especially member states who are not paying up, it's all still there. What I think will not be there in the second Trump term is precisely these restraining elements, the so-called adults in the room that we call them, because they're already staffing plans and policy documents that are seeking to overhaul the bureaucracy. And so then the question is, how would the unhinged Trump look like? And, would he leave NATO? What would it mean for NATO? I personally do not think that he would necessarily leave NATO, but if you think about kind of the power of deterrence and the kind of commitment to Article 5, which is, in the end, the psychology of deterrence within the alliance. And when you get someone who is a US president and who publicly talks about not committing to defense of those not paying up, I think psychologically, even without the US pulling out, the strength of this psychological deterrence is weakened.
Yes. I mean, I want to follow that up with Carl, because in a way, Article 5 is about credibility rather than action. It really is about deterrence, and deterrence is to some degree psychological. So Carl, what would be the impact? Now, let's not presume Trump's going to win, by the way, please. But one has to begin to think about it, and I've had the impression generally in Europe people have been a little complacent about the possibility.
No, I hope for the best and plan for the worst. That's what you have to do in politics. I agree with Maida that I think Trump 2 is going to be significantly worse than Trump 1, if it happens, because the restraining factors are not going to be there. He will be, if you judge by what he says, he will be consumed by revenge. That's going to be primarily affecting the US domestic political scene, but disruptions on the US domestic political scene has foreign policy implications. We are seeing that these very days with all of the turmoil there, where they are sort of disagreeing on virtually everything and sacrificed Ukraine support in the meantime. So it's going to be significantly worse. NATO is, of course, an issue. I'll come to that. But there are a lot of other issues we should not forget. I mean, he's been lately saying that because he dislikes foreigners, essentially, and foreigners do trade, and he dislikes trade, so he's going to have a 10% import tariff. That's sort of collapsing the global trading system. Is that what we need these days? Not really. NATO, I mean, Article 5, much talked about, is a commitment in terms of a threat to a member state to hold meetings in Brussels. I'm exaggerating slightly for the sake of the argument. And what comes out of the discussions in Brussels of relevance is going to be decided by the man who sits in the Oval Office. Because it's the military might, at the end of the day, the nuclear might of the United States, that is the backbone of the alliance, and that is decided by the man in the White House. And if there's a perception that the man in the Oval Office can be manipulated the one way or the other, the credibility of NATO, irrespectively of if he's a member or not, goes down very rapidly indeed. We need to do some thinking of what to do.
Yeah, well, precisely. And so let me just...
I'm sorry to sort of... Yeah.
No, this is your job, Carl. Thinking about Ukraine, there's a debate, obviously, led by Trump inside the Republican Party, which seems to be gaining some traction, which is, I won't summarize it, but basically it's enough. You know, genug, достаточно, it's enough. Do you think this is a serious issue for Ukraine, or is this still just political rhetoric? HR, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's political rhetoric. I think that there is tremendous support for sustained commitment to Ukraine, obviously sustained commitment to NATO as well, across both parties in the Congress. I mean, the good news is, just to qualify Carl's dark scenario, I mean, the United States is not a monarchy, and it would not be King Trump. There are checks on presidential power, as everybody knows, and Carl knows too.
Yeah, but
from Article 1 of the Constitution.
The President of the United States has more power than any king we have in the modern world.
Well, I mean, I think it's really important to understand the role of Congress in this, who's committed to NATO, sees tremendously the benefits of collective defense. But I would say that Europe and NATO allies can play a role here. I mean, Germany still has not increased its defense spending, really, in a material way. I think somebody like Trump is persuaded, if they see that kind of movement, as he was during his presidency in that first year when I was there, when he could see that more and more countries, Poland, others, were committing to our collective defense by investing in their defense. Now, Trump would see it as dues that they owed NATO, is the way he would put it. I couldn't get him to construct that a different way. But I do think there are ways to, to appeal to Americans who are skeptical about sustained commitment by demonstrating not only how sustained support for Ukraine is important from a humanitarian perspective, but is vitally important to U.S. security interests as well, right? And the security interests of the free world. And I think what we're seeing now is a greater deal of cooperation between what we might call the axis of authoritarians, right? We saw China and Russia, Putin and Xi Jinping declare their enduring love for each other, right? The partnership with no limits. We see that China's continuing to make good on that. China is really doing everything it can to sustain Russia's war-making machine and to amplify Russian disinformation and propaganda and conspiracy theories.
Not everything it could be doing.
Well, I mean, it's doing everything it can be doing without devastating impact on an economy that Xi Jinping is already hard at work destroying. So, I mean, but I would say that it's important to connect these competitions. And those who say, Carl, this idea, I think you mentioned it actually, that we should all just run to the Indo-Pacific because China is what's most important, that obscures those connections and of course, overlooks the fact that the competition with the Chinese Communist Party is indeed a global competition. And if we're going to prevail against this statist, mercantilist model that's been weaponized against us, the largest economies in the world have to work together. That's Europe, Japan, the United States, as well as others. So I think Americans can understand better, should understand better, how our sustained commitment to Europe, to European security, NATO, and Ukraine, who is at the forefront of this fight, is vitally important based on America's vital interests.
I think, in a way, most Americans, as judged by the popular vote, do agree with that. But we have a Republican Party that's going through a very strange period, having trouble controlling itself.
Well,
So,
if I could just comment, just
quickly.
that's a very thin margin because there's a very thin majority in the House. That is probably a transitory condition in which these 6 people have this kind of power.
Inshallah.
Well, transitory in what direction? That's the problem. Because we now have a situation where I understand the majority of the Republicans voted against Ukraine aid, and where the administration might have one more shot at getting money to Ukraine for the next year. And most that I talk to say no chance of getting any money for the coming year. That's quite something, if that is the case, and quite a burden on the Europeans. I mean, we'll have to take it up, because we're already providing more in terms of financial and other terms to Ukraine than the United States. US does more military, totally Europe does more. But even with the sort of 40, 50 billion that is in the pipeline from the European Union, we probably need to do more if the Americans move out, which I think is a possibility that we, after what we've seen during the last 10 days, must take seriously, sorry to say.
So perhaps just to comment, I agree that in this kind of landscape of Congress and especially Senate, you still have majority of Republicans committed to the kind of old internationalist idea of US role in Europe and the world in Ukraine. However, if you look at the political landscape of the Republican primaries and the institutional landscape of the emerging new right think tanks that are preparing to staff the next administration, again, there, 75% of votes go to those, not because of that, because of other things, but go to those who belong to either of the 2 camps. I'm now going to advertise a bit of our ECFR work. We have the restrainers who want America to focus fully on domestic issues. We have, and that is, under others, also Donald Trump and a bunch of advisors of him, although he swings like a pendulum. Then we have the prioritizers who are basically saying, we do not, this is a trade-off, we can't fight 2 wars at the same time, we have to focus on China, and DeSantis has increasingly adopted the language. He has, repeatedly said, China needs to be to us, to our generation, what Europe was to the generation of our parents and grandparents. And then we have the primacists who think America can still do it all, and that is where senators like Mitch McConnell, etc. are. Now, I think for us as Europeans, we do need to take seriously the possibility of getting either a restrainer or prioritizer president in the White House in 2025 and think, okay, the peace plans they're promising, because they have come out, all of them, and said, we have to end this war very quickly, and we're going to freeze, the dividing lines as they are. And so I think as Europeans, we need to think, so what then? If Trump does come up with a plan for dividing Ukrainian territory and giving concessions to Russia, are the Ukrainians going to accept it?
No.
No. So what do we do as Europeans? Who is going to continue supporting? And I think that's really one of the most important questions.
No, I think that really is important. And of course, we're in a political campaign, and the political campaign won't be about Ukraine. It'll be about what American political campaigns are normally about, which is, are you better off, and how's your economy going, and can you afford a new electric car, and blah, 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 blah. But it obviously will matter. So I wanted to ask, there's a NATO summit coming next year in Washington, Carl, basically in the middle of the campaign. And the debate is, this assumption is, that somehow NATO is going to invite Ukraine to join in some fashion. I'm not sure. But in the middle of this campaign, wouldn't that feed the Republican campaign? Wouldn't that feed Trump's campaign? Do you think that's a possibly dangerous, counterproductive thing to happen?
If I look at the domestic political scene of the US, I would say probably rather dangerous. And to invite to sort of membership of the Ukraine means committing or believing that 2/3 of the Senate is going to ratify. Will there be a situation just prior to the presidential elections where 2/3 of the US Senate is going to vote for NATO membership for Ukraine? I mean, nothing is impossible in the world, but with the trends we are seeing now in the Republican Party, that does not look likely to me. And if that is the case, then bringing the issue forward might not necessarily be constructive. This is a conclusion that I'm reluctant to draw, but if you look at the politics of the place, which is nasty and going south, I think it's a rather unavoidable conclusion.
What do you think?
I would say Europe, step up, right? Poland has stepped up. I mean, more than stepped up. Other nations have more than stepped up. Others have been have not made good on their promises. And so I would say, also we're talking about the United States. Why don't we talk about Turkey a little bit and the vulnerability that's demonstrating toward NATO, or Hungary, for example? Sure. So I just think it's very important for us to all be committed to the alliance and work together. I think that it's very important to communicate to the American people as well, so they understand about 3 dimensions of this. First of all, they understand the brutality and the horror, the continuing horror of this invasion. The second, that they understand Ukrainian valor and the degree to which Ukrainians have fought so hard to preserve their freedom and to continue the fight. And the third is, and this is a really important point that you brought up, is to understand how supporting Ukraine is in America's interests. We can, as part of that, we should knock down every single one of these arguments, that we have to play little kids football, and all run to the Taiwan Strait to compete with China. It's a global competition. The second is that this is exhausting either our defense industry or our critical weapon stocks. Actually, the reinvasion of Ukraine in February of last year made us all aware, finally, and hopefully not too late, that we have a huge problem in our defense industrial base. So we will emerge stronger if we do what's right. How about degradation of weapons? We're backfilling the weapons we've sent to Ukraine with more sophisticated later weapons. And how about the scale of the assistance? What is it? I think about 4% equivalent of the U.S. defense budget, right? I think that there are a lot of false arguments out there. How about delaying support to Taiwan? If you go weapon by weapon system, the support for Ukraine has had very little, negligible impact, really, on arms sales to Taiwan. So this is where we all have a role. We all have a role in clarifying for the American people, and we are a democracy, right? So these candidates should reflect the will of the American people. The American people have to be better informed so they can recognize this kind of neo-isolationist propaganda, disinformation when they hear it.
Sure. I think part of the problem is people are informed as much as they choose to be informed. Well, there's a lot of information. And the people that I know who actually talked to Trump recently, their best argument is why supporting Ukraine is good for Trump, not that it's necessarily good for the rest of the world.
Right? Whatever works, whatever works.
Precisely. So, given the campaign, what is your sense of how President Biden should play Ukraine and transatlantic security? What would you expect from him? What is in his best interest? What is in the best interest of Ukraine? And has the National Security Council understood we've reached peak Ukraine? Maybe you don't think we have reached peak Ukraine, but some people believe that we have. So how does Biden play it, Maida, do you think?
To be honest, I'm not sure. looking ahead, if we're thinking about the possibility of a change in the administration in 25, I guess the answer would be try to support them as much as possible, push the Europeans to do as much as possible until then. Because if we do end up with the second Trump term, I really think we cannot downplay and should not downplay the sort of security risk Europe is going to find itself in. And not only because we might be in a situation where US leadership on Ukraine is going into a different direction from where we want it to be or where it is currently, but also because there's other regions where, Western Balkans being one, where there's plenty of nationalist authoritarians who are just waiting for Trump to return to carry out projects of border revisions. So I'll just, give you, we're always treating the kind of European security as something where we'll still have Ukraine and then we're not going to have, we might have Trump. But we may actually have an attempt at secession in Bosnia. We might have an invasion from Serbia into Kosovo. We've just had troops on the border last week. And so I think one thing is to look at Biden, but I think more importantly, it's really to look at how do we get agency as Europeans and how do we ratchet up our capabilities.
I'm really glad you brought up the Western Balkans, let alone Libya, let alone everything else, Turkey. There's a lot on everyone's plate. And what worries me is the Ukraine war is actually in some ways making the Europeans more dependent on the United States than before, rather than less dependent, which is probably, in my view, in Europe's best interests. Carl, and then I would just ask people to think of a question or two. I mean, after Carl, I'll take a couple questions and then come back to the panel. Carl, please.
Just to stress what I hinted at earlier, we talk a lot about supporting Ukraine with weapons. That is obviously important. We talk a lot about reinforcing our own defense capabilities. That's obviously important. But I would say the most critical issue is to give money to Ukraine. We need to sustain the capabilities of the Ukrainian state to survive. You need to pay the soldiers. You need to pay the nurses. You need to pay the teachers. You need to pay the railway workers. And at the moment, defense expenditure in Ukraine is higher than state income. And without our money, it's not going to work. That is primarily European money. I'm not complaining about that. I think it's primarily European money. It should be. But we need to do more. There's been a lot of emphasis on the military support. There's more artillery ammunition and more anti-aircraft needed, no question about that. But if we can't sustain the viability, financial viability of the Ukrainian state, it's not going to work. But if we do that, then I think the Ukrainians can and will resist, even irrespectively of a Trump too, trying to do stupid things in the White House.
Okay, I'm going to take a couple questions, but please make them questions. I know everybody always says that, but I actually mean it. I see a hand there, and you already have the microphone. Good for you.
I was prepared. Thank you very much for the presentations. Basat Öztürk from Turkey, Director General, International Security Affairs.
Okay. Question.
I was Deputy Undersecretary of the Ministry of Defense when we were helping Ukraine long before other allies even had thought about it as early as 2018-19. And you were also in that position as National Security Advisor of the United States General. And I should like to ask this question. So we were helping Ukraine not only in terms of providing military means, but also it's not only also about money. It's also helping Ukraine through diplomatic means.
Question.
Which is so important, and that is why I'm going to ask whether you still have a venue to diplomacy to play. And also the mistakes made in Syria.
Right.
In Iraq and in Afghanistan also made an impact on everything in Ukraine.
It's a very good question. I think we can leave Syria to one side for a minute. Yes, please. The man with the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, merci.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Jacek Karczewski, I'm from Poland. You talked a lot about the Republican side. Could you make some comments about the democratic side of the aisle? Because there's differentiations. For instance, Robert Kennedy Jr.'s approach to the Ukrainian subject, and also maybe ask a question: is Joe Biden the best candidate from the Democratic side for the coming election, or maybe someone younger?
Right.
Thank you.
I'm afraid that question is by, but it's quite a good
Perhaps
one.
one last question.
Christoph, because I see you.
Christoph von Marschall from Tagesspiegel. I want to get back to Maida's point about leadership. Isn't that the most important danger for Europe? If there is no more American leadership, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's any other problem, do you see anybody who could take that role? The EU Commission, the Chancellor, the French President? Please give me your ideas about that.
Okay, why don't we start with Carl and work backwards? Say whatever you want to say, and we've got 5 minutes left.
I think that's a very good question. I think that if you look back on these nearly 600 days of war, there has been more leadership coming out of Brussels than we've seen for a very long time. Ursula von der Leyen has been providing some fairly impressive moral and political leadership. She's not in command of all of the troops, but she's been able to marshal the troops in a way that has been impressive. Is that going to be enough in that particular situation? I don't know. But clearly, Europe will have to step up considerably in terms of both political leadership and financial commitment if this sort of dark scenario that we are discussing here were to occur. We don't have much of an option.
Ida.
So, since Carl and I agreed on almost everything, it's kind of time maybe to disagree a little bit. We've just had a panel before ours where we've heard the Polish Secretary of State and the German Secretary of State disagree about, leadership in Europe. And I think that's our fundamental problem in Europe. There's a division, obviously, between the Central and Eastern Europeans and, by the way, also in the Balkans, who do not trust European leadership. And then the Western Europeans, who also can't really entirely agree among themselves. So I think we do really have a serious problem of political kind of coherence and agency in order to take over leadership for A, political negotiations, but then B, also the capabilities that we need. And, bringing back one more time just the point to a region that is far less maybe challenging than Ukraine, because we're not facing a nuclear enemy there. But in the Balkans, when the Balkan War ended, we had the Helsinki Pledge of European Union committing 80,000 combat-ready troops to be able to do crisis management, because we might be dealing with self-defense and crisis management at the same time. Now in the EU Strategic Compass, we're down to 5,000. The US troops that were deployed in Bosnia after the war to implement the Dayton Peace Agreement, we were at 60,000 back then. How are we going to cope with Ukraine without, having a clear political agenda and actually agreement between the Europeans how to approach Ukraine? And we cannot currently even agree on smallest things in the Balkans, politically.
I mean, let alone what for Mr. Landsbergis said in a previous panel, the problem with as long as it takes is we can't define what it is. HR.
Well, just for our colleague from Turkey, he's making a very important point. All of these competitions are connected to one another. The initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014 is connected to the unenforced red line in Syria in 2013 and 14. And then the very unwise approach of not really imposing much costs on Putin, and in fact, inviting him into the Syrian civil war to enable the serial episodes of mass homicide, which has created a tremendous migration crisis, which has led, I think, to the strength of the far right in Europe and all sorts of other dynamics. It is our myopia at times, as we look at just one of these conflicts at a time, that I think constrains us. I also believe that the self-defeat, I don't know what else to call it, in Afghanistan, is directly related to the reinvasion of Ukraine last year. And so it's important for us to work together to demonstrate strength, because what provokes Putin? Weakness. the perception of weakness. And it wasn't really just a contested or denial of the U.S. election results that emboldened him. It was what they perceived as a weak stoplight coalition in Germany. It was the contentious French elections. It was Boris Johnson in trouble for parties at number 10. I mean, Putin thought the West was over. And he and Xi Jinping told us as much in their joint statement before the Beijing Olympics, right before the reinvasion. They said, you're over, West, the Western world. It's the new era of international relations. We're in charge. Get used to it. So what I think we should do is come up and recommit ourselves to a common agenda that can strengthen the transatlantic relationship, that can strengthen Europe. And I think we can learn some lessons from the reinvasion of Ukraine, like hard power matters. What you're saying, I mean, capacity in armed forces matters. It's a bad idea to give coercive power to a hostile authoritarian regime in terms of over-reliance on them for critical supply chains, including energy. So we have a common economic agenda, a defense agenda, an energy agenda, and let's just start working on it in a way that demonstrates how this relationship is mutually beneficial and, in fact, essential to the future of the world.
Right. I mean, I would just end by saying Putin is not the first person who underestimated Joe Biden. So thank you, panel. Thank you, audience. And best of luck. Thanks.
Our thanks to Stephen for that fantastic discussion. And I think some of that will be picked up on with our next panel, which is in partnership with the Royal United Services Institute, looking at the power of intelligence. So without further ado, please welcome RUSI Deputy Director General Malcolm Chalmers.
Welcome to this session. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be chairing this event, and especially chairing General Petraeus, who's been a long-standing friend of RUSI for many years, and really few people are better qualified to talk about the role of intelligence in warfare. As we were listening to the previous panel, David was anxious to comment a little bit more and add some color to the current state of the American debate on funding support for Ukraine. So I'm just going to ask you to say a little bit about that first before we get on to the main business of the session.
Yeah, look, I know that everybody is seized with U.S. domestic politics, and I'm actually someone who is literally non-political. I'm not even bipartisan. I don't engage in party politics at all. I don't even register to vote, much less vote. But I do get asked by members of either party on a fairly regular basis about a variety of issues. And In this particular case, I think that we will see funding coming from the United States once the turmoil in the House is resolved. And it will probably be some kind of packaging. I mean, the Congress is really good at crafting appropriations legislation that gets done what this group of members want, this group, and putting it all together. And so you can conceive of the kind of support that is very strongly endorsed by both parties in the U.S. Senate. Let's keep in mind that one of the greatest champions of Ukraine in Congress is the Senate Minority Leader, the leader of the Republicans, together certainly with the Majority Leader, but Senator McConnell, who has helpfully pointed out that with 3% of the U.S. defense budget, Ukraine has cut down the Russian tank fleet by something like 60% since the war began, just pointing out how important it is to our mutual interests. And so you get people like that. There is a majority overall in the House as well that supports Ukraine. So you can imagine something that provides funding for Ukraine that is packaged together with some other urgent needs, such as more funding for the border security in the South. It's a very hot button topic in the United States for both parties as well. It'll be an election issue. And then you can also put in there the much needed disaster relief funding for these recent storms and extreme weather events and fires and all the rest of that that the U.S. has seen. So if you imagine that and see that put together, I think that it's more than conceivable that you could see something come along again once the turmoil in the House is resolved in the weeks that lie ahead.
Very good. Let's turn to the main item then of this session. I mean, it's very striking to me. We have a lot of discussion about economic assistance, reconstruction assistance, the role of weapons supplies, but arguably intelligence is just as important as any other factor in the trajectory of this conflict, going right back to the beginning, the precursor of the full-scale invasion last year. And I wonder whether you could reflect, first of all, on the importance of that strategic warning, which a number of Western countries gave.
Yep.
And also, I think, why you think that warning was not heeded by some Ukrainians as well as by some of our allies.
Look, what was done was unprecedented. I've never before seen a government, particularly the U.S., although the UK did this as well, that took very substantial intelligence and then figured out how to share it with the public, saying there is an invasion coming, this is what it looks like. I mean, incredible granularity. Without exposing sources and methods. That's obviously the trick in all of this. And so there's a process that, and as the CIA director, we participate in this kind of thing. When someone does want to declassify something, there is a process through which it goes. But I've never seen something of this magnitude put out in advance. And I thought it was very wise to do so because it gained enormous credibility, frankly, for the United States. Also, again, as I mentioned, the UK, as to why some resisted believing it. Of course, you know, what you can always paint is capabilities. That is undeniable. You can see that if you have sufficient, you know, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and other systems. The question is always intentions. That comes down to trying to divine what is in the mind of the decision maker. Sometimes you can get inside that, of course, as well, if you have certain types of intelligence sources that might indicate what orders have been given in this kind of thing. But I think that there were those who saw this and saw the months-long deployment of these Russian forces and just were either in intellectual denial or engaged in wishful thinking. And, you know, tried to see the world the way they'd like it to be rather than the way that it is. The fact is that the actual orders for the Ukrainian forces to actually deploy to their battle positions was fairly late in the game. And again, you can understand why that is, because you can set panic in if you do that too early. You can have all kinds of other untoward consequences. And I think that's what happened in this particular case. And then there were a number of folks that just couldn't believe that the man with whom we had tried to do a reset, and, you know, every leader has convinced him or herself that they could deal with Putin in a way that their predecessors did not, convince themselves that this just wasn't going to be the case. Of course, we've then seen the intelligence more than validated, and again, a very significant change over anything I've ever seen before. The other context issue that is so unique in this war. This is a war, you know, that has everything from World War I trenches through Cold War tanks through more cutting-edge drones and unmanned systems, and they're being advanced every day, especially by the Ukrainians. It's, as Max Boot, the great correspondent analyst in the United States, has said, this is all quiet on the Western Front meets Blade Runner. But what's really unique about this is the transparency of this battlefield. We've never before had a war fought in which everybody on the battlefield just about has a smartphone, internet access, and social media platforms and websites onto which they can upload videos, intelligence that's, you know, right out before them. So the degree of transparency here is staggering. You add to that commercial imagery and all other kinds of open source intelligence. Of course, it's a massive quantity of data. And the trick is, of course, can you fuse it? And that's really, by the way, something that the U.S. intelligence community, together with our Five Eyes partners, does uniquely well. You know, the future is all about how do you take this massive quantity of data, this haystack of digital needles, and then figure out how to pull one of them out of that because you're able to fuse the intelligence so impressively and expertly. But the transparency of this battlefield is something that's truly unique. And you have websites that are devoted to doing nothing more, oryx.com, which unfortunately I think is shut down on 1 October, but it has every single Russian tank that's been destroyed, and it has metadata to show, so it validates it. And that's how we know with confidence that, you know, 60% of the Russian tank fleet that they started the war with has been destroyed or captured by the tractor army of the Ukrainians.
Very good. It's been such a transformation. I wonder, there's a limit to what one can say, but I wonder whether you can give a general assessment of how well the Ukrainian intelligence services have done and how important it has been to them to have foreign partners.
Yeah, again, I want to be careful and sensitive here. But I mean, you know, I've just been to Ukraine twice just in the last, say, 4 months or so. Every time I meet with the individual who's the counterpart for the CIA director, the external, and then also the very impressive, essentially defense intelligence agency, although they do a lot more than that, General Budanov, now the youngest 3-star in the Ukrainian force. And what strikes me every single time, and it shouldn't, but it still does, is the extraordinary knowledge, the depth of knowledge that they have about Russia, about Russia's arsenal, its weapon systems. They actually release this periodically. They have released what they believe the Russians have left in terms of various types of missiles and all these other systems, for example. So that's publicly known. But if you think about it, I mean, this should be the case. Most of the individuals leading these organizations grew up during the Soviet Union. Some of them actually went to, you know, the traditional Soviet military and other schools and colleges. They're native Russian speakers. And the sources and methods and so forth they have are really, really impressive. They're quite extraordinary. And that is, of course, one of the enablers, presumably, for the kinds of actions that are being taken with enormous precision, whether it's in Crimea or, you know, not attributed yet. They will never comment, although they'll smile about what it is that they've done on Russian soil itself, even the Russian seaport, not to mention, again, the air bases, naval bases, and even the Black Sea Fleet headquarters on the Crimean Peninsula.
So as an intelligence professional, you must look at the way in which increasingly intelligence services in my country, as in yours and in others, are commenting publicly as to what they're finding in a way which I think wouldn't have happened in the past. In the UK, Defence Intelligence puts out a press release or a tweet almost every day.
And it's quite good. And I mean, we all wait for it, watch for it.
Is that blurring the distinction between intelligence and normal information?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, intelligence is information, and you know, usually it depends whether the source is classified, if you will. Is it super sensitive? Is it technical human signals, whatever, or is it actually open source? Because now, you know, the agency, the CIA, is well known, publicly known, has an open source intelligence center, and it's grown in importance dramatically because of the proliferation of open sources. It's no longer just the standard traditional print and in television media and in cable news, it's a host of different sources. And when you get crowdsourcing of some of these and real rigorous analysis, as you have actually with Oryx.com or some of the other sites like that, the value is really quite extraordinary. I think it's great to see the UK share this on a daily basis. I've never seen something that made me say, oh my gosh, that just, you know, that did call into question a source or jeopardize a source or method or something like that. I think this is the product of a good process by which they are declassifying this information, if indeed it came from highly sensitive sources, so that it can be released to the public and be real information. Let's keep in mind that governments are competing with all these other sources of information, not all of which have the same level of integrity, the same commitment to the truth, or even just being objective. They're quite biased. They're trying to influence the publics that are reading or viewing them. So I think it's important for governments to compete in this space. I remember in Iraq, I said, you know, it's not an option to engage with the press. We have to do this. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to be first with the truth. We're not going to spin. We're going to try to provide objectivity and so on. We're not going to put lipstick on pigs. If it's a bad day, you say that we had a bad day and explain it. And that's, I think, the value of this. And I think there has been a great deal of transparency, actually, from both of our country's governments and many, many others, including, again, the Ukrainians, who have declassified, have shared really quite extraordinary information about the Russians in particular, very rightly circumspect about their own activities, their own casualties, their own systems, their own capabilities. But I think exposing what Russia has done is exactly the right thing to do.
Let me move on to a bigger question, which we're not going to be able to answer fully here, but the proliferation, improvement of intelligence and surveillance is making the battlefield more and more transparent. Should that call into question the way in which we design our forces?
Oh, it is. It is,
absolutely. Can we really be buying thousands of tanks?
Yep. So let me put this in perspective, and here I'll get a shameless plug for my book that I have to go back to London tonight to promote tomorrow. Again, with Andrew Roberts, a great British historian and biographer. It's titled Conflict, the Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Ukraine. The final chapter is actually the future of war. And in that, we recognize, because of the developments that you have been highlighting, that our military forces, especially those in the Indo-Pacific that could go up against a peer competitor, if you will, have to be transformed from what might be described as a small number of very large platforms that are incredibly capable, very heavily manned, unbelievably expensive, and also increasingly vulnerable. You can defend them, there's a lot of steps you can take, but because of what you've described, the ability to see everything everywhere, you have to transform from that to a world of massive number of unmanned systems, much, much smaller, and many of which, you know, I know this is scary, but many of which will not be remotely piloted, they'll be algorithmically piloted, and the human in the loop is going to be the person who designs the algorithm and establishes the conditions. To really put a face on this, if you will, or describe this better, in the Cold War era, when I was, say, a major on the inter-German border, we had an adage that we really couldn't operationalize, but we repeated it really well. It used to say, what can be seen can be hit, what can be hit can be killed. The truth is, we couldn't see all that much, and even if we could see it, especially if it was moving, we probably couldn't hit it. Nowadays, you can see everything. And again, put yourself in an Indo-Pacific theater, you know where every major surface combatant is, with reason. Again, there are certain steps you can take and others. You know where all the bases, the headquarters, you know where the logistical sites. Again, you have tremendous visibility on just about everything except that which is probably under the sea. If you can see it, now you can hit it. And you can do it with dynamic targeting, with a very, very rapid sensor-to-shooter time limit, and therefore the vulnerability is extraordinary. And so for that kind of very high-end conflict potential of the future, and what we need to do is deter it, of course, and deterrence is based on the potential adversary's assessment of your capabilities on the one hand, and you're willing to employ them on the other. We have to transform our capabilities so that there's no thought at all that someone could see everything and therefore hit it and kill it, which is now, that adage is now operationalized in that world, and it's going to get much more so. I mean, the developments with unmanned systems are galloping forward. We're even seeing it in Ukraine, noting that, again, those systems are nowhere near what the front line, the top-of-the-line systems are that the US and others can deploy now.
I think that's a very important point on which to end this session, that we are looking not only in building up our militaries, but in transforming
We have to transform
them, because
it.
if we don't transform them, then we will lose. So thank you, David Petraeus, thank you so much indeed for joining us for this session.
Privileged to be with you. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, our immense thanks to Malcolm Chalmers there from the Royal United Services Institute in conversation with General Petraeus. We've spent a lot of time over the day talking about Ukraine at war, talking about the view from the West, the view from the East, what happens after the US election. I think now it's time to focus on post-war Ukraine. The war will end. What will happen to this country? So this is a discussion which is in partnership with the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. And I think we all want to see that. This is making post-war Ukraine happen and the specifics of accomplishing that. So please join me in welcoming the moderator on stage, a journalist, a broadcaster from Germany, Ali Aslan, and his guest. Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome indeed. Very good to see such a high turnout, even though it is, of course, the last session of a very, very long and intense day. But as has been mentioned in the intro, this is a topic that deserves a great deal of recognition. This session is titled Secure and Prosperous, Making Post-War Ukraine Happen. And I myself, I had the pleasure of being the moderator and MC of the International Expert Conference on the Recovery, Reconstruction and Modernization of Ukraine last October in Berlin, which was co-hosted by the German G7 presidency and the European Commission. And today, of course, on this very panel, we will discuss how to shape the international recovery and reconstruction efforts post-war, and I couldn't have asked for a better panel. To my immediate right, I'm very delighted to welcome here on stage the Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Please welcome Irina Mudra. Also delighted to see once again here in Warsaw and practically all over the world at various conferences a very, very important and vocal voice, Ukrainian voice out there. She is, of course, the co-founder of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory and a former Ukrainian MP. Please welcome Hanna Hopko, ladies and gentlemen. At the conference that I hosted back in Berlin, I had the pleasure of sharing the stage with our next speaker. She's, of course, the president of the German Marshall Fund of the US. Heather Conley, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, how are you doing?
And last but certainly not least, delighted to welcome on stage the Minister of State for Indo-Pacific of the UK, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, ladies and gentlemen, is here with us. I seem to keep hearing voices somewhere, but whoever is speaking, please hold off on your questions. We will get to you in just a moment. But Irina, let's start right away. Aside from the immense human suffering that Russia's war is causing, of course, against Ukraine, it is also causing a great deal of damage to the destruction of critical infrastructure. Now, the war, unfortunately, is still ongoing, but it's clear that the overall needs for the reconstructions, that the elements and the design have to be implemented now, isn't it? This is now the time to think about the post-war reconstructive efforts.
Right to the point. Thank you, Ali. Russia's act of aggression has caused widespread destruction and damages all over Ukraine, to Ukraine as the state and to its nationals. While the scope and the size of these damages is still difficult to calculate and appreciate because the war is ongoing, but various studies estimate the cost of reconstruction of Ukraine in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And these studies do not take into account the cost of human loss and sufferings of Ukrainian people, because at least tens of thousands casualties among the Ukrainian population. Millions of Ukrainians were forced to move out of the country because of this aggression. There are hundreds of thousands war crimes registered in Ukraine, including execution, torture, sexual, gender-based violence. And this is nothing to speak about the macroeconomical, socio-economical, environmental consequences of Russian Federation. So this amount will increase by an order of magnitude. Winning the peace is not less important than winning the war. And we all, Ukraine, together with the rest of the world, have to do our homework. We, Ukraine, count a lot on financial assistance for this reconstruction because we will need money. And we see two sources, by financial assistance and through reparations from Russian Federation. And we, Ukraine, have to do our homework. We have to undergo the number of reforms, anti-corruption reform, judicial reform, IML reform, and others in order to gain trust in Ukraine, in order to make the high level of wealth of the country and the state to gain state accountability. That's why we are, since the beginning of this war, are undergoing this number of reforms, which, to tell the truth, is the largest number in comparison to the last years. But we expect from the world also the steps forward in getting reparations from Russia, because it's Russian obligation to make reparation to Ukraine and to Ukrainians. And if Russia does not do it voluntarily, then we have to find a mechanism to enforce this duty, this obligation. And we do know how to do this. We do propose to the world the compensation mechanism and the way of confiscation of Russian assets. So each of these sides, Ukraine and the world, have to to do their homework.
And you've already dived very quickly into the subject matter of the source of funding, and you say that, of course, Russia must pay for the destruction that it has inflicted, and that, of course, will require exploring routes to use frozen and immobilized Russian assets to find the reconstruction. Now, Hannah, we've already talked about that. The overall needs for the reconstruction of Ukraine obviously are not yet known. We're still, unfortunately, still in the midst of a war, but it's very clear that a major global financial effort will be required to rebuild once the war is over. Now, the Ukraine itself has put forth a recovery plan at the Lugano Recovery Conference, saying it will take $750 billion. That was the initial figure that the Ukrainian government has put forth. But that is a moving target, isn't it?
Thank you for this question, because actually there are many panels discussion, conferences on recovery, reconstructions. But I would like to see a conferences on victory of Ukraine. Everyone here is talking about that we should prepare for long war. Maybe we should prepare for faster victory. And then the price. And actually, Russia will not be able every day sending missiles, ballistic cruise missiles, kamikaze drones against our civilian population and also destroying critical energy infrastructure. So I want everyone here in this room to applaud the bravery of Ukrainian armed forces, because actually they are the ones who are progressing, even if someone in the West expected miracles with the limited resources we have. Last year here during the Warsaw Security Forum, there were many experts saying publicly that Crimea is an achievable goal for 2023 if Ukraine received enough weapons. So actually, I think the delay with weapons. So because why I think that we have to focus on victory first and security first, because the level of weapons supply is not sufficient. And we are here advocating for faster and more anti-air defense systems, because I recently traveled to many regions of Ukraine, Sumy, Poltava, Kherson, Mykolaiv city. Citizens there are not so protected like in Kyiv. So this is why I think before winter, Russia will repeat the same tactics, weaponization of winter and trying to freeze Ukrainians by destroying. So the price and actually the amount, it's hard to say. This is why the faster we win, the better situation is also. And also victory is possible when we have military advantage. Air superiority, more anti-air defense systems, more munition, helping our industries, and this is great that last Friday in Kyiv we have the Forum of Defense Industries, and I think victory is critical, because I traveled after the full-scale war to 18 countries, including Taiwan, Japan, South Korea. So it's not just about security at the European continent. It's about global rules-based order. And actually, we have to be honest and to tell the truth. Russia is committing a genocide. And I really want everyone to recognize that what Russia is every day doing in Ukraine is a genocide. And I do believe that the world will not need 90 years, like it happened with Holodomor genocide, when European Parliament, German Bundestag, and in the UK, after 90 years of Stalin man-made genocide, Holodomor, they finally recognized it only when after second genocide within 1 century. So this is a key. First, truth, justice, tribunal, and confiscation of Russian assets. I would like to add that we started a campaign, Make Russia Pay, and unfortunately there is no political will in Western nations to confiscate Russian sovereign assets. Everyone here is talking about fatigue, that people exhausted, tired, don't understand why Western taxpayers should help Ukraine and others. I fully support the Minister of Defense of Netherlands saying that the cheapest way to defeat Russian totalitarian regime in Ukraine is to support Ukraine. This is the cheapest way for NATO. So I do believe that victory conferences and how to make victory faster It's a main question. Otherwise, this will not be trillions of dollars, and actually this will not be a victory anymore. When half of Ukraine will be destroyed, millions of people will die sacrificed, because the strategic value of Ukraine is our people. We need people to build strong Ukraine after Russian imperialism will be defeated forever.
I think... Thank you, Hannah. I think your point of focusing on victory as much as we do on recovery and reconstruction, I think is very, very much appreciated, and one that quite audibly is very much embraced by this audience. And as far as Russian atrocities are concerned, Alexandra Matvichuk, I'm sure, will drive that point home tomorrow on this very stage as well. But Heather, if we can focus on the recovery and reconstruction plans, just one more. There are many, many plans out there. There's certainly no shortage of plans. As we said, the Ukrainian government has put forth one. The European Commission has put forth one titled Rebuild Ukraine Plan. The World Bank is out there. And of course, the GMF, the German Marshall Fund, as well. You have a plan titled Designing Ukraine's Recovery in the Spirit of the Marshall Plan. Now, all these plans, undoubtedly well-intended, have the best outcome in mind, but there needs to be some coordination effort here. How do we ensure that all those good intentions will, at the end of the day, be also channeled and efficiently executed by good coordination?
Ali, thank you very, very much. And you're absolutely right. To win the war is to secure the peace, which is the rebuilding of Ukraine. And what did the Marshall Plan do 76 years ago? It delivered hope that a better future was ahead of us. But you're right, the plan that must be focused on is Ukraine's national plan. But donors have to be fully supportive of that. We have to make sure that there's strong accountability and transparency, and some of the incredible software that the Ukrainians are using, the DREAM software, they're building that transparency and that accountability into it. We also believe it's absolutely vital that civil society play a key role in the rebuilding of Ukraine, engaging city and municipal leaders. This is really a whole of society effort to rebuild. But you're right, it's a massive challenge. 76 years ago, there was one donor to the Marshall Plan, the United States. And now we have donors across Europe and in the Indo-Pacific, the United States. So coordination is key. Right now, there's a G7 multinational donor coordination platform that has, I think, met for the 6th time. It's still a little difficult to coordinate this assistance. Who will be responsible for what? Donors have different ideas on reforms, transparency, and accountability. So this alignment is absolutely key. But again, what we know from history, this has got to be Ukraine's national plan. It has to have vigorous coordination, vigorous transparency, and accountability. And at the end of the day, we're building the Ukraine of the future. It will be sustainable. It will be digital. It will be a model a European economy. And as the Marshall Plan did 76 ago, we aren't rebuilding a country. We are building a market, and its integration into the European Union will be essential. And we hope one day security provided by NATO.
Without a doubt that this recovery effort will need to be an inclusive, multi-stakeholder process, as you pointed out, involving, of course, both not just public but also private sectors, as well as international organizations, many of them here represented at the forum. Anne-Marie Trevelyan, London, of course, was the site of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2023. I think up to $800 million of pledges were made at that particular conference. But I think the point when we talk about the priorities and what is needed, I think Heather has put it already forth. The one country that, of course, can only determine that is Ukraine. And Ukraine has to take the lead here in setting the priorities. But at the same time, countries like UK, the US, and the international community can help and identify what is needed as well. Isn't that the case?
I think that's exactly right, and we were very proud to host the conference in June in London. In fact, we hosted an infrastructure summit last year as well, a much smaller affair where we started to try and get our heads round what this reconstruction effort globally might look like. And it seemed like an almost impossible task last year. Of course, the impacts of another year and more of war have left an even greater trail of physical destruction in terms of the reconstruction. But exactly that, Ukraine has this extraordinary passion and determination, as well as fighting this brutal war, reforming through its systems, bringing in new legislation, an incredible digital framework, as you say, Heather, which already is part of every Ukrainian's daily life, something that actually many of us are quite jealous of. There's some really forward-leaning legislative programs already in place, but that drive by Ukraine to say we want to be part of the NATO family and in the EU is already driving that Ukrainian central point. At the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, we saw commitments of $60 billion towards this effort. The latest figure I've seen quoted is a $411 billion reconstruction figure, but I think it's a number that we can't begin to get our heads around. The joint declaration that we saw at Vilnius, I think, was a really interesting attempt for a long-term coordination of commitments by countries, not only around the security piece, but thinking also how those, I think it's 30 countries so far, have come together to bring their particular part of the series of tools, expertise and money to help Ukraine grow as we come to the other side of victory and really get to grips with what's going to be required. But I think there is that, the Vilnius summit, I think, set a really good base from which to drive everybody's committed efforts. But I think our incredible ladies on the panel here are right. The challenge is the pace at which we are able to sustain those incredible brave fighters on the front line to fight this war and win it more quickly, because the costs, let alone in human casualties, the costs just keep on going the longer the war lasts.
Yeah, the costs certainly keep rising, something that Hannah, of course, pointed out. The quicker we achieve victory, the lower the cost at the end of the day. Irina, we're talking about priorities, and of course that Ukraine, your country, has to be the one that is setting those priorities. What would you say is reconstruction and modernization of housing? I think housing is going to be one of the main issues, infrastructure and expanding logistical and transportation facilities. Is that the first line, of barrier, the first line of goals that you have to tackle in these reconstructive efforts?
Well, we are very well mindful that we are still in the war. And every day, destructions, damages are caused and happen. So there are immediate priorities, of course, like reconstruction of Kakhovka hydroelectric power station. So the critical infrastructure should be ensured and should be workable for especially before the winter. But we are also very well mindful about people. We have people, we have to secure, to ensure the health, the psychological health of these people, and we have to provide them programs for supporting of these victims right now, not waiting until the war ends. That's why the social issues and critical infrastructure are two main battlefields, I would say, for the government. And we as lawyers at the Ministry of Justice, we have our own battlefield, which we are not want to wait until the war ends, the accountability issues. And here we work very hard in order to bring the aggressor state to accountability, to have the particular leaderships, military and political leaderships brought to responsibility for this act of aggression, and of course to ensure the means, the sources for compensation of the damages to the very victims, because we have to take care about our people, because tomorrow no one will be left in Ukraine in order to reconstruct and rebuild this country. So money is for the reconstruction is one thing, but keeping our people, keeping the house of people and providing their social security for these people is another important issue for the government of Ukraine.
And if we're looking at the timeline, Hanna, it's very clear that the reconstruction will time. I think it's perfectly understandable and clear to everyone here in this room. Several plans mentioned 10 years, some even more. But there are some voices who say that continuing assistance indefinitely would undermine your country's ability to achieve self-sufficiency. Is that an argument you can follow? There's an argument that continuing assistance, financial assistance to your country indefinitely would undermine your country's, Ukraine's ability to achieve self-sufficiency at the same time. So clearly two goals you want to achieve, but you know, the overlapping, I think, is what we're talking.
It's very important questions, because I'm really thankful to all Western leaders for being with us, because without financial aid, weapons, we cannot defeat the enemy, let's be frank, but it doesn't mean that we have to be fully dependent. So actually we have a lot of smart people, IT specialists, engineers. Ukraine is one of the richest countries in the world having critical raw materials. Raw materials is about future technologies. And I think besides our geopolitical integration, Ukraine becoming a member of the EU and NATO, we should also partner in with democracies in Indo-Pacific like Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and to be part of global world of cutting-edge technologies. Why it's important? Because I think in global fight between democracies and autocracies, authoritarian regimes, technologies matters. And Ukrainian armed forces already proved that we are very innovative with Delta system, Kropiva, and many others. So this is how we are contributing to cybersecurity and many other issues. So, and of course, following what our deputy minister said, so as a mother of a 12-year-old daughter, I'm always thinking, because it's already 10 years from the time when we went to Maidan to defend our civilizational choice to be part of European family, because Ukraine was more than 1,000 years of history. We belong to these royal dynasties and we are part of European civilization. But talking about the future of post-war, I would say I like Swedish approach, when they don't want to use reconstruction or rebuilding something from Soviet times and others. We need modern Ukraine, innovative Ukraine, and actually modernization with human face. And I'm always thinking about state of gratitude. So we have to take care, because no one already calculated how much money we should spend for 67,000 of kids who lost their parents, which were killed defending the country. 67,000. Many veterans wounded, heavily wounded. So we are obliged forever to take care about these people. Because after the visit to Japan, we created the idea that one day after victory, we sit in Kiev. We have Ukrainian Shinkansen version. From Kiev to Simferopol, just 4 hours. Before the occupation, it was around 19 hours. And we are in Crimea. But it's about technologies, it's about quality of life. But I think the state of gratitude, which will inclusively engage all people, and especially veterans, into the veterans to the state-building process, local communities, decentralization reform is one of the key. I fully agree with the previous speakers that the ownership of the future building strong Ukraine should go from Ukraine, but from local communities, they should present their plans, Mykolaiv, Mariupol city. This is what we've already done by sending our representatives of local communities to Germany, to France, to Italy, to Netherlands, to study the experience of, for example, Rotterdam after the World War II. So I think we have a lot of visions, but look, for me, it's already 10 years. 1/4 of my life, I hope I invest in convincing the West. Previously, when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, everyone was talking about ceasefire. After 8 years of peaceful settlement, political diplomatic solutions, this approach failed. And Russia is committing genocide. So now I prefer, honestly, we have, in 2017, 2019, with Lithuanian friends, twice Prime Minister Kubilius, we traveled to DC, London, advocating for Marshall Plan for Ukraine in the capacity as the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee. For me, like a déjà vu. So first, for me now, after all these advocacy trips, victory. Because this is about saving life. We need people, because all schools that we will build from scratch, we need kids studying there. We need teachers. So this is the key for us. So this is why I'm praying to God that make a miracle, that victory happens this year. And Crimea will be an achievable goal until at the end of this year. Because I do believe that Ukraine will become a spiritual basket of the world, not just bread basket or innovation technologies, as a spiritual, because everyone underestimated the spirit of our nation. All this forecast that Ukraine failed within 70 years of spirit matters. We have a lots of ideas, visions, but now we need more weapons, faster, and we need to equip our armed forces, the bravest in the world, with the modern tanks, fighter jets, and anti-air defense system. It's key for us.
I think the sense of urgency is coming very well through in your very passionate remarks, and I think the sympathies here in this audience in any shape or form are going out to you. And this is why, Heather, of course, this undertaking of talking about recovery and post-war plans are so important, because it also projects the image of a Ukraine that is not involved in a daily struggle. Now, you, of course, have pointed out that the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe after World War II is often cited as an inspiration for the recovery of Ukraine. But, of course, administratively, and you pointed out, it was very much the opposite of the current situation, wasn't it? You had one nation, the US, which was the donor, and you had 16 European countries, which were the recipients. Here you have one recipient and many donors. But are there still some parallels? Are there still some lessons to be learned from the Marshall Plan?
There are absolutely important lessons. And Hannah, I think we have to think about a Marshall Plan for Ukraine as the economic counteroffensive. It has to go hand in glove. Absolutely. I mean, in many ways, the United States understood that all of the victories that it had gained in Europe were about to be lost if it did not provide this economic support. But it was time limited. It was 4 years. It was very difficult for the American people to understand why they needed to do that. So there was a lot of work convincing the American people that it was in our interest. And let me just say a word about gratitude, because I think we sometimes say that a bit. Foreign policy decisions are based on self-interest. It is in our self-interest to support Ukraine. That is the right thing to do. There's no need for gratitude. We are doing the right thing in supporting Ukraine. But Hannah makes a really important point. The private sector, and this is where the Ukraine Recovery Conference in June was so important. The Ukrainian private sector, the technology, the IT, agriculture, energy, infrastructure, there's a thriving private sector. This is opportunity. Sometimes I think we think of this as, forgive me, a burden. It's not a burden. It is an opportunity, and there are challenges to do it. So the private sector needs to be unleashed. We need to give them the tools, war insurance. We need to give them sovereign guarantees. We need to make sure it's transparent, and then we have to let them do their thing and really be able to allow Ukraine to provide its own economic well-being. Integrating internally displaced veterans, they must be part of rebuilding Ukraine. And I think we've forgotten in the United States how powerful this force of good is. We want Europe to do more for reconstruction, and of course, Europe is doing an enormous amount in providing economic support. But this is what I call the great transatlantic build project. There's nothing more important for us to build, and what we can do today is make this Marshall Plan ready. ready with the tools that we need. Ukraine is already rebuilding. We need to help them and be as prepared as possible to get in there and build, build, build.
Yeah, build, build, build. And Anne-Marie, of course, we had the Ukrainian representative for European Affairs here on this very stage this morning. And there are a lot of voices who say that Ukraine's reconstructive efforts should be combined with its efforts to join the EU. They have to go hand in hand. Now, of course, I understand the irony of asking you that. A country just left the European Union. But do you still see the urgency, and do you see the sense behind combining those two forces, the recovery efforts as well as the efforts Ukrainian efforts to join the European Union?
So I think exactly right. The Ukrainians have decided they want to join the EU because it brings all sorts of benefits and, to your point, Heather, important interests for Ukraine in doing so alongside NATO as part of their own security choices for the long term. The EU is setting out a plan, and that's good. At the conference in London in June, we had a Ukraine business compact. There were over 600 companies from 42 countries, to your point, actually, that these are countries from across the world, businesses all over the world who have the skills and indeed the willingness, the opportunity that they want to take to come and be part of that reconstruction. What will be so important as part of the continuing reforms, and actually President Zelensky has been really bold in pushing forward what I think have been some difficult changes at pace. Those businesses need a reliable investment environment. They will need things like war insurance, but there needs to be that long-term clear commitment from the Ukrainian government, which fits with those EU regulatory frameworks, those sorts of things, that they are, if you like, the tools that set out how the private sector will come in and help deliver what's needed with the direction of the Ukrainian government at a national level, at a civic, town level, where those communities know what they're going to need, and where businesses will come and bring their skill sets, their investments to help Ukrainians grow, regrow and grow new businesses to help their economy to thrive for the future. It's going to be those Ukrainians, many of those men and women on the front line now, will be back in doing whatever their job was before or retrained with new jobs. It's going to be that private sector investment that comes into Ukraine that provides the opportunity and the platform for them to do that. So these reforms that are being driven through now, which are hard, and the EU's framework is a good, rule book to work from, if you like, that's going to be really important so that the private sector can actually come and do a lot of both the heavy lifting and the opportunity creation.
Very well understanding and being mindful that time is limited. I do want to come to the audience and bring in at least one or two questions. But before I do, and I see already a hand up, Irina, let me just ask you the question, because independent oversight and auditing, transparency is needed. All these things have already been said here on stage. It comes at a time when Politico, the publication, has just published a confidential U.S. strategy document that is citing that the U.S. administration, the Biden administration, is very much concerned about corruption, about high-level corruption in Ukraine. Are you concerned? Are you concerned at all? Do you fear that the perception of high-level corruption in Ukraine could undermine the confidence and could undermine the motivation, if you will, of these potential donors to come and help your country move forward post-war?
Well, before coming to the state service, I was a compliance officer in the bank, and I do perfectly know very well that if there is a tone from the top, everything will be done. So today in Ukraine, there is a strong tone from the top, from leadership, that there should be a vigorous fight against corruption. And all those things which are revealed, it is because we want to be transparent. It is because we want to show what actions, what measures we are undertaking in order to fight with corruption. And as I said at the beginning, during this year, starting from the beginning of the full scale, we have undertaken more reforms in the direction of anti-corruption and judicial reforms and ML reforms than ever before. So significant anti-corruption reforms have been studied. Appointment of a special anti-corruption prosecutor and a new director of National Anti-Corruption Bureau who have moved forward with very significant proceedings which were like frozen for years. It shows our transparency and the willingness to make these reforms. We have approved the state anti-corruption reform program for 2023-2025. We recently introduced the procedure for submitting e-declarations of the state people so that to show their wealth and their property. So, and government approved the amendments to the criminal procedural code on strengthening the independence of the special anti-corruption prosecution. So we are doing these reforms mindfully that we want change of the state. We don't want just to change people. Changing of people will bring nothing. We have to change system, and it takes time. But there is a strong willingness, there is a strong tone from the top to do this.
Because Heather, of course, this report comes at a time when already some US Republican lawmakers are very critical of US economic aid. So I'm sure that's something that you sitting in Washington, you're being very mindful of.
Ali, it's absolutely very important. And let me just say, you know, yes, Ukraine has struggled greatly in its history with corruption, but we can't, this is a different country now. It understands that it needs to do this itself for its own reform, its own independence from oligarchs and corruption, and the donors are going to demand it. So it's mutual, but let's not also fall into the trap of believing a lot of Russian disinformation, that this country is so corrupt, you can't possibly address it. Now, we have to say we are working closely. They're doing new things. As the minister said, they have some e-procurement that would be the envy of most EU countries. We have to recognize that. So this is where civil society, independent media, we are going to attack this problem and support Ukraine's fight. They know how important this fight is, so do we. But don't fall into the trap of, I think, what some would like us to walk away from this important building project.
On that note, let's bring a couple of questions before we wrap up this panel. We already have two hands up. Perhaps we can combine the questions. So if you can take note, please go ahead, introduce yourself quickly.
Yes, hello, my name is Igor Brylyan. I'm a Ukrainian analyst on Russian disinformation at Detector Media. Thank you for a very insightful panel. And I have a question about the global dimension of reconstruction of Ukraine, about China, India, Brazil, because we clearly understand that the Russian full-scale invasion disrupted global supply chains, it changed global trade drastically. And how can the reconstruction of Ukraine be a change of more united West against economic challenge from China? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you pass on the mic? Yes.
Hello, Miroslava Gongadze, Voice of America. My question is to Hanna Hopko. We just heard from Mrs. Mudra that there is a very strong force from the top for anti-corruption reform. I would like to hear from you. Do you agree with that statement? Thank you.
And we literally have time for one final question for 30 seconds, if it is being formulated in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have asked this question a few times here at different panels, but maybe you will give me some not diplomatic but very honest answer, ladies. So my question is, why we fight for all our values, common values, freedom, democracy, human rights, gender equality, but why we are not welcome into NATO family and EU family? And when our partners will invite us, what year, 2023, 2024? Please, not diplomatic, not some answers as politicians, but as humans, please.
Right. Now, this panel, of course, I fully understand this is about post-recovery efforts, but of course, feel free if you want to touch upon this. We'll go in the reverse order to wrap it up. This one starting with Anne-Marie. Please go ahead, whichever question you want to answer.
Thank you. Well, I think to the important question about when is accession to the EU and NATO possible, with the EU, there's a very clear set of rules and regulations that are required, economic, legal frameworks, and to the discussion we've been having, those are very much in train, and the Ukrainian government is working incredibly hard alongside fighting a war to get those sorts of changes into place, those economic reforms that are required as well. There are some very clear guidelines that are required, so those will be met when they're met. The EU is very straightforward in that sense. I'm not the expert on the NATO requirements, but that will no doubt also be worked through, and I think we've seen a shift coming away from the perhaps historic way that NATO has done its business in terms of accession, and indeed with Finland and Sweden, we've seen a kind of more paced accession program, which I think is what's being looked at for Ukraine as well. But to the gentleman's point about who will come and help build, as I say, you know, just in the summer, 600 companies from 42 countries. Now, at the end of the day, it'll be Ukraine, either central government or a local town who will, you know, or a district that will make the contract with a contractor to come and build a school, rebuild bridges, you know, whatever that next investment might be. So that will be a Ukrainian decision which company from which country they choose to go with. And there is, you know, there will be choices and options. Importantly, I think about the UK. We have various investment guarantees that we provide to give our British businesses the economic support that they need. We've just increased our UK export finance to £15 billion, which has a huge multiplier effect, and many countries have similar sort of economic support systems. So I think we'll see, I imagine, many countries, businesses from all over the world coming to help build whatever that list is, and it is sadly very extensive, of Ukrainians' asks.
Thank you so much. Heather?
Well, I think the good news is there has been a seismic shift in thinking in NATO and the European Union about Ukraine's membership into both. And every day that Ukraine works on its reforms, every day it gets closer to victory, that day gets closer. And we just need equal political courage among the political leadership of those institutions to embrace that. So every day we're going to take a closer step. The investment, the China question or others, this is a really important question, because if we decide not to support Ukraine in rebuilding, other countries will potentially, and if Ukraine needs to build, they may look for other countries. I think that the investment that Europe and the United States and others has made to defend Ukraine and help them defend, we should be equal partners in that economic recovery. But if we're not, others will step in. So this is why, again, think about the military, the counteroffensive, the economic counteroffensive, victory and securing the peace work together. Think of them as together. That will get us faster to that victory, Hannah.
Thank you so much. Hannah, you're looking at the same time as I do. So let's...
But it's a very important question, because I think that countries which are fighting against Ukraine, it's not just Russia with their genocide. It's also China, it's also Belarus, Iran, North Korea. So I think we will always remember those who helped us not just to survive, but to defeat the enemy. But we will never tolerate those who were together with our enemy trying to kill us by supplying kamikaze drones, humanitarian aid, and others. And I think these moral principles should be a key in future reconstruction. Personally, knowing how some countries are stealing technologies, how they are interfering in Western rules-based order. So Ukraine after victory, it's Ukraine in the club of democracies, being a member of NATO and the EU. And answering on the question on the fight of democratic transformation in Ukraine. So I'm thankful that we have this American list. So now it's like a homework of civil society to encourage, I would not say make pressure on our government, but to encourage our government, especially president, to clean from the wrong guys, corrupted officials, and actually not to allow some of our Western partners to have an excuse that we are not giving you political invitation like it happened in Vilnius because you haven't delivered this reform. So we, and there in this room, my colleagues like Daria Kalinyuk from Anti-Corruption Action Center, Olga Ivazovska. So there is a powerful women, powerful civil society voices. And I do believe that our president understands what is at stake. At stake is the future. And the last point, Ukrainian society now will never tolerate corruption, because corruption is about stealing our future. And people sacrificing their lives for better Ukraine, they will demand all these reforms. Having the list from our strategic partner, and we do hope that by implementing this list, we will not see extra tasks which will delay us from NATO membership. No instrumentalization of some of reforms like postponement of our membership in NATO. We deserve to be there to strengthen NATO, and NATO will become a global security alliance, deterrence alliance, and with powerful signal to China. This is my message I brought from Delhi, recently visited India. Thank you.
And it's been... And undoubtedly, it's a message that's been heard loud and clear in this room, that's for certain. Everyone else joining us online. Irina, you're going to get the final word.
I just want to echo what Anna has said. And we do see as Ukrainian government, the non-governmental organizations as partners. As partners is doing reforms in fighting corruption, and we as Ministry of Justice is very, very passionate about this, and we are doing every effort. We are taking every effort in order to move forward with these reforms, at least those ones which are under the auspices of the Ministry of Justice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's become abundantly clear throughout this fascinating conversation here that we had on stage. The war, unfortunately, is still ongoing, but it will be over at some point, and that's when all the recovery efforts will be needed and will need to be implemented, and it is important to design the main building blocks of this international effort now. I think that has become abundantly clear throughout this fascinating discussion that we've had here on stage. Irina Mudra, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Heather Conley, and Hannah Hopko, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
Guests, we have heard so much today, and what a fitting end to the discussion part of the first day of the 10th Warsaw Security Forum, and what a fitting note on which to finish this incredible discussion in terms of a post-war Ukraine, because as Ali was saying, the war will end, and we're talking about a victory on Ukraine's terms, Ukraine's decisions in how the country will look going forward. So that is the discussion part of the day at an end, but it is far from the end of our event. It is from me, though. It's been a pleasure to be here once again with you all to host the first day of the 10th Warsaw Security Forum. For now, that's it from me, but I have the privilege and the pleasure of welcoming onto the stage the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, the person bringing us all here together. Please join me in welcoming, a big round of applause, please, for Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us throughout the whole day of discussions in the different tracks, the energy track, the defense track, and of course the global outlook track that has just ended. But as Kasia Madera said, this is not the end. We still have in store quite a lot for you this afternoon, starting with the guest country reception today to a NIDAL session at 9 o'clock about the future of Russia, no other. But before we move into these elements, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you to an important and one of the most really important elements of the Warsaw Security Forum, the Night of Freedom ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, and we start the ceremony with introductory remarks by the president of the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation, Zbigniew Pisarski, who will tell you more about the award we have been giving out as a foundation for the last 20 years. Zbyszek, the floor is yours.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I came here where freedom is being defended, to serve it, and to live or die for it. General Kazimierz Pulaski said when he joined the American Revolution, "The idea of freedom is at the heart of our Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation. We cherish it. We want to spread it across the world, and we make all to protect it. Freedom is indivisible. Therefore, if you don't actively take care of it, it may quickly vanish." Last year, we gave the Night of Freedom Award to those who defended freedom with their blood, the brave men and women of Ukraine. This year, the award goes to those who allowed us not to fight for our freedom, because we are protected by the most successful military alliance in the world, which nobody dares to attack. Let me shortly explain why we award the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance with the Night of Freedom. One of the lessons learned from the Russian war in Ukraine is the great value of alliances. International organizations are often criticized and rarely appreciated. But only few can imagine how the world would look like if those organizations were not existent. How dangerous a place Europe would be if NATO had dissolved after the Cold War, or if it had never come to life. Therefore, the award to NATO is for the history that didn't happen, thanks to our collective defense. We are safe and we can be prosperous just because we are secure. Here in Central Eastern Europe, we should be particularly grateful to NATO for so much strengthening of the eastern border of the alliance, which happened in the last decade. Let us watch a short video about the NATO, please.
For almost 75 years, this great alliance has shielded our nations, and it continues to do so today. But war has returned to Europe.
NATO is being tested. All democracies are being tested.
Vladimir Putin wanted to weaken NATO.
Would we respond, or would we look the other way? 1 year later, we know the answer. We did respond. We would be strong. We would be united. And the world would not look the other way.
We put 40,000 troops under NATO command with a significant air and maritime presence, and doubled the number of NATO battle groups from 4 to 8.
We haven't seen such a unity and solidarity in many years. The secret to happiness is freedom, and the secret to freedom is courage. Estonia had the courage to fight for our freedom. The same applies to our Ukrainian friends. Their fight for freedom today is a reminder that freedom is not given and it needs constant care.
La France, ses alliés, ses partenaires européens n'ont qu'un camp, celui de la paix.
NATO is a community united by our values: freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. We stand together, we protect and defend each other, all for one and one for all.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite to the stage the Secretary of State and the Chancellor of Poland's President, Minister Jacek Siewiera, who is the head of National Security Bureau. Minister Siewiera will deliver a laudation for the 2023 NATO Freedom Award to NATO. Mr. Siewiera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to acknowledge the virtues of the alliance that has made the Euro-Atlantic area safe and peaceful for the last 74 years. Please applaud with me North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Hearing about the Night of Freedom Award presented by Zbigniew Pisarski, I could not avoid the feeling that this year no one deserves it more than NATO. The story of the most successful alliance speaks of itself. So let me briefly highlight the most important periods. The first one, of course, is the Cold War, when NATO was established on 4th April of 1949. Its purpose was to deter Soviet Union aggression against Western Europe, or, citing the first NATO Secretary General, Lord Imsey, to keep Soviets out, Americans in, and the Germans down. Speaking more diplomatically, the most important pillar of NATO was Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, which included the commitment of collective defense. Soon, NATO started including other countries that were seeking protection from the Soviet threat. I can say it without any doubt. NATO was credibly successful in this task. At the same time, it became a beacon of hope for the nations that were living under the Soviet hegemony, like people of Poland. Our region also profited greatly from the existence of alliance. If not for NATO deterrence, the Soviet Union would have probably felt confident enough to start a World War III that would have brought inevitable devastation to Europe. Fortunately, NATO succeeded, and the Soviet Union collapsed, giving a chance to regain freedom for all the nations of Central Europe. This moment marked the beginning of the next period of NATO's history, the post-Cold War era. At that time, NATO broadened the catalog of its tasks, supplementing the collective defense with the crisis management and the cooperative security. It was a time of great hopes, optimism, and brilliant strategic decisions, like inviting Poland to the alliance. The process of NATO enlargement, by admitting the countries of Central Eastern Europe that wanted to safeguard their freedom and security, was one of the most spectacular successes of the alliance. It completely changed the strategic situation in Europe, stabilized the continent, gave countries of our region the opportunity to an unrestricted economic development, and obviously made NATO much more powerful. The significance of these changes proved to be crucial in 2008, 2014, 2022, when the Russian threat returned. The series of Russian wars against its neighbors and its increasingly hostile attitude toward West started the third, and unfortunately present, period of NATO's history. I would describe it as a return of NATO to its roots, to collective defense. In this unstable time, the alliance has proved once again to be a foundation of security in Europe. The border of NATO is the one and the only border with Russia that Russia never dared to invade, never dared to violate. We can now say with a high degree of certainty that had Poland and the Baltic states not joined NATO, we would now face the same situation as Ukraine. After years of out-of-area operations, the alliance was not fully prepared for a direct confrontation with Russia. But at the same time, it showed once again its true power, the ability to adapt. The strategic adaptation of NATO deterrence and defense posture started at the Wales Summit and continued at Warsaw and the following summits. It is a process of massive changes that can be hardly compared to anything else. We need to remember that NATO is an alliance of 31 countries and decisions are made unanimously. You can imagine how these negotiations look like. Nevertheless, NATO is able to agree and to act. As proved by the day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, NATO can act fast. It was a matter of hours after the start of hostilities at the North Atlantic Council gathered and activated the first phase of operational defense plans. It was a matter of days when Allied troops, combat aircrafts and warships arrived on the eastern flank. Again, it was a matter of weeks when NATO agreed on new, even more ambitious military adaptation that is currently ongoing. This embodies the true commitment, one for all for one. Today, NATO has new tasks ahead. We need to strengthen deterrence and defense, develop the partnership with Asia-Pacific, introduce a new policy on Russia, complete the accession of Sweden and reflect on Chinese challenge. But the most important thing is to open the road to membership of Ukraine. The most important thing for me personally is the fact that since March 12, 1999, Polish people can feel safe, probably for the first time in centuries. NATO is an alliance of our dreams, and we have always tried to do as much as possible to make it stronger. No one here is waiting for support helplessly. Poland is now a strong pillar of the alliance, reliable and credible, contributing to all spheres of its activity. We feel welcomed, included, and glad to co-create the Euro-Atlantic security. Future is uncertain and full of threats, but we are confident that we can overcome them by being members of the strongest alliance in the mankind history. Dear Admiral Bauer, I congratulate you. As a representative of NATO today, who has the privilege to receive this award on behalf of the alliance, please take it to NATO headquarters with the best wishes from Polish people.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now the award will be presented to the head of the delegation of NATO to the Warsaw Security Forum, Admiral Rob Bauer, the chair of NATO's Military Committee. Admiral Bauer, welcome. Minister. If we can take a picture together. Look there.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bestowing the North Atlantic Treaty Organization with this prestigious award. NATO has been through a transformational decade, and we have undergone unprecedented change at an unprecedented speed. And as a result, we are stronger and readier than ever before. The transatlantic spirit is alive and bursting with energy. And no one personifies that spirit better than General Kazimierz Pulaski himself, a Polish officer who lived long before NATO even existed. This award is a replica of the 18th century saber that he used. General Pulaski was one of the leading military commanders of his time. Renowned for his courage and bravery, he was asked personally by Benjamin Franklin to serve in the American Revolutionary War. When he arrived, he wrote the following to George Washington, and I quote, "I came here where freedom is being defended, to serve it and to live or die for it." End of quote. And he did. He averted a disastrous defeat of the Continental Army cavalry and saved the life of George Washington. He even reformed the organization and training of the troops, which earned him the nickname Father of the American Cavalry. 2 years after his arrival, General Pulaski heroically lost his life, all in the service of freedom and democracy. It was not a country where he was born, but it was a country and a cause that he was willing to die for. That same spirit, that same conviction is alive to this day. I see it in the eyes of the men and women in uniform who serve our great alliance. Together, they form a band of 3.2 million brothers and sisters in arms. They see together what they cannot see alone. They do together what they cannot do alone. And unlike some of our adversaries, they know exactly what it is that they want to protect. It is not a coincidence that NATO is receiving this award at a time when the rules-based international order is under attack. Together, we are protecting much more than physical safety. We are protecting freedom, democracy, and the sovereign rights of nations and people to determine their own destiny. The rules-based international order does not belong to the lawyers or to the scholars. It belongs to all of us. It is the security basis for the lives of billions of people around the world. It is what we, the military, are willing to fight and die for. It is what NATO and its partners around the world vow to protect. The rules-based international order was not born in a laboratory. It was not created by international law students with too much time on their hands, nor was it forced upon any of the countries who signed and ratified the treaties. The rules-based international order was born out of decades of sheer destruction. It was born out of the realization that great power competition should not be fought on the battlefield, that the world should never again have to witness what it did. NATO is, at its core, a defensive alliance. We are the most successful alliance in history, not because of any aggressive display of military strength or territory we have brutally conquered. We are the most successful alliance in history because of the peace we have brought, the countries we have united, and the conflicts we have prevented from spiraling out of control. In the words of the French Chief of Defense, because of our ability to win the war before the war. That is what has attracted so many nations to freely and actively apply for membership. They chose to join because their people will be safer as a result. Because they too believe in our three core tasks: collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping safe 1 billion people is a Herculean task. And it's being done in moments that the world doesn't always see. Every day, at the NATO headquarters in Brussels, people come together on both the political and the military level to find compromise on thousands of pieces of policy. Every day, 31, soon 32 nations choose the we above the me. The newspapers will always write about the exceptional times when we disagree. But I'm actually proud of these differences, because it proves that we are 31 sovereign states. It proves that all our voices are heard. And that makes it even more impressive that for almost 75 years we have managed to find common ground. We turn our diversity into a strength. Each debate makes the ultimate solution stronger. NATO is a consensus organization, and that means that we move forward together or we don't move at all. And the reason for that is because in the end, there are people in Portugal willing to die for people in Poland, people in Norway willing to die for people in the Netherlands, people in Canada willing to die for people in Czechia. Just like General Pulaski, they believe that even though it is not the country they were born in, it is country and cause they are willing to die for. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when authoritarian regimes are desperately trying to portray an image of strength to the world, at a time where global security threats are multiplying, when even food, migration, and energy are being weaponized, and our values are under attack, we need a shield against aggression more than ever. NATO thanks you for the recognition of its work, and we will do our utmost to live up to the trust you have placed in us. The Polish national anthem states, "What the foreign power has taken from us, we shall recapture with a saber." This saber is the symbol of our deterrence and, if necessary, our defense. And with that, just like NATO, this saber brings peace. Thank you.
Yeah, the first. And one more photo, please. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that we conclude the Night of Freedom ceremony, and again, but we do not conclude the day. I would like to invite here on the stage our wonderful partner, Ambassador Anne Clune, who is the British ambassador to Poland and who has co-created this incredible partnership with the United Kingdom as the partner country of the Warsaw Security Forum, to sum up the day, but also what awaits us tonight in the evening.
Thank you so much, Kasia. I'm really honoured to be here on behalf of the UK to just celebrate working with you on what has been a tremendously impactful and contentful discussions over the course of the day. I think it has been an absolute pleasure and honour this year for the United Kingdom to be your partner with the Warsaw Security Forum in the 10th year. The forum goes bigger and better every year, and it has been, I think we have seen the content of that. I think it was particularly important that we had this partnership this year because the UK-Poland relationship has never been stronger, and I think I would credit the words of Minister Heapy, our Minister for Armed Forces today, who talked about all relationships of all our partners and allies becoming stronger over the last couple of years. But out of all of those relationships, I think the partnership between the United Kingdom and Poland has probably accelerated the most. As a result of that, the whole of Team UK has turned out in force. I'm really delighted and honoured that our ministers have been here, parliamentarians, our academics, and our military. That in front of the hotel, the Royal Lancers have driven their light reconnaissance vehicles down from the enhanced forward presence in Orzisz.
And you can watch them, you can
go
and you can knock, open.
They're very friendly, so please, I invite you to go and talk to our colleagues there. And also our industrial partners, Babcock and Leonardo, who are also here. So you have got the whole of the UK team as partners. I also want to just say, I think we're about to start the reception, so thank you to the British Council who have brought a Ukrainian group called Vilny Volna to sing for us, so I hope that will provide some entertainment later as well. Thank you again, Kasia. I think it's the moment, we have another day together, but I'm going to hand over the baton to our next partner with great enjoyment that we have had. So thank
Absolutely,
you.
And this is going to be an announcement made official tomorrow in the morning, but I will announce it right now already. Namely, the next Warsaw Security Forum will be taking place on the 1st and 2nd of October, and we already have a partner country. The partner country will be Sweden. The Minister of Defense of Sweden, Paul Jonsson, will tomorrow during his morning panel officially announce the partnership, and they're looking forward to taking the baton from you, but I think they're going into really, really big shoes. I have no idea how. There's a lot of Swedish friends here, how you're going to do it, because the United Kingdom did so much heavy lifting and so much effort to make this year's possible. So thank you, Anne, for this. And of course, we await for much more tomorrow. We have a full day of programming and of course, a lot of celebrations tonight together. So I would invite you along with Anne to the reception in the networking area. And of course, for those of you who after some food and drinking would like to continue with the discussions, again at 9 o'clock in the Chicago room we start a night owl session on the future of Russia. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow in the morning. Thank you.